WhatsApp. WhatsApp. I mean, WhatsApp's worth like a trillion. But like, hey, you know what? We're not going to bring that public. We don't need to. I'm too busy with the Ray-Bans. I love the Ray-Bans.
Yes, you
I love the Ray-Bans.
It's a busy day of Fed speak. We're getting Collins on the tape just now. Let's get to Steve Leisman. Morning, Steve.
Morning, Carl. Yeah, Boston Fed President Susan Collins saying it may be appropriate to ease policy a bit further this year if it's supported by the data. Hold on to those two thoughts. I'll come back to them. She says she sees continued modestly restrictive policy stance as being appropriate. So maybe not going as far as the market is priced in. The Fed needs to restore price stability while limiting the risks of further labor market weakening, she says. And she doesn't see the labor market softening much further from where it is right now. The current state of heightened uncertainty could explain why firms are reluctant to hire. We'll get the JOLTS report at 10 o'clock. Take a look at that. And also notes that productivity enhancing by businesses could also be tempered hiring as well amid the solid economic growth. She anticipates hiring will pick up as firms adjust to the new tariff environment. And inflation, she says, will remain elevated into next year and expected to resume a gradual return to the 2% target over the medium term. Though she goes on to say part of this whole uncertainty by Fed officials, she does not rule out scenarios featuring higher and more persistent inflation, along with more adverse labor market development, or possibly both. And that theme of it's happening on both sides of the mandate was underscored by Fed Vice Chair Phil Jefferson, who said the risks to employment are tilted to the downside and risks to inflation to the upside. He didn't give us an idea of where things are going. But guys, the Fed trying to grope through this very difficult situation here of higher inflation on the one side, pressure on employment on the other side, saying they'll rely on the data. But guess what? As you guys all know, the data may be going away. Back to you.
I think that we're at a different inflection point. I think that the big issue here is exactly what we're talking about with AI. I think that if I were listening to anyone, and if I had more people talk about this Doug McMillon comments from Walmart than anything else, that this was seminal. That Doug McMillon, who has terrific tech, who's in a battle with Amazon, is basically saying, listen, we're not hiring more, and we're going to get people to do new things. That, to me, was like, I mean, I've spoken to a bunch of retailers in the last 24 hours. No one. Everyone's surprised, and they realized they got Doug McMillon existential. I agree. No, it was a moment. It was, and I think that Ms. Collins can say whatever she wants. I think they better start thinking about AI more. They're left out.
Steve, thanks. Appreciate that, Steve Leisman. When we come back, Jim's going to take us inside his new book, course, How to Make Money in Any Market. Book signing today, Fifth Avenue, Barnes & Noble.
Be there 46th
at noon. Take a look at the pre-market on this final day of Q3. We're back in a minute.
Two reasons to still be optimistic over the balance of the year. One of them, believe it or not, relates to the Federal Reserve. According to data from Goldman Sachs, over the last 4 years,
All right. Good morning.
even if it was at a smaller pace or a slower pace, the stock market grew.
Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, the 30th of September. I'll be with you here all day, giving you the play-by-play. Oh, boy, we have looming government shutdown. How many times we've heard that over the decades, and still here we are. Okay, Palantir is lower. Let's see, the futures are flat for the most part.
find pockets of growth opportunities, at least for the balance of 2025, look to the AI infrastructure spending. That's where all the money is headed.
Futures are down 0.1% at about 7 handles right now.
Concerns that sort of rose in the last few weeks or reignited, because they're not new, about where that money is coming from to spend, right? Is it being borrowed?
Okay, last night I was doing a little bit of work and saw a few stocks that looked pretty interesting.
And then the other side of that is, okay, there's all of this push to spend.
Yeah.
Where's the return on all of that?
So it's a great question. I continue to use the example that we're
Okay, Rocket Mortgage, RKT. Keep an eye on this one. Rocket. Nice bounce underway. Rocket, what's it doing pre-market? Rocket pre-market.
So where are the opportunities right now? Look at the industrial sector. I know it doesn't make sense that you'd look for an AI play in the industrial sector, one of the top 3 performing sectors here today.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, today's the release day of Jim's new book, How to Make Money in Any Market. Jim, I got so many questions for you because you got a few layers here. The first is that you don't think, as a country, we teach.
Okay, UMAC is higher.
No, I mean, it's terrible. Like the term
RKT.
value a stock has not changed. People don't know. And I don't mean to ridicule my mom, and here's your copy. But I use my mom as an example. My mom would call me when I was at Goldman, and she would say, I think that Coca-Cola is overpriced. And I said, why? She goes, Coca-Cola's at $150 and Pepsi's at $40.
Riot
Ridiculous. And I said, well, Mom,
had
those are
quite a few
ratios.
large
I try to teach in the book
trades
why
recently
stock
at the
prices
18
are
strike
priced. Don't even
for
get that. We gotta change that.
the end of
I
this
also
week,
think
10,
unless you get started early,
10-3.
you, will have not enough money to
2
retire.
trades, one for
No,
1.9 million and one for 1.5 million.
These younger people that I talk to,
That's
they think
at
that they're
18
never
and
gonna make
20
money like their parents did. My
calls.
generation, we felt that we would definitely exceed our parents. So there's a lot of
Also
mistakes.
for
$1 trillion of
January, a $1.5 million trade at the 20 strike. CLSK, that one's been moving lately. CLSK. Clean Spark, looking interesting. Telesat, LATSAT, Telesat, space related. The casinos win, looks like it's going to break out again, moving higher. And Las Vegas Sands. Trade Desk, we saw that one yesterday. Trade Desk, I was thinking about a trade on this one. You could make it back to the 50-day before seeing resistance, so maybe a 7 to 8 point move on Trade Desk. Datadog coming out of a squeeze. Datadog, that one looks pretty good. Make sure you guys are hearing me. Mic check, mic check.
Between what's smart and what is reckless?
Yes, and it's been challenged every day because you have an OCLO, okay?
Mic check.
And I go to smart speculation from 33 to 66, and then it goes to 120. But I try to explain, look, here's what you want to see from a smart spec, sort of total addressable market in terms of can it scale. And I use an example from my job, TheStreets.com, where it had to meet certain criteria for you to invest in it. But the smart spec is still going to recognize that that's, I say, 1 spec out of 5 would be the ratio. That one
Mic check, mic check.
Make you or break you. And if it makes you, you will end up having your life change dramatically.
Okay, that's working. Okay, good. Okay, so that was Datadog. ARK K is starting to move. ARK K. ARK Innovation ETF, ARK K, looking good. ARK X for space, I believe that one was ARKX. I think that one was moving. Yeah, that's up as well. Lyft, LYFT, Lyft. Bounce, what's Uber doing? Uber looks okay. Roblox, RBLX, Roblox. Okay, of course. What's Riot doing pre-market today? Riot, we're looking for it to be above 20. It's back inside of yesterday's price action minimally. Okay, we got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Okay, New York session. We got about 5 minutes. The top, we got about 15 stocks advancing on the NASDAQ 100 presently, about 30 declining, and the rest are unchanged at the moment. NASDAQ 100. Okay, Trade Desk. Looks like that's going to go today. Trade Desk looks like it wants to go. Trade Desk looks like it wants to keep going. Let's see. Trade Desk. TTD. Okay, silver's at highs. If the government shutdown is taken care of and we don't see too much disruption, this looks a bit extended up here. Short term. Silver. Okay. We got 3 minutes to go for the opening bell. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Top of the S&P 500. It looks like Lamb Weston. LW. That's gapped up today. You see the orange box on the right there. Lamb Weston is higher. Freeport McMoran bouncing. Freeport. Okay. We had UMAC on the move here. UMAC higher.
Because we've been talking a lot about some of this customer concentration, and so this has been pointed out in this Bloomberg article, which broke the story just in the last hour or so, that this helps the company very much diversify away from just a couple of names.
Okay, futures are drifting a bit lower. Currently, futures are off 10 handles going into the opening bell. Let's go take a look at Trace. Okay, so we're right at support right now. 6650, 97 percentile. What do we got here? 6600, 6650. Okay, Carnival had earnings. Carnival Cruise Lines had earnings. Big bearish candle. That's up this morning, 1%. Western Digital and Seagate Technologies, those were up recently. Yesterday, gapping up. Broadcom is up this morning. Was down yesterday. I sold some iron condors on Broadcom. Okay, Apple's on the move. Okay, let's see. Supermicro. Apple's on the move. Apple. Big move on Apple right here. Okay, let me go to my profit screen. First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets. After 945, 950, looking for high relative volume stocks. Apple's on the move here, trying to take out the highs of the week previous. Apple pushing higher. All right, we're open. CoreWeave, looking for a move on CoreWeave. Let's see, CoreWeave's on the move. CoreWeave gapping up. Apple's on the move. CoreWeave's on the move. Big gap up on CoreWeave.
telling indicator of how people are
See how
feeling.
far this
And,
goes.
we have
Fading
seen
at the
a
moment.
rotation back into equities.
Trade
There
desk.
is excitement around the Chinese story. The big question, Nicole, is will it last? Is it sustainable?
Microsoft pulling back. I had a nice day yesterday. Microsoft pulling back. Futures are bouncing. Futures bouncing at the zone. Okay, if we start to rally, 66.50 is a major level overhead. Let's see what 0 day. 0 day's filling in right here. Looks like some shorts in here, 66.60 and 66.50. Oh, Nicole. What's going on here? No CNBC? S&P is showing something of a bounce. Okay, CoreWeave's on the move here. CoreWeave trying to push higher. CoreWeave.
Hi, Miles. You're having me thinking about my own New Year's resolutions, but you're right. If you haven't started yet, time to get going. And we're seeing all the major indexes open pretty much flat, slightly to the downside there. Dow is trading essentially flat, oscillating.
Okay, Meta pulling back. All the New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. Apple's pushing higher. Nvidia's trying to push. CoreWeave. Core Scientific. Let's see what the Coinbase stocks. Bitcoin, Coinbase. Okay, inside bar there. CoreWeave taking a little profits on CoreWeave. Okay, Core Scientific, CORZ. NASDAQ 100 tripled its advancing stocks from the open already. We've got about 40 stocks advancing. Okay, Trade Desk is on the move. Trade Desk looks like it wants to go. I might take a trade on Trade Desk. Let's see. All right, Trade Desk. Let me take a look at that again. Looks like it could make it up to the 50-day. Was it overhead? Trade Desk. Looks like it could make it to the 50-day. TTD. I'm going to try something here on Trade Desk. A little early, but I'll go out to November. Okay, 40 deltas are 57.50s. Trade Desk on the move. Trade Desk. IWM was dipping earlier this morning. IWM. Core Scientific. Okay, Apple. Keep an eye on Apple. Futures pulling back now. Futures pulling back.
It was shocking in terms of what they've already been able to do and will continue to do in terms of adding productivity without adding people.
No competitor. It's really amazing. No one's come in. Like say Trade Desk, that
Right.
Google came in, Amazon came in. I was astonished at that level of growth. So I went to Craig Billings, who's the CEO of Wynn, and who's on the board there, audit committee. And I said, honestly, tell me, AppLovin, and he goes, AppLovin is the cleanest. There's a lot of shorts in the name.
Yeah.
Because this one is real, Jim, and this is about 400 points ago. People don't realize that they just have
the world's their oyster right now. It certainly seems to be. This is after incredible performance a year ago, hence that 1,600% increase in the stock over 2
Think
years.
about this. I mean, apropos of my promoting myself, this is what I mean about it. You own a stock, you spec stock, and you bought $1,000 worth.
Okay, just
It's
You're not working. You're just watching us. And talking
keep an eye on Trade Desk,
like J&J's breaking
does
out.
matter being a stock.
Wynn Resorts, Las Vegas Sands, Datadog, Lyft, Rocket Mortgage Company, Roblox. All of these look pretty good. Okay, Apple's still pushing a bit here. Apple, Core Scientific. Let me look at Core.
Intel was on a do not necessitate list when Pat Kelsey was running it. I know
Okay, this UNH is still hovering right near the 20-day. All right, Iron Condor on that one. Broadcom. I have an Iron Condor on this one. Snowflake. All right, it's been squeezing for like 4 weeks now. Implied volatility contracting. Let's look at Wynn Resorts. That was looking good yesterday. Las Vegas Sands. No. Datadog. Inside bar there. Lyft. Okay, higher today. Pinduoduo, the Chinese stocks. Pinduoduo. JD.com. JD. Trying to push higher. Okay, second day above the 50-day. Let's see. JD. 2.
The EPS revisions on Tesla have not gotten better, but they haven't gotten worse.
No, there's a piece up today about how there's 30 regions of Tesla that are selling well.
Okay, going down the list of the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, Charter Communications. Okay, turning the corner, Charter looks good.
It's a hilarious note because they flirted with downgrading it, and then they end up raising the target to 490.
Very funny.
They also make a great point that if they're going to succeed in robotaxi, sales of deliveries are going to suffer. It's just going to be part of it. They are willing to look past this cycle of auto deliveries. That's why they argue in the comp package, the targets for deliveries are not that aggressive.
It can be better.
Okay, turning the corner, Charter Communications breaking the 50. It's got a big base here, got a long ways up there. Let me buy some Charter. I'm going to do in the money, TR. Or maybe just out slightly out of the money. That could work. These are pretty juicy. Pretty juicy options. 300.
And others, but certainly Tesla, a lot of names, man, in terms of the exodus there, you see it.
Well, I don't know if you really want to
how hard they work.
I think it's a limited time that you can work for, and it's kind of like the NFL.
Charter. I have to look at that one for a few. Charter. Okay, that does look good though. Apple testing yesterday's high. Doji for now. Okay, futures just chopping around right now. Futures just chopping around. S&P cash just chopping around.
You see just positive a bit, but as Jim said, a strong quarter across the board.
Oh my God!
And then I would come back to yesterday's enormous deal, taking private of EA, and just again to remind people, $20 billion is the sole commitment from J.P. Morgan. No private credit firms there at all. And that just shows the power of deal making and what it can mean for these companies, because the fee associated with that's not going to be insignificant. It's a single B credit, by the way, and JP Morgan stepped up to it. October only 11 days ago.
Incredible.
And they said, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it all.
Not syndicated, just like hey, we'll
And they're
take
going
it
to sell
hard to
around
sell
the
me out.
world in all sorts of different ways. They'll keep
All right.
selling
Tick cumulative was green on the 60-minute. It's slightly red right now. All the New York Fangs pulling back.
for these firms. And again, the fees associated with it, oftentimes around the financing for a transaction, the likes of which, of course, is the largest.
All right. So we're gradually becoming more bullish. We got 287 stocks on the S&P 500 advancing. We started off at about 200, 280. The Qs are at 50% now. We had like 15 stocks green. Now we're about 52 and growing. IWM is about 700. Markets are just sitting here. I wouldn't assume that we're going to see any kind of big moves at the moment. Government shutdown permeating the news. That's all they're talking about. Even though we've made it through government shutdowns in the past without lots of turmoil. Here we are at all-time highs. Tesla chopping around. Okay, Palantir on the move. Palantir popping. Palantir's on the move here. Okay, AMD pulled back. We got to get above the 50-day AMD. Okay, here's Palantir. Palantir on the move. Palantir 15-minute. We got supply just overhead Palantir. If we can get through that, we should see the highs again. Looks like a base up here. Above the 50-day, near a double top. Palantir. Okay, I'm not anticipating big moves at the moment. S&P 500 is just sitting here. Okay.
And one of the things that I think is happening after all of this is we're seeing the best. You put up those Mag 7, how they're doing. Yeah. I will take them and
Swing high, swing low on London. The London session, swing high overhead, swing low below, and we're right in between. So we'll probably test one or both of those today. London swing low.
This morning for Squawk about JP Morgan's AI efforts. Well, you could develop a pitch book overnight.
Actually,
a fraction of the number of bankers and have it done all around the world, ready to go.
Look, I think we're not in a position yet to do anything other than be more anecdotal.
and we have one up
I almost
here.
get the sense that if you're one of these banks, like Jamie Dimon, who spent a lot of time on AI, will say, "Listen, I want that now," and I don't think you can say, "Look, I got to get a team together." I think you're the team. Force of one.
Without a doubt, you can do a lot more with fewer people.
Yeah, show of force.
There is no doubt. That said, we're going to have this discussion many times. How do you train the next generation of bankers?
Okay.
If you aren't having any new entrants coming to your
So we're right in the middle of the London session.
I think if there is still going to be a human connection somehow in all of these different fields, whether it be banking or law, and go on from there.
Human connection.
Yes, this. See, I
What?
can
They
touch
were
you.
working remote there at half these places. Look, I think that
Not JP Morgan. What are you talking about?
no, I'm saying the law firms. I think
Yeah.
the law firms are the places where there's and audit firms are going to be dramatic.
I'm not hearing any diminution
Not yet.
in incoming classes of law
No,
firms.
not yet at all. No, 3-4 years, absolutely right.
Okay.
Software hasn't been developed yet.
So we're looking for one of these sides or both to get tested.
That's where you have anything.
Take out some liquidity from the London session.
That's where I see maybe that's cut down to 3. That's what you have to worry about.
Okay, you can see that right here. London session low is right here at 66.94. What's up, bro? Look at NVIDIA. It looks like it's going to move.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
bought it at the open. Or not at the open. It had like a small dip. And it
They
kind
continue
of
to
bounced a little
potentially
and
sell
I bought.
back from there.
And it
NVIDIX
dipped
or
even more. It dipped even more. Hit my stop loss and then went up.
The
So,
$17
I'm
billion
mad about that.
cash and stock.
so you're out?
cells
Yeah, now
back
it hit
to
my top one.
SpaceX for
I had
Starlink.
1% and it hit 1% exact.
Bloomberg story.
Okay, because it's on the move again.
Maybe even as much as they have it carried at 9.8 billion. The spectrum
Okay, bro.
being discussed, potential sale of these AWS-3 licenses to Verizon.
NVIDIA looks like it's going to keep going here. NVIDIA.
There's Verizon shares, and so you've got this stock up again. It's up 200 plus
NVIDIA
percent
moving.
since all this started. And of course, it does come back to something I did discuss with the
Okay,
FCC
Apple.
chairman, Brendan
Okay,
Carr, a couple
Snowflake.
weeks back, which is, was there an opportunity here for the U.S. to potentially take these licenses back from EchoStar?
Snowflake bullish to start. Watching NVIDIA. See if it stalls here or what it's going to do. Palantir. PLTR. Palantir. Okay, futures look like they want to bounce. We are chopping around. I expect to see a doji or spinning top, narrow price action. I think they have until, was it midnight or whatever it is.
It was the greatest ugly duckling, the swan story I've heard. I thought this thing was dead in the water.
Yeah. As many did. Many thought bankruptcy was actually coming instead of an incredible accretion of value. You can see what's happened to that.
Great American story.
What's happened to that stock?
Great American story.
All right, Coinbase. Let's see what Coinbase looks like. COIN, Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase looked good. Coin. Follow through day.
3 weeks later, and it is up. I've got to do
Number
the paychecks.
3.
History of going down very big.
Bullish.
Then we have one.
And now above 50-day
was just a remarkable
for
story.
2 days.
Getting crushed. This thing's getting crushed. This is a small, medium-sized business. I can't wait to talk to them, see what's the story, though.
You think it's related to the things, the macro things we've been talking about?
For the most part, the decline, a possible decline in the growth of customers would be something that
Coinbase
really
bullish.
because it's a small and medium size that matters. ArcBest hasn't changed. Judy did a remarkable job, but this is a company that's almost entirely different to train to AI and logistics. Again, when I'm looking for people who say AI and they're really doing spreadsheets versus the people who say AI and it's a chat GPT.
Why I'm in the
I find
spreads
that
channel.
J&J over 180 today. They have a big cancer franchise. They want to do more AI. The AI has not really gotten to the point where I'm surprised in medicine. That's one of the places where I think people are saying, wait a second, if it's so good, why hasn't multiple myeloma been tackled? Right. And it takes time. Look at that stuff, will you? That started taking off one when they figured out how to beat one of their biggest patent expirations, but then also they beat the plaintiff's bar.
Okay, Coinbase looking good. Coin starting today. All right, got a dip and a pop.
And Alex Forsky came on the show and said, Jim, this stuff is dramatically lower. This is something you've got to understand is not going to hurt our stock. And look, it's been good. Versus a lot of the other drug companies, even Lilly is stagnated.
It's kind of stalled.
You see the Novo Nordisk note they came out?
Yeah.
It was like, the people in Zinder in Bojax. Like every man dead or alive must do his part. I mean, look at that thing. It says basically, listen, you gotta take a hit. Right.
Of course, they've had layoffs. Exxon today with 2,000 global layoffs, 3 to 4%. By the way, oil, Jim, is going to have its probably lowest quarterly close since 21.
All right, NVIDIA.
One of the things where the president is getting
NVIDIA looks like it's going to push.
The price of gasoline is going down in this country. I think that we can talk all about all sorts of inflation, but the pump does matter. It is not expensive. I mean, I was pumping this week. I said, "Oh my God, I'm going to break them."
NVIDIA pushing.
The one that I'm willing to say is, and I'm calling it peak, and it's killed a lot of people calling the peak. I think that cat's coming down. I think steaks could
I saw you say this last night.
You've been saying this for the last week or two.
Yes, because I think it's breaking. I think it's finally the roller. I think you have a parabolic chart, and I think that, and I'm using my friend Carly Garner, who is an expert in commodities. This 3% break for this month is the first down month in a long time. If you have steak coming down and you have gasoline coming down, not that I would ever eat those two together, Jim. This could be the big break that the president wants, but I think the president's focused on other things. He should focus on the fact that commodity prices are coming down every day. That is huge.
Guys, I just wanted to come back to CoreWeave because it is one of the best performers. Of the
What did I
morning.
tell you?
Was up over 13%.
What did I tell
last I looked. We can take a quick look now
Can't
on
say
this
it, can't say it.
deal with Meta, $14.2 billion through December 14th of 2031. In terms of Meta, obviously leasing capacity from CoreWeave. There it is. Look at that move. Not the all-time high. That was 160. Right
They beat up a lot of the inside
165.
sellers.
By the way, they are still in contract to buy Core Scientific, but the vote on that is October 30th of Core Scientific shareholders. And many of them are aligned against the current deal in terms of the ratio of CoreWeave shares, saying that the concept for Core Scientific, CORZ is the symbol there.
Okay, Netflix pulling back a bit. Netflix.
Than Core Scientific has during the
NVIDIA, watching NVIDIA.
They want a higher ratio, and we'll see whether they can get it. Again, that vote now set for October
Boy, that's interesting, David.
30th. But did want to point that out.
CoreWeave and Robinhood are my two favorites. Robinhood up again.
Meantime, Chicago PMI out a couple moments ago. Let's get to Rick Santelli on that. Morning, Rick.
Good morning, Carl. Another disappointing Chicago PMI.
Okay, Apple popping.
Comes in light at 40.6. We're expecting a number 43 or higher. This is now the 22nd consecutive month.
Apple popping again. Okay, let's go look at Apple.
Last time we were above 50.
Apple popping again, trying to push through this level, trying to retest the last week's high. Okay, looking at last week's high. Okay, you can see last week's high here. Okay, right about 257.50. I believe there's probably a call wall there. 200 days way below, 50-day below. Very bullish. No supply up there. That's an old note. Okay. Okay. S&P testing supply on the 15-minute, just overhead. Okay. CoreWeave, that had a nice pop. CoreWeave. Supermicro. Got Supermicro trying to do something here. Supermicro. Looks like it's going to go. Supermicro. Nice pop this morning. Pushing through the 50-day. First time since earnings. Earnings. Supermicro earnings. Okay, August. All right, so Supermicro looks like it's going to keep going here. Okay. All right, NVIDIA pulling back now. NVIDIA. Markets are very choppy. I wouldn't expect much more than this at the moment. With the government shutdown news is all they're going to be talking about.
Rates by 50 basis points in totality. What is the reason behind that? Is there a surprise surge in inflation? That's something that I think the markets could be spooked.
Coinbase.
Create a little bit of volatility, especially since markets are really banking.
Bitcoin, a little dip right there on Bitcoin. Coinbase, Core Scientific. Core Scientific popping. Okay, we're right at resistance over here. 1820. What's speaking of resistance? What's Riot doing? Riot inside bar. Momentum is to the upside. Several $1.5, $2 million trades on the 18 and 20 strikes. One of them was for this Friday. For the 18 strike, I think it was $2.5 million.
We've been talking a lot about CEO succession last couple of days.
Okay, futures pulling back now. Futures.
Parent or CSX or Barrick. Today at Spotify, going to Alex Nordstrom and Gustav Sonderstrom, the chief product and CTOs as co-CEOs. Daniel Ek moves to executive chair. Jim, and busy month on succession.
Yeah, it sure is. And I got to tell you, I think these two guys are ready. If you sell this one,
Okay, CONL. Okay, that's at the 50-day now. Coinbase. Coinbase above the 50-day. Looking for it to bounce off of this like a springboard. Not expecting big moves today.
Generally, just trends in inflation that are beyond what the Fed expected, in combination of a further slowdown of the economy, that could bring a lot of volatility in the market, especially when you have a market that is already over their averages in terms of valuation. So that volatility is something we expect for this end of this year. But if we get past that, what we expect to happen is that big possibilities is that we have an increase in capital expenditures across the market. We have seen a little bit of that slowdown on CapEx at the beginning of this year. We started to see companies start to deploy, and that CapEx tends to realize in future earnings. We see the possibility, of course, if the Fed reduces rates and goes into their easing cycle, that could benefit areas like small cap, that could also benefit areas on cyclicals that have been out of favor. And what we really are, looking to more closely for 2026 is that rotation away from the top heavy Max 7 into other parts of the AI trade, as well as in other parts of the market. So that increases breadth, is something that we look as possibility going into 2026.
All right, and as for you'll have the last word. One thing we have not discussed today: gold.
Oh, that's right. Gold with its record rally this year, and it's up 45%. Look, the dollar is something that you'll be wanting to watch out for going into this next quarter, because the dollar has been so supportive. The declining dollar has been so supportive of this gold rally. I'm also watching though crypto, because gold's rally tends to front run crypto, and October tends to be seasonally the strongest month for Bitcoin. The fourth quarter tends to be also seasonally the strongest month for Bitcoin. Having said that, we did see some volatility in September, but for Bitcoin is actually set to end the month higher by about 4% for Bitcoin. So that raises the bar for October for the Bitcoin expected rally. But we'll have to see. But definitely gold tends to proceed, and we'll see if the crypto bulls are correct for the fourth quarter and the crypto space.
That's right. It's called October, actually. So we'll keep that in mind as we get into October trading tomorrow morning. All right.
Not expecting big moves.
Thanks so much for stopping by the opening bid roundtable on this Tuesday morning. Coming up, Yahoo Finance's Market Catalyst. We'll bring you the news behind the market moves for the trading day.
It's time for Jim and Stop Trading.
Some executives really get it. And Rob Katz is one of them. He's the CEO of the underperforming Vail. And he comes out and says this, and Dave, listen up, this is something you never hear. And the market for underperformance is that the way we are connecting with guests has not kept pace with the rapidly evolving consumer landscape. We have not fully capitalized on competitive advantages. He just basically says, listen, we're not getting the job done. I'm glad to hear he didn't blame the consumer. He's blaming the execution. And it would have been very easy for him to say, we're worried about the shaky times, worried about all the different problems. And no, he blames himself, and he goes over what they did wrong, including like even getting this right. Now, does that mean you can buy it? I think at least when you see...
Okay, just chopping around, folks. We're not going anywhere at the moment. Okay, Super Micro.
listen up like Rob. He sent me a really good note last night, basically again saying, "Oh, sort my fault, team fault."
Yeah. We talked to Carnival yesterday at Money Movers trying to probe for signs of softness. They wouldn't offer any.
No, and Vail's not blaming the customer. Amen. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for doing the right thing.
Jim, on your book again, congratulations.
Thank
You're
you.
going to make your way to the bookstore.
Yes, at Barnes and Noble. It's at 5th Avenue 46 at noon, and there's a register.
Okay, what was that? All right, what was that alert?
Thank you very much for
U.S. consumer confidence, actual. Can't see, that's too small. Control plus. Consumer confidence 94 versus forecast 96.
Jim, we'll see you tonight, and so we'll see you before. Of course, Jim is signing his new book. We're back in a minute.
Okay, it's pushing through the 50-day. Many people, Super Micro.
We are 30 minutes into the U.S. trading day. Let's get to the three market catalysts we're watching this hour. First up, the clock is ticking for the government to stay open or shut down. We're going to break down the economic implications of the shutdown. Plus, consumer confidence data crossing the wire will have details ahead and interpretation. And Nike is set to report earnings after the bell. We'll get a read on its turnaround and look at the broader winners and losers in the athleisure sector. Taking a look at the major averages right now, we are seeing
Okay, looking good.
at this moment. We did just get JOLTS data, job openings coming in a little bit higher.
Super Micro, I've yet to add to this position. Still have the same 600 shares. And some SMCL. I have calls on SMCL. Calls on Super Micro for October. Okay, Apple ripping here.
But we are seeing the Dow very slightly higher this morning, kind of holding steady here. The S&P 500 very slightly lower. The Nasdaq off by about 0.2%. Looking across some of the other asset classes here as we react to the anticipation of that shutdown, the anticipation of tariffs, more tariffs going into effect, and that economic data, that we just got. We are seeing bond yields down just very slightly, 4.12%.
Okay, NVIDIA popping.
The levels we were seeing last week of close to 4.18%. So that's something we continue to watch. Continue to watch a little bit of weakening in the U.S. dollar. That has certainly been the longer trend. And also continuing to watch the commodity complex. Crude oil futures.
NVIDIA, big move on NVIDIA.
Looking at a little bit of a longer term chart of that as we look at the third quarter for oil, of course, the last trading day of the quarter, we've seen oil come down by about 7% over the course of the quarter. And the inverse of that, and then some, is gold futures, which are up 15%. That has really been one of the standouts during this third quarter, even as we have seen oil weakening, gold going up into the right. Here's what we see on the intraday sector basis for the S&P 500 with that mixed sort of balancing act. Weighing this down, we got energy shares off 1% as we see that.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber. We are live as always from Post 9 of the New York
Okay, NVIDIA, big move here.
Stocks this morning, we're under a little bit of pressure, although not really. The S&P 500 is unchanged, masking some of the strength beneath the surface. CoreWeave, for instance, popping double digits on this Meta deal. The Dow is up about 59 points. We are awaiting the job openings report any minute now. Let's take a look at how treasuries are faring ahead of that, as it looks increasingly likely we're barreling toward this government shutdown. 10-year yield 4.1%. So some buying of treasuries. That's been
Okay, Apple at the high here. Apple.
Countdown to the shutdown. We'll talk to former Trump administration official Mark Short about the wide-ranging impacts of a government stoppage, how long it could last. Plus, NVIDIA competitor Cerebras Systems just raising more than $1 billion in new funding at an $8.1 billion valuation. We'll talk to the company CEO in a first on CNBC interview. Also had Jimmy Fallon with us ahead of tonight's launch of his new business competition show, On Brand with Jimmy Fallon. Lots to talk about with the late night host. But for now, Carl, technology, healthcare materials, only sectors green.
Conference board and Jolt's on the tape as well. Let's get to Rick Santelli again. Hey, Rick.
Yes, on Jolts, this is an August read. Openings expected to be right around 7.2 million. A little bit extra horsepower, 7,227,000. That'd be the best number since.
All right, NVIDIA, nice little move there on NVIDIA.
A nice upward
Apple's
revision.
still going.
Last month originally reported 7,181,000. Becomes
Trade desk pulling back a bit.
7,208,000 makes it the second weakest. The big number month now is March at 7,200,000.
All right, yields are down.
Of the year. If you look at conference board, these are September confidence numbers. Boy, they're disappointing. If we look at the headline, well below expectations at 94.2, the weakest since April of this year, sequentially lower, even though there was subtle positive revisions to all three metrics last month. If we look at the present situation, another big disappointment, 125.4, the weakest in September of 2024, well below 132.4 in the rearview mirror for our August final. And finally, expectations at 73.4. That is the weakest since
Apple, a little fade from the high.
Sequentially lower, of course, than 74.7. So confidence disappoints. Positive revision and a better Jolts number on the openings. We made the low yield of the session in treasuries.
Okay, NVIDIA, nice little punch higher.
10 plus on the 10-year. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps those job openings data take on a little more importance if we don't get the monthly jobs report on Friday. We will still get ADP though on Wednesday. That's the private sector jobs. But guys, it's the end of the quarter, so I just wanted to look at some interesting moves across markets that we don't necessarily always.
Okay, just the markets are still just chopping. I'm not doing much of anything until we see some kind of follow through. Let's see, Micron is at the highs. Micron.
I mean, it's just been a steady climb up. It's up 16%, as you can see, for the quarter on gold. It's tracking for its best year since 1979, up more than 45%. Why? Dollar's weaker. I don't know. Let's watch it during a shutdown. You know, is it a safe haven status? The Chinese buying, all these reasons that you're given and that you hear about gold. It's notable that it's up so much at a time where, you know, it hasn't been kind of like this risk-off scary period for the markets where it's been a flight to safety. Gold is up as stocks have rallied as well. And then let's just look at the flip side of that trade, which is the US dollar. It's something I'll be watching into the shutdown because of all the markets. You know how everybody says stocks and bonds brush off shutdowns. Dollar has typically actually reacted negatively around shutdowns. Dollar is what you watch when you're worried about, I don't know, government credibility and politics, Fed credibility. Remember Ken Griffin last week telling me that he thinks the weak dollar would be signifying something about, you know, credibility of U.S. assets, including Fed independence. That's a big theme for him. Look at the dollar index. It's weaker right now, and year to date, it's down 10%. That is a pretty sizable decline for the U.S. dollar. So helps explain the rise in gold, but also, I think, leads to some bigger questions about what ultimately that means about the allure of U.S. assets.
Yeah, some commentary out of the ECB today about the euro and urging action to make the euro an anchor of stability, which I know you always hate.
No, I don't hate it. They've been trying to do that since the euro was born in the 90s, and it has. It's the second most widely held currency, but they do take opportunities sometime when the dollar's down and when there are questions about the U.S. system to call for banding together to make it a credible alternative, and that just never fully materializes because there really isn't any game in town other than the U.S. dollar at this point. How about treasuries? Interestingly, treasuries have rallied for a third quarter in a row with lower yields. It's not super dramatic, but it is notable amid worries about inflation. Everyone said the tariffs were going to be super inflationary. As the Fed has cut interest rates, as maybe there's some slowdown concerns, certainly in the job market, treasuries have rallied. So you're getting this quarterly rise in treasuries as well, and that's where you see yields lower. And then finally, guys, Chinese stocks. They've actually been world beating since the April low
Okay.
on tariffs.
So right now the markets are just chopping around. Let's go through the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Charter. That continues to move. Charter looking good. Amgen on the move. Let me take a look at Amgen. Amgen on the move. Dr. Frank and I like to trade this one. Amgen. Okay, that one still needs a little bit more to go. Pinduoduo. Alibaba. Alibaba's higher. JD.com. Look for JD.com to pop. Hims and Hers from yesterday. Looking for a follow through. Lam Research. LRCX. Not X. LRCX. LRCX. Can't type worth a crap. Semiconductors looking good. Let's see. SMH. Okay, that's still trending. AstraZeneca, some of the therapeutics and pharmaceuticals looking good. J&J yesterday breaking out. J&J continuation.
Meantime, as we speaking to the quarter, stocks are finishing out a strong one. The Nasdaq leading the major averages, up more than 10% since the beginning of July. S&P up more than 7, Dow up 5. Let's get the setup for Q4 now with Paul Hickey, who's here at Post 9, of course, the co-founder of Bespoke Investment Group. Paul, thanks for coming in. Good to see you as always. First, thoughts on Q3?
A very impressive quarter. I think the strength in gold is purely not only a reflection of the weak dollar, but weak currencies overall. I think the markets are going to hard assets, and gold has been strong. The dollar is at weakest through Q3, and one of the weakest, I think.
Okay, J&J is on the move.
So you're going to see gold go up there, and I think the strength in China is a reflection of also what, Sarah, you were referring to. Also, valuations are there's such a wide valuation gap between the two that investors, it's so out of favor that investors are going.
J&J breaking out.
Are you poised for a chase going into year end?
I think so. I think coming into later.
Okay, Super Micro looking for a follow through. It's above the 50-day. 9 EMA is about to cross through the 50-day, probably by tomorrow or Thursday at latest. At this rate, we'll start phase 2. Okay, looks like a base over here on the left. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Let me zoom out a little. Okay, so you're going to have a 50-day cross. You're going to have a 20 50-day cross soon. 9 EMA across through the 50-day. 20-day right behind that. We could see 62 probably in the next month or two, if not sooner. Got a higher low. Looks good.
First 3 quarters of the year, fourth quarter is even stronger than it normally is.
And less volatile too, yeah?
Less volatile, and what you have to just look at supply and demand. The underlying bid that we've seen in the market.
Okay, let's go see what's working on the markets. Yesterday it was Nvidia. Lamb Weston. Western Digital. OMC. What's OMC? Omnicom Group. Not sure what they do. Let's see. OMC. Omnicom Group. Marketing, advertising, corporate communications. Okay. OMC. OMC breaking out. Other stocks on the S&P 500 breaking higher. Dell. David Percy. Dell. Okay, looks like Dell is going to go here. Dell. Okay, clears this 138 level. 141's next. Nice base. Dell. Okay, got a 20 50-day cross coming. It's got a nice little base up here. Okay, so what I always look for are where do we come from and what can we expect next? All right, so you get this reversal and then you get a base. Okay. That's Dell.
There's a slowdown in the labor market, but the jobs report was better than expected today. Jobless claims have been holding up
I'm looking
very
at like 6-month trends on private employment.
Right,
It's
so
not a pretty chart.
Okay, Supermicro, same thing. Supermicro.
cataclysmic event that we're seeing, and the leading indicators of
Okay.
jobless claims are more real time. And
Supermicro, you get a move up,
which is encouraging to us. So
and we get a gap down and a base. Okay, so where are we going to go from here? We need to see a signal, a confirmation move out of here, either up or down. Looks like it's going to be up, just judging by all the earnings. The company has been punished since its problem with releasing its earnings report. What was it, last year? All right, so that looks good. Supermicro. S&P is still sitting here doing nothing. NVIDIA is pushing higher.
And we don't have all the details right now. We're trying to solve a mystery in real time here, which is that the president has an event on his calendar at 11 a.m. just scheduled as an announcement. And the question is, what is that announcement? Well, our Angelica Peebles at CNBC has some reporting here from a source familiar saying that this announcement is pharmaceutical related. It's discounted prices in Medicaid, 3-year reprieve on tariffs, as long as the products are being built in the United States.
Amgen on the move. Okay, so that's number 3 on the NASDAQ 100. Amgen. Pinduo Duo looks like it's going to pop. Pinduo Duo. Lam Research. Pinduo Duo. Applied Materials. AMAT. Let me look at that one. Because that's going to be involved in quantum and AI and everything else. All right, that's still trending. Applied Materials. That had earnings or whatever back here in the 3rd week of September, right? AMAT. AMAT. Applied Materials. August 14th. August 14th. That was here in a gap down on August 14th. Moved sideways, based. This is kind of like, this looks like very similar to Supermicro. Different company, obviously, but it trends up, moves sideways to slightly lower, gaps down on earnings, bases for several weeks. Then it moves above the 50 and the 200-day, and then it takes off. Volume picks up. So that's the signature we're looking for in Supermicro. Okay, so gap down, base, and follow through.
I mean, obviously, it's a significant branding initiative. We don't have that confirmed. We're going to work on confirming that. No indication that that's wrong from that publication, but we're working.
Okay, same thing here. Trends up, gaps down on earnings, bases. Okay, that's what we're looking at right now. Trends up, gaps down on earnings, bases, and then follows through. So that's what we're looking for. All right, so far signs show Supermicro potentially following through. Okay, so what else? Dell, Pfizer. Pfizer, big move on Pfizer. Okay, Pfizer's on the move. PFE, Pfizer. Big move on Pfizer. Okay, Pfizer's on the move here.
We're going to talk to the firm's CEO about how it's taking on industry giant NVIDIA.
And don't miss Jimmy Fallon.
Pfizer. What's Gilead doing? Gilead also catching a bid. IHE is the pharmaceutical. IHE is the pharmaceutical ETF. Okay, if you like pharmaceuticals, maybe buy some IHE. If you don't want to buy individual names and not worry about earnings. It's in a bullish trend. Came off the 50-day last week on Thursday, Friday, followed through into this week. Pharmaceuticals looks good. Mhm. Okay, we got NVIDIA at the highs here. Just took a little NVDX off into that pop there. NVIDIA. Charter looking really good. Micron. Applied Materials. Micron. Okay, let's look at the Dow Industrials. Dow Industrials. Okay, IBM up again today. IBM. All right. 3-day flag for now. Amgen, Merck reversing.
Not so great though on the confidence front, right? We're seeing this number showing waning confidence. I guess first of all, what's your impression of it, and what do you think it's reflecting?
Good morning, Julie. So I think what's important to see here is what drove the decline in consumer confidence this time around. If you look deeper under the hood, you'll see that it was the present situation index that dropped 7 points. And that is a concern because
Merck, Amgen, IBM, Visa, Cisco. We're thinking about you, Dr. Frank. If you're not in the trading room, I don't see you. Doc. What you got, Nick?
They are pursuing a very reckless strategy right now.
Yeah, JP Morgan. J&J, Travelers, Insurance, Verizon trying to push CNH. UNH is starting to base a little bit more, pushing up a little bit.
That was House Speaker Mike Johnson this morning on Squawk Box as the government heads toward a shutdown at midnight tonight.
That's all they're going to be talking about.
Advancing American Freedom Board Chair. Mark was also the former White House legislative director during the first Trump administration and former chief of staff for the office of Vice President Mike Pence. It's good to have you back, Mark. So,
thanks, sir.
What do you think happens here?
Look, I think we're headed to a shutdown. I think it's frankly to the points that Speaker
Who
Johnson
cares?
made.
Cover the markets. Cover the markets. So annoying. I hate when the CNBC gets into politics. I don't tune into to CNBC for politics. I want to hear financial news. Well, government shutdown could have. Yeah, whatever. I mean, how many times over the last 40 years have you heard about government shutdowns? Quite a few. Always dealing with the federal debt. Anyway, New York Stock Exchange. We got Wolf up a second day. Man, that thing took off. I think Susie was looking at this one around $2, whatever. Wolf, it finally had its day. Path, Unipath, CCM. Okay, Lamb Weston, NIO, NIO, S&P. Okay, S&P, Fox, Pfizer on the move. Robinhood. Pfizer as well. Robinhood. Day 2, popping. Robinhood, day 2 on the pop. Micron, moving back up into the range. Micron. Intel. Apple trying to push a bit higher. Apple. Okay, S&P 500. We're just chopping here. We're not going anywhere. Looks like on the daily, you can see right here on the daily, just a doji. Very tight price action. Okay. Okay, so we're banging around between these levels. 66.60 up top, 66.50. We're in a $10 range. Positive gamma above and below. We're right between these two strikes. 0 day. Doesn't matter if it's 0 day or later expiration. You can see that pretty much the same look. We're just banging around between these two levels here, these two positive gamma strikes. NVIDIA is still pushing here. NVIDIA. Applied Materials continues to move here. Applied Materials, AMAT, Applied Materials. Nice move. Still going. It's going to be in AI and quantum. Okay, here's Applied Materials. They beat last time August 14th. They gapped down and then bounced. Applied Materials provides manufacturing equipment, services, and software to the global semiconductor, flat panel display, and solar, voltaic, and related industries. Speaking of solar voltaic, let's go take a look at Sunrun. That one's on the watch list this week. First Solar. I hate this new interface. Stock charts. First Solar. In phase, end phase. Okay, at the 50-day in phase. Solar SEDG, Solar Edge. DQ, Chinese, Solar's. CSIQ is Canadian Solar. Okay, these are all kind of taking a break right now. So Wynn Resorts was looking good. Wynn Resorts yesterday. Inside day today, Las Vegas Sands. No, okay. So let's see what the S&P Equal Weight Index looks like. S&P Equal Weight. Okay, so we had 2 bullish days. We're up against resistance again. Looks like we're just going to stay in a range right now. I wouldn't do much of anything. Wouldn't take on a whole lot of new exposure until we get some clarification and get a trend going again. Okay. So Charter's the top of the NASDAQ 100, followed by Amgen, Micron. Micron's on the move here. Let's see. Micron. I got a Iron Condor I need to manage on that one. Micron. Micron. Okay, starting to head towards this level. If it starts to head towards this one, further towards this 180, 185, I'll go ahead and take that side off, double up on my put side, and roll these up a bit. Micron, or just close it. I have a profit right now. Okay, let me, I'll wait on this. It's not going to blast much higher, I don't think. Micron. Micron has an ATR of $6. It's currently up 4. So we can see another $2 run up against resistance and then pull back in. Okay, NVIDIA is still going. NVIDIA is still going. NVIDIA is still going. Strong NVIDIA. Okay, let me see what my NVIDIA calls look like right now. Do I want to take some off? I have NVIDIX shares too, so NVIDIX, NVIDIA, yeah, that looks fine. What is Riot doing? Riot is off a little bit this morning. Riot. Okay, inside bar tends to move in the same direction. Inside bar, inside the larger bullish candle prior in the top 25 to 30%. Looking for this to continue. Coinbase above the 50-day now. We need to see a follow through and a push above 352. Coinbase. Bitcoin is just kind of taking a break. Bitcoin, no doubt. It's between the Bollinger Bands. It's trying to stay in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. It was briefly above that yesterday and the 50-day. We'll pull back below today. Looking for buyers to step up. Okay, I like buying the dip. I don't know about you. NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA is breaking out. NVIDIA breaking out. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA going for the breakout. NVIDIA breakout. Whoa. What the hell is going on with NVIDIA? Is there some news I'm missing here? NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Let's see what the news is. NVIDIA. Magnificent AI stocks driving 50%, blah, 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 blah. Today, 13 minutes ago, UniPath rises after NVIDIA, OpenAI collaborations. All right, expect to see more of this kind of thing. Expect to see more collaborations with NVIDIA. Okay, it's the king of the hill right now. Okay, that's bullish news. All right, UniPath. Okay, so you can see what it's doing. Price action just gone. Okay, breaking out. Okay, so it's been basing. NVIDIA has been basing for what, 2 months? Okay, let me buy some longer dated calls on you, NVIDIA. It's at the highs right now. I won't buy it here. I'll buy it. On any dips now. NVIDIA. Oh, that voice. Sounds like you should be in Disney. Some voices just get to me. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Everybody has their bailiwicks, things that that bother them. Squeaky voices. I don't know. Something about them just gets me crazy. I have my quirks too. Everybody has their quirks. I'm not perfect. Try to stay humble though. Try not to be the person you think knows everything, right? Because my father always used to tell me, he's like, you can always meet somebody that you can learn something from. So, meet new people with an open mind, even though that you might think that they don't know something. I'm not going to get into professions, but you know what I'm saying. You might meet somebody that you think is below you, but they know something you don't. You ever see those YouTube videos, little shorts, tips and tricks on how to do certain things with, rope tie and knots, or how to get nuts and bolts out, or all kinds of different things, how to make eggs a certain way or whatever. It's people come up with all these crazy ideas. So I always look at the people that I meet with the ideas like, hey, I can learn something from this person. I don't want to be arrogant. What is NVIDIA? What's Benny talking about? I'm just talking, waiting for the markets to do something, watching NVIDIA break out here. Just running here. NVIDIA running. Nice move on NVIDIA. Okay. You listening, Antoine?
I wish there was a place I could get 40 to 60% off the retail prices of my furniture.
Okay, let me show you something about. Listen real quick. Okay, Antoine, let me see. Wait for him to get on here. Okay, so NVIDIA should be pretty obvious. Okay, the trend. All right, let me get this here. So I'm just talking to my son here for a second because he exited a little bit too soon on NVIDIA. He's upset, but I bought right behind him, so I just transferred some money to him on that trade. So here you go. So you got the uptrend, right? You got the big uptrend. Actually, let me do it on a different chart style. Let me go here. NVIDIA. Okay, so NVIDIA. All right. He already knows this. I just want to point something out that's really important. Okay, so we got the trend up. Okay, we got the trend up. Very obvious trend up. And then NVIDIA goes through this 2.5, 3 month consolidation, right? So right now, you know this from Darvis box trades, right? It's just starting to break out. So if this does break out, Antoine, look at this here. Okay, look at RSI, look at MACD trending. Look at the volume. This is institutions buying here. Okay, all these peaks. That's institutions buying. Stochastics rising. It's telling you look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. So you took it off too soon on a little dip. That's okay. The breakout is going to go this way just by everything I'm looking at here. Now, it's not 100% guaranteed, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. All right, so NVIDIA. Okay. NVIDIA, let's look at this. All right, so we can still enter NVIDIA. We just don't want to do it at the high of the day. So if it does pull back a little bit, we'll have a better opportunity to tag along with this trade. So for some reason, if this pulls back a little bit, okay, let's say we get a B and C pivot, something like this, a little bit higher, and then we take off. Wait for this dip right here. Wait for this. If you can get this at all today, we got news, more collaboration with UniPath. So NVIDIA is like, it's already starting to back off a little bit. NVIDIA breaking out on a daily. That's really important. Okay, this is breaking out above 184, 184.55. That's the breakout level. 184.55, 184.65, 10 cents above this level if you use William O'Neill's IBD techniques. Okay, we're trading at 185.46 right now. All right, so we got the breakout. Now, if this turns back down and creates a shooting star, then we would have to wait. But right now, it looks like we're going to break out. So people chase this, most likely, NVIDIA. Okay. So that's it, Antoine, if you want to drop off. But look at the fair value gaps on this. Fair value gaps. People are rushing to get into this. They're rushing to get in. You can see these fair value gaps on the 15-minute. Let's look at the 5-minute. 5-minute. Okay, fair value gaps on the way. Look at the buy order blocks. Look at the big volume there on that little pop there. Also, one thing we need to be cognizant of, what does a dealer do? What does a dealer do above 185? Let me go see what Money Magic's levels are. Pretty sure 185 was a level. Okay, 182.50. So we're above the. All right, this is important too, Antoine. 182.50.
all the crypto assets like Ethereum or XRP going up like 25 or almost 40%. So it's a great year for crypto overall. Like you said, we've been trading in sideways in the last few weeks. And I think this is mostly, the absence of news, basically. The macro environment, we're waiting to see how like the interest rates are going to impact the economy, the inflation numbers that are coming. So there's all those concerns around the economy. I believe that the next level, the next wave of crypto adoption will come through stablecoin adoption, and that's going to be very positive for crypto overall. So this is a trend that might take 6 months.
Okay, we're pushing higher now.
To reflect on prices, but I think it's a very strong demand that's coming from stablecoins, and that's going to move the crypto markets in the coming months.
Can I ask you, Samir, just the Trump administration? I mean, the most crypto-friendly administration we've seen. And just somebody who's working in the industry day in and day out. What is your review so far of the Trump administration as it relates to crypto? Now, what do you make of what you've seen and heard?
When it comes to crypto, I think we're having a great administration. We're finally having an administration that listens to the industry, that tries to come up with good policy, that tries to balance innovation and investor protection. We've seen this on how the SEC is approaching this subject, how they see it.
Okay, 182.50 is a call wall on NVIDIA, so this could keep going.
So we just got a huge milestone for stablecoin adoption, the Genius Act. That's huge for crypto. And this is a much...
Okay, the rest of the New York FANGs, we're seeing Microsoft starting to bounce. The S&P is not going anywhere. S&P. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it's going to go again. We just filled that fair value gap just now, NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
That moves all the other countries, all the other central banks are looking at this, and they're looking at what their strategies.
Okay, NVIDIA right now trying to take out 186.
So let's talk about the news from you all over at Hashdex. You're expanding, you're bringing investors access to, it sounds like, these other crypto assets. Walk us through this news. Explain this new product, Samir.
Yeah, so Josh, this is a very exciting news for us. So we launched in February of this year the first multi-asset crypto ETF.
Okay, NVIDIA.
Nasdaq Crypto Index US ETF. It tracks an index of...
Okay, let me take a look at this real quick. I just want to check one thing here. NVIDIA. Okay, why is this like this? Okay. NVIDIA.
Recently, we got the generic listing rule approved by the SEC, and that rule basically...
NVIDIA is actually pretty cheap. Calls are cheap. We got a risk reversal of 28%.
So recently, we've changed the listing rule of our products from a specific listing rule that was approved in February.
NVIDIA. Okay, you can see NVIDIA right here.
This allows us to expand the inside queue over time. So right now, we expanded from 2
Calls are cheap on NVIDIA. Okay, let me buy a vertical. On any dip here. I'm going to set up a trade for any dip.
And the generic listing rules, they can be included in the index. So this makes it a product that's evolutive, that can evolve over time as the market evolves. We believe that we're very early in the adoption. It's too early to pick the winners. And the best approach for the majority of the wealth managers is to just have a broad exposure to the market. And this is what this product is proposing.
NVIDIA looking really strong.
It's a simple way with one click to have a broad exposure to the market and one that's evolutive, that's going to grow as the market evolves.
Okay, so NVIDIA. Let's see how far they pull back, if they pull back at all. Buy order blocks. Could be one of those days where we just keep trending on NVIDIA. Sorry about that. That was on this big seated tractor, basically, and he's tearing up the grass. Neighbor's going to be pissed.
Is it possible that the White House?
Anyway, what does that have to do with trading? Absolutely zero. I'm just waiting for the markets to give us something more to work with. Okay. Until that happens, let's go look at what's actually working today. We've got the S&P 500 with Lamb Weston at the high, gapped up but faded. IPG, Interpublic IPG coming out of a squeeze. Okay, breakout looks like NVIDIA with the breakout coming out of a squeeze. NVIDIA above this 185 level. We got 182.50 is the call wall. Okay, above that, you know what dealers have to do. They're trying to keep it below. I wouldn't be surprised to see the call wall shift up to 187.50, 190, something like that.
Michael, thank you for joining us. Good day to have you. Michael Zezas from Morgan Stanley.
As we wrap up a strong month quarter for the markets, can the AI trade keep up the momentum into the year end? We'll talk about it with Citi's head of tech and communications.
Okay, NVIDIA starting to flag out at the highs now. NVIDIA.
Strategy on why he sees the S&P going to 7,000 this year. Money Movers will be right back.
Okay, Apple off the high of the day. Microsoft trying to push a bit more. Microsoft to stay above the 50-day moving average. Microsoft. Okay, if you're trading Microsoft. Okay, it is hanging out above the 50-day. Okay, so what I'm anticipating is we're eventually going to take out 520. Once that happens, we'll take out the call wall, right? Money Magic's levels. Let's see. Call wall is at what? 185, 190. Okay. All right. So the call wall shifted up. I think that level you showed before was incorrect. Okay. NVIDIA. Levels moved up. Thank you, Money. You're the best. You're the best, Money. What would we do without you? With or without you. With or without you. YouTube. Yeah, that would be great. That'd be great. Awesome. When I lived in Jersey, we had an apartment before. I had a condo, and then I sold a condo, moved in with some people. The 20-day Oracle, I might buy some more puts on Oracle, just short term, while it continues this slide. Okay, Oracle, this is what I'm thinking on Oracle. If you have a position in Oracle, this is what I'm thinking. Not that it matters to some, but maybe to others it does. Oracle Let's see. Let me go to here. I have call credit spreads on Oracle. Okay, so you can make money lots of different ways. The current way I'm making money is these strikes overhead. I'm selling premium. I have sold premium over the last couple of weeks. Since earnings, it's got a high risk reversal rank of like 78% now. It was 89%, something like that. We continue to drift lower below the 20-day. I'm thinking about taking some puts right at the 50-day, looking for a 50-day test. That's 260 Oracle. Maybe in the next week or so. Puts. 260 put is $10. 260, 250.
Co-developers become 30% more efficient when they start using these tools.
5 to 260.
30% fewer developers. The answer is absolutely not.
Sell the
We haven't solved all of the problems that we have in technology.
50.
We're not at a run rate or a maintenance rate for that. And so, if anything, we're going to want more of those people because of what they're able to produce.
We're at the low right now. Looks like Oracle's going to keep going here. Oracle.
Truly a kind of poetic, giving our discussion.
Probably a lot more to go.
Hey, thanks. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Oracle continues back off.
We're looking for ways to soften the impact of the expiring federal EV tax credit. We'll discuss how next.
Plus, Nike earnings are on deck, as Sarah said earlier. After the bell, we'll talk to one analyst who sees more than 60% upside for that name when we're back in a minute.
Pew, 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 pew. Okay, so some of you are trading Tilray on the news about the president. Not sure exactly. I never have much luck with this thing, and it doesn't move that much anyway. So it moves, what, 14 cents a day, 15 cents a day? Not my cup of tea. I'd rather something like Nvidia that moves, 15 points on a big day. 5 points. In this case, Tesla. What's Tesla doing? Tesla just sitting here consolidating. Okay, Microsoft. Microsoft's eventually going to do something here, it looks like. Volume's starting to pick up. Futures pulling back. S&P pulling back. Okay, we're near the lows. Okay, so we're a little bit lower than that. Okay, S&P. So I'm going to pull this down a little bit. We're down about here. That equates to the futures low, pivot swing low, London session. Don't usually talk about the London session much, but if you use ICT methods, in the back of your mind, you're always paying attention to what's going on in the London session prior to the New York the New York session open. Just watching the swing pivots right prior to the New York session open, the New York session, watching the swing high and swing low. Use your 15-minute chart to plot it out. Those are levels to watch for liquidity grabs, where they'll take the liquidity on one side or the other and reverse it and push it back in the other direction. So that, coupled with trace directional information, is a pretty good strategy for taking S&P. Options. Okay. Net open interest. Okay, we're right at that level right now, 66.50. We're 66, what, 49? $66.49. So if we slip below this level, the next level is 6,600. Though I would suspect that they're going to take out liquidity down below and then reverse it. We got a buyer to block here. So we're looking for a bounce. Again, I'm not doing much at the moment because the markets are very choppy. If you look at the daily, very narrow range the past 2 days. Got the JP Morgan collar rolls late in the day. Okay, S&P is starting to bounce right here. Probably bounces right back up to the high, but not enough to take a long. All right, so let's go S&P, still dropping around, chopping around here, S&P. NVIDIA at the high. Let's see what breadth looks like right now. Breadth. Okay, breadth. Okay, so S&P 500, mid cap, small caps, and NASDAQ all pointing lower for the time being. Government shutdown news. We got the JP Morgan collar. So people are just taking it easy right now. So it's no surprise to me that the S&P isn't doing much of anything right now. Continuing on with this analysis, let's look at junk bonds and the 10-year yield. Junk bonds are in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands, still trending, but below the 90 MA currently. The 10-year yield was lower earlier. Okay, we get a little bounce at the 21-day. Okay, let's look at the S&P Equal Weight Index for another measure of breadth. Remove the weight of the S&P, of the New York FANG components. and kind of erasing yesterday with a bearish engulfing candle, but we're above the 921.50 day, 200 day. So it looks like more consolidation. People are just not doing anything right now. Number of stocks above the 20-day have pulled back to 50%. To me, this is saying, take a break, go take a walk, go play golf, go swim, do whatever you do this time of year or wherever you live. Take an early lunch. Doesn't look like the markets are going to go anywhere. I'm going to go fix my son something to eat for lunch before he goes to school, and I'll be right back. Let's see. He goes to school at 1 o'clock, 1 to 4, evening session. He's got all college courses that he's taken. 3 of the courses, I believe, chemistry, English, and math are all college level. He has college professors teaching his school. All right, let's see. I want to go here. Let's listen into Schwab for now. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is September 30th. We're going into the lunch hour. A good time to kind of take a break. Using ICT methods, you probably want to stray away from taking any new trades between 12 and 1, 12 and 1:30 typically. All right, I'll be right back.
I have a question for you. Sure. When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for the 360 round. For that, let's bring in our panel to discuss all things gold and its rally. Joining us are Joe Cavatoni, the Senior Market Strategist Americas at the World Gold Council, and Max Baker, the President of American Hartford Gold. Thank you both for being with us. Joe, let's start with you. Great to have you on the show as always. What are your thoughts on this continued rally in gold? I'm just looking at the prices. We're at $38.64 right now.
That's right. Look, right now we're basically seeing a near 46% year-to-date return in the gold market. We expect to continue to see a strong support for gold coming in the form of demand from investors, particularly Western investors and Asian investors, and also that undercurrent that we've had for the last 15 years, but a really accelerated pace of demand coming from central banks. With market risk and uncertainty on the horizon for investors, while the appetite remains high for risk assets, the interest in hedging those risk assets remains top of mind, and it's really showing itself in the U.S. market at this stage.
And Max, what are your thoughts on the rally that we've been seeing in gold? I mean, it feels on a near daily basis, I'm saying, at another all-time high for gold.
That's right. To kind of echo what's been said, there's really nothing that's going to stop it from here. The Fed's kind of between a rock and a hard place right now. If they maintain rates where they're at, the jobs market's kind of taking it on the chin, may send us into a recession. That's bad for the dollar, good for gold. If they cut rates, that's bad for the dollar. Inflation will rip, that's good for gold. And that's kind of what people are seeing right now. We're at a place where whatever happens, gold benefits.
And so with that said, Max, knowing that we have a Fed meeting coming up at the end of October, but we may or may not get some of the important data that they generally use to make those decisions. How is that uncertainty going to potentially weigh on gold prices?
People buy gold because of uncertainty. That's why we're seeing the central bank buying the way that it's been. Q2, I think is up 41% on average, and that's going to continue. It's it's one of those things it's just everything you look at, all the data points, the uncertainty showing, the dollar dropping, inflation rising, everything is in gold's corner right now.
And Joe, coming over to you, I saw a report from B of A saying that gold has attracted about $17.6 billion in new investment in just the last 4 weeks. So basically the month of September here. That's its largest tally on record. Is it that we're in such unprecedented times that people are moving so much into gold, or are there other factors at play here?
I think what we're dealing with, and I think Max has echoed it, that the uncertainty in the horizon for what's going to play out with the economic conditions, starting with the U.S., but also permeating in other markets around the globe, is just really putting people in a position of unclear and uncomfortable guidance around how to hedge and manage the risk that they do have in their portfolios. So I think as we look at this week alone, just looking at the fact that we might have a shutdown of the U.S. government this evening, we might not get data that the Fed needs to run its course in terms of how to handle the rate environment. These are all factors that continue to short-term and tactically move the market. But I think the key point that I wanted to make to your question is that we're strategically seeing a shift away from the dollar as the only preserving risk asset hedge in a portfolio, and dollar-based assets. So the correlation behavior of bonds and equities, the right kind of preservation of assets, whether it's inflationary or stagflationary in terms of the environment we land in, this is what's driving the fundamental shift. It's a shift in the environment for gold. And actually, we're seeing these moves up, and we're seeing these flat lines in terms of when things are stabilizing, and then a move up again based on news. So these systemic moments keep pushing us higher, and actually we're going to continue to see it.
And Joe, you mentioned there are people being uncomfortable with the uncertainty. At what point do people become uncomfortable with gold continuing its rally to the upside and making all of these new all-time highs?
It's a great question. And actually, the way to think about what could take the wind out of the sails for gold is to understand a few key components. One of the biggest components for consumption in gold is the consumer themselves. So we need to see a major shift globally in like jewelry demand and consumption in that regard. But also we need to see a high level of certainty and confidence in risk assets, really putting other assets risking flow away from gold. So kind of creating that competition for more consumption of bonds or equities. And right now we're still seeing a lot of that happen. Right now what you're looking at is how to hedge all that. So those are the two things that I'd say. Now, and the only other thing that could really kind of slow the market down would be a major increase in supply coming online. But what we've seen from that side of the table is that grows at about a 2% annual rate. And we don't see anything that's going to take that to a much faster pace at this stage.
And Max, Joe just mentioned some of the hedging advantages of gold, but with its meteoric rise, I think up about 46% so far on the month, is there more upside in silver or another metal at this point?
Yeah, I mean, silver's had an incredible year. It's up 60% year to date. It's up 35% in the past 3 months alone. I do believe there's more upside in silver. It does tend to be quite a bit more volatile than gold, but I wouldn't be shocked to see $75 silver next year. And that's just looking at the dollar right now, and some of the fundamentals. It's they're dead on. The fundamental shift in gold and silver and metals as a whole, the world is saying, the markets are saying basically we've lost faith in the Federal Reserve's ability to prevent inflation, and we've lost faith in the government's ability to rein in spending. And so you see the debt, we're running a $2 trillion deficit, we're paying $1 trillion in interest, $1 trillion in interest every year. You look at the UK debt crisis, the French debt crisis right now. If you just Google, any country in debt crisis, you'll see that, global debt is running wild, and that's why there has been that fundamental shift in metals.
Well, gold at 38.66 right now, another all-time high. I'm sure we'll be saying it again before the day ends. Capital Economics predicting we could forecast gold prices hit $4,000 an ounce by the end of next year. But I want to thank you both for being with us to talk all things gold. Joe Capitone from the Americas at the World Gold Council, and Max Becker from American Hartford Gold. I also want to thank all of you for joining us today on Trading 360. Always a pleasure having you with us. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store, and you can tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. You can also follow us on YouTube. But stay with us. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is coming up next, and I'll be back with Market on Close at 2 Central for you.
Investor Checking.
More,
Checking account built for investors.
more chop. What is the
Plus, cash
All
management
right.
solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates.
Nvidia trying to bounce? S&P is just in a choppy zone. No direction. I don't expect people to do much. Okay, Nvidia is going again. Okay. Had a fair value gap. We came down to that fair value gap along at this area. Okay, you're looking for more upside. I'm looking for more upside. 190 is the next level. 185, 190.
Money market funds and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. It's noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. The stocks are taking a bit of a step back as investors face off with the real threat of a government shutdown.
Okay, dealers are going to have to squeeze more. They got to buy more shares. That'll squeeze the stock higher. S&P looks like it wants to turn back up into the range. It's still in a range, though. Okay, you can see the London session high overhead. Okay, if we go to futures, you can see that London session high is up there at 67.15. 67.15. I like buying calls down here better. If we run back up, we'll probably get rejected. Okay, individual stocks looking a lot better today. Individual stocks. Okay, individual stocks. We've got 220 stocks advancing out of 500. So mostly decliners or unchanged running right now. We've got up-down volume is flat 1-to-1. We got a range-bound condition. There's really no acceptable trades right now that I'm interested in taking for, you know, a big move. We're just going to ping pong between these levels.
Well, maybe they shouldn't, just based on history, right? These typically don't last that long. They typically, don't negatively impact markets that much. Maybe there's some additional volatility. We've seen that with the VIX near that 16 level and bouncing, even though we're just below all-time highs for equities at this point. I think those were the things that I think a lot of investors and traders are looking at is what's this impact going to be? How long is it going to last? Right? So the prediction markets are looking at, I think, Kalshi was about 85% so far that we are going to get that shutdown at midnight tonight. So what's it going to impact? Well, it's going to impact data. That's going to be a negative, especially with the jobs reports so important here, especially with the non-farm payrolls. But I think that's probably what
NVIDIA is pretty cheap down here.
investors are doing. They're looking past it, Diane, just because historically you need to look past it. Yeah, it creates a lot of headlines, but it doesn't create a lot of risk to the markets. We've had these shutdowns previously, and they haven't negatively impacted markets. I think the key here that investors should look at.
Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. NVIDIA futures just moving back up into the range. Have a reference point. Reference points are the London session high and low prior to the New York session open. Those are notated here on the futures. NVIDIA, trying to go again. NVIDIA is looking to go again.
Kev, I'm curious your take, especially also it seems like the consumer confidence data, which came in weaker than expected. The market's shaking that off too. What's your take?
Good morning, Diana. Tom. Yeah, I think that, as you can see by the color of my hair, Diane, this is not my first government shutdown that I'm trading through. And the key is, if you're looking at the government shutdown and the hyperbolic headlines that are going to come along with it from both sides, and you're not paying attention to crude oil prices, interest rates, and the U.S. dollar, you're looking at the wrong thing, frankly. And that's why the overall earnings season that we're winding up here has gone incredibly well, much better than expected. The general consensus with lower interest rates that the fourth quarter is going to be a good one. So, yes, the government shutdown will affect some people, like the people that work for the government.
Okay, we're above 185, so 190 is the next level.
No. That said, also, is we don't like to say 100%, we don't like to say 0%, but the government's going to shut down. This has more to do than the March 1st.
Who cares? Jeez, you guys just won't leave it alone. Like a freaking chihuahua catch on your leg.
To NVIDIA in the end. So it
CoreWeave.
may not go up the most from here relative to other AI plays, but it is the foolproof name.
APLD, Applied Digital, trending. DLR, Digital Realty Trust. They host a lot of 24/7, 365 data centers. As a REIT, okay, that's one.
There are other ways to play AI. We've seen other chip companies work out. I've talked about Lam Research on the show. We've had Broadcom, we've had AMD, but in the end, I still think people would be better off looking for the obvious answers and defaulting to them. And if you've done that with NVIDIA, congratulations. We're now breaking into a new range, and who knows how high this one can go.
Well, the question is what to do with it from here. The stock's up 18% in the third quarter. I know you're not. I do find it interesting, Amy, that you're trimming NVIDIA here. Why now?
Well, we've trimmed it. We've owned it since 2014, so we've trimmed it along the way up. Every sale has been a bad sale so far. Obviously, it's making an new all-time
So
high.
why is this time going to be different?
I'm not sure it will be different. I just think I agree with everything Josh said. This is the most obvious play. We're not selling out of it. But I do think it's prudent as the position keeps getting larger to just keep it in line. I do think at 4.5 trillion, you're kind of asking yourself, okay, what's the upside?
I mean, you know what?
Right.
If Brad Gerstner was here right now, you know what he would tell you the upside is? Because he said it this past weekend with Jensen Huang in his podcast with Bill Gurley. The upside's $10 trillion. Market cap. That's
okay.
not 10 more trillion from here. But you're talking about a $10 trillion market cap.
I think that's a while away.
Okay,
And
Riot. What's Riot doing? Do we bounce at all? We get any
opportunity
buyers? Load? Nothing yet.
It's not.
Riot.
It hasn't been a straight line up. And I do think you're seeing
CoreWeave. CoreWeave bullish news. BNC pivots at by CoreWeave here, then at the high, obviously. Looks like NVIDIA wants to go again. NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
I mean, this remains a key question as Wolf Jim talks about AI spending expectations and how it's the biggest.
Okay, looks like NVIDIA wants to go again.
So the hyperscalers are tripping over one another to continue to spend tens of billions of dollars towards their AI, their build outs. And for now, it's great. And that's why Citi has raised its forecast for the hyperscalers to continue to spend the way they are. The moment, and who knows when it's going to be, could be next year, could be 10 years from now, who knows? The moment that there's a comment about spending less in CapEx, is that the moment that everybody
Netflix
says,
with a bounce.
Yes, it is, Scott.
Snowflake turning back up. A little short covering on Snowflake, Meta, Google, Amazon, Netflix, maybe even Tesla here. Broadcom. Looking for some short covering.
Like the international exposure for AI build-outs. Let's not forget, just a few months ago, the President Trump visit to Saudi Arabia, the data center build-outs that are going on in the Middle East. Europe doesn't want to left behind. Asia doesn't want to get left
AMD.
behind.
Let's go take a look at AMD.
When you consider international, I don't think that moment of truth, if we'll call it that, is
AMD.
NVIDIA again, guys, put it back up for me, please, and take it out at least a year, just to show you it's not immune to sell downs. We've seen it happen.
Wapner, you're missing it, man. You're missing the whole picture here. We're breaking out the new levels, dude. We just consolidated. NVIDIA consolidated, what, for 2 months? And now we're breaking out.
Asking yourself the question. Jim nails it. I mean, and you brought it up to Jim, Scott. It is all the risk.
Palantir pulling back in. Palantir tends to bounce in the evening session. We'll look for that again. Adobe back to the 20-day.
Tesla to the sidelines. You're left with 5 companies who have $480 billion in free cash.
Costco bouncing. I want to sell some premium on Costco. Let me sell some put credits on Costco. Let me just check Costco here. Costco risk reversal 87%.
Right, so you're approaching $500 billion in spend, and through 2029, from 2.3 trillion to near 3 to 2.8. So you're already looking out to 29. I mean, are we buying these stocks today trying to guess what 2029 is going to look like? If we're suggesting that a lot of the market performance is in fact being driven by the spend, as Wolf suggests.
I would be remarkably surprised if along the journey to 2029, there is not some form of a stumble, whether it's in the economy, that allows that free cash flow grow, not to continue at the pace that we've seen it over the last several years. So I think you have to be prepared for that. It doesn't mean I want to sell NVIDIA. It doesn't mean at the end of that journey in 2029 and 2030, NVIDIA is still not the winner, but you just have to set the expectation. This is all about the ability to generate free cash flow. And there could be some form of a stumble where these 5 companies don't gather the free cash flow.
Okay, IBM.
AI revenue this year is
A inverse Oreo cookie.
So you're talking about numbers getting to trillions of
White,
dollars
black,
spent.
white candle.
Of course, I think the revenue will ramp, but that revenue has to
Okay,
ramp
NVIDIA.
pretty damn fast at some point to justify these capex.
NVIDIA.
Scott, let me make the pedestrian comment.
Right below the 190 call wall. Above the 185 call wall. Supermicro. Okay, trying to get and stay above the 50-day Supermicro.
Particularly if they raise cash during that time. We were talking about, Joey said it was a source of fund in April, when we had the
UNH had a little pop this morning and backed off.
Throw money at the markets, and where are they going to throw it? they're going to throw it at the obvious leaders, the things that are probably the safest.
I just don't feel like that is a layup to make it such a declarative statement that they're going to throw money at the market. What if they don't? Because they look at the value.
What if the world comes to an end, Wapner? Why is he doing the what if? What if?
Record highs, and when people say valuations are already stretched,
Okay.
maybe because I think earnings are going to be really good, and the Fed's cutting, so
Oracle looks fine.
that I have on the other side about
Okay, Oracle.
and putting new money to work at these levels.
Oracle's testing the lows right here. Oracle.
Trite here and just simply say that this is the setup that happens in this sort of year every year going into the fourth quarter. Despite what you just
Oracle.
said, every year when you have this many.
Okay, losing the 20-day over here. Oracle. Okay, it's no longer a range like that. It's more of a range like this.
It's trickier when you have such a select group of names that have carried the load for the market. Sure, but I don't know. What do you think? I want to go back to Josh in a minute.
I would target the, right now I'm targeting the test of the 50-day. Halfway, a little bit more than halfway into this gap. Daily on Oracle.
We're going back to 1999 and vendor financing and all that nonsense from there. If we could, while I'm speaking, pull up a chart.
Okay, looking at this target right here.
If we could. I want to show what happened at Oracle because it went parabolic and then people realized, okay, they're doing a $15 billion debt offering. Wait a second. This is not a cash exercise. This is more of a debt exercise. And it's been on the retreat ever since. It's pulling all the way back. It got up to 345 on the day of the announcement. It broke out from 245. Look at it today, 278. It's retracing all of the gain.
Josh, your thoughts?
I just don't agree with the premise, and I'm not saying that you stated this, Scott, but that it's such a select group of stocks leading the market.
Yeah.
I think that's not actually what's going on. Let's talk about financials just for a moment. I know it's a hard pivot, but bear with me. Financials have just recorded the second largest percentage increase in expected earnings out of all of the sectors for the coming quarter. Tech has had the largest. We all understand.
Just looking at AXP just pulled back. Okay, financials pulling back. Let's look at miners, materials, XME. Miners are fine. GLD making new highs. Those of you trading the metals, looking really good. Let's see what copper is doing. Copper turning higher is bullish for equities, bullish for the economy. When copper turns up,
basically 3 months, we have decided that the growth rate for the S&P financial sector is going to be substantially higher, and we don't have to wait 2 months to get those numbers. The financials start reporting on Tuesday, October 14th. That's like tomorrow. You're going to hear from J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Citi, Wells Fargo, Schwab. They're all progressive. They're all going to tell you the outlook is getting better and better. So JP Morgan's one of the largest contributors to that increase in expected earnings for the quarter. Then you have
Jamie going to tell you the outlook's you think Jamie's going to tell you the outlook is getting better and better? He was, I think, with Leslie Picker not 2 weeks ago and said things were slowing, that the consumer's slowing. Now, I know people will roll their eyes when they hear it, but, also the stocks are up a lot. The stocks are up a lot. So the bars for some are especially high. Now, what's interesting, there's a note from Deutsche today which talks about that, where they suggest the bar's medium high for JP Morgan because it's up 9% in the quarter, whereas Citi and Goldman, you have higher bars, they suggest, because the stock performances have been much better. So the bar now rises.
I agree with that. The point I'm making is not necessarily what the stock price reactions will be. I think when we get that affirmation from the largest S&P financial sector components, that things are good.
All right, let's look at copper, SCCO. Oops. SCCO, Southern Copper. Okay.
As much as we're seeing fireworks in the technology sector related to this AI theme, you also have stories like Robinhood, which is trading like it's an AI stock. You've got banks making new, not just 52-week highs, but all-time highs. You've got insurance stocks like I own Berkshire Hathaway B shares. So as an example, that stock sat out 6-7 months in the penalty box, and that one's now trending higher again. So it is not a situation where we're all just reliant on a continued run in Nvidia and Oracle and Microsoft. That's not the tape right now. The tape is way better than some people are giving it credit for.
I got you. Morgan Stanley's Katie Huberty says the quote, everything rally will persist for now, but given the rich asset valuations, they suggest own quality, which is obviously extends far beyond the mega caps. We totally get it. Major averages in this quarter, we should show you just to give you the score.
Core Scientific. All right, do I want to add to this one? I already had 10 calls. I got January 20s on Core Scientific. I got 10 of these. Do I want to double up? I'll wait for the next dip. I almost did it earlier this week, but I wasn't sure about this. Late last week. I wasn't really sure about the S&P, whether or not we'd see some kind of follow through or not. Oracle still drifting lower. S&P 500.
But it's not only the U.S. Ex-U.S. is doing even better. I mean, I've spoken about Santander on this program many times. It's up 130% year to date. So, like Nvidia, to Josh's point, isn't one of the best performing stocks in our portfolio this year. It's Franco. It's ABB. It's IonQ. I mean, it's a broad. I have almost over half the portfolio up over 20% year to date. There's a lot of stocks that are working really, really well, including the financials and Goldman and JP Morgan, which, as you know, I just trimmed as well and added to Berkshire. But there's just a lot of good news now baked into.
Okay, watching the S&P, we're coming off the low. There's almost, it feels like there's no volume. Look at the volume taper off here. We had a little bit of a pop there earlier, but markets are just sitting here doing nothing.
We took some out of those two names, put it into Berkshire, but we also own a lot of Japanese banks that are doing really well.
What do you think of the way Berkshire's traded since Mr. Buffett made the announcement he did?
I don't think it's that surprising that it took a pause after he made the announcement, but I really think Berkshire is like insurance. I mean, it's insurance literally, but it's also insurance. If you do get a slowdown in the economy, if you do get the market rolling over, they have a huge cash pile that they could put to work pretty effectively. I think the team in place is totally qualified to do that.
I think everybody's trying to assess where the best places to be are for the remainder of the year, whether it's sector or individual names. And some firms on Wall Street are out with their own list today. Some of the names may not surprise you. For example, UBS has their highest conviction calls. Okay, Amazon's on the list. Everybody owns Amazon on this show. I think it's interesting. Disney is on their list. So if people looking for names outside of the Mag 7, well, here's your Disney.
Fireworks.
Yeah, well, Disney had a great start to the year. It's kind of consolidated here. I almost said sputter because it's on the border between consolidating and sputtering. It needs to get some mojo back. The only thing that's going to do that is earnings, and the sign that streaming is picking up more and more steam as linear declines. And streaming should be picking up steam, not just from the regular content, but from ESPN. Obviously, the theme park's doing well. And I think what we're talking about right now...
about Succession, which is the biggest issue hanging over the whole story.
Listen, it is a very big issue. I don't think that it's make or break on the stock. I think it's important. I'm not saying that, but let's face it. There's some very talented people behind Mr. Iger. I mean, there's Josh D'Amaro. I might have got his name slightly wrong. Excuse me. The theme parks. There's Dana. I'm sorry, forgetting her name. The TV and film. Thank you. Sorry. There's a very talented bench.
Note to self: don't mention names if you don't know the names.
I got half of it right. Give me some credit there. Also, I knew with a good team like this that I'd get back up. This exactly is what I'm talking about. If you got a good team, you got backup.
Yeah, like a note to people on a debate, for example. Don't make a list if you can't remember the list. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
All right, Out Lovin is on the list. Joe T.
It is, and I talked yesterday on the show about the skepticism that I still think is built in the stock price and the analysts.
Is he still doing the yard work there, Goose? What's he doing? What's that guy doing, huh? My kitty cat? She's sitting in the window. It's raining.
I was skeptical that this could continue.
I thought cats don't like rain.
High tick alert plus 800.
Okay, high tick alert. Okay, high tick alert. S&P. Looks like we might go here.
Snowflake, a software name also related to AI.
Okay, I might take some 0-day 6,700.
It's differentiated itself from some of the other
Come on.
stocks in the conversation over whether, AI is going to kill software.
Right.
It's definitely hurt some software stocks, not this one.
Right. No, you
Damn
use
it.
Snowflake to organize your data and to make
Thinkorswim is
you
really
can use AI.
pissing me off here.
It has differentiated itself and it has a unique position. You're paying for it though.
MasterCard.
Yeah. Listen, MasterCard's been one of our
Okay. I bought some 6670s.
Visa and MasterCard enter the conversation as it relates to stable coins. That might be a tremendous opportunity for two companies that are well diversified in their model.
Do I have any interest in Wealthfront, the company filing for an IPO? Obviously in the fintech space.
Okay, we got a nice little pop there.
Before, and I think we did numerous times. This sort of robo advisor on this. So
S&P. We just tapped the overhead level. They could take this back down, so be careful.
They have to go public. They have VC
Taking out some liquidity overhead, or are we just going to keep going? Is there any news? Did we get anything there?
not supposed to develop the way that it did. If you rewind back to the 2012, 2014 period when these robo companies first came along, they were like very good at what they did, but they were a little bit too vocal about it. And what ended up happening was Vanguard and Schwab decided, hey, we could do that too. And then Merrill Edge digitized, and then Fidelity.
Okay, we got a little
and,
short covering
of
pop
course,
there.
there's Betterment out there as well.
This
So
could
those
very
two-
well
And
backfire
what ended
and
up
just pull
happening
back
was
in.
robo-advice became
Okay, we need to see a higher low and a higher high and more volume. There was not a whole lot of volume on that little move there.
So there's really nothing that they do that's unique. They did have a head start by virtue of
Costco.
how early they were founded, but that
Still
really
pushing here.
doesn't
Costco. I
matter
want to sell
anymore.
some premium on
This is basically
Costco.
just a marketing CAC business. Like,
Costco. Want to sell put premium on Costco. I want to go out
1,000 clients.
to November. Let me go to November and sell some puts here. 20 Delta is going to be 20 Delta is going to be
Consummated. I don't know what they saw that spooked them. So now a couple of years has passed since then, and finally, you have
20
the type of thing
Deltas
where Robinhood's
are
making
$8.
$5
Let me sell
where
870
it's a
by
take that's more hospitable to
860s.
these types of
Come on.
fintech investment
Sell
sort of platforms. So I think it's
vertical
great timing to be selling it to
November
the public today.
870
People want these types of
860.
I don't know that
Okay.
means it's going to be a great investment once it comes out. So this is the type of thing where I'd rather just be a spectator and we'll all find out together how much appetite there truly is for a business like this. Yeah. We should also note S&P has taken a move higher here. We were uneven as we came into the session, but there's your move. Healthcare, having a good day. You obviously have the announcement with Pfizer in the Oval. CEO Albert Bourla with the president.
Okay, Costco. Let me just mark this up real quick. I just took a credit spread on Costco.
So that space is doing well. The AI trade working especially well. We'll bring it full circle to how we started with NVIDIA, above $4.5 trillion for the first time ever. First time ever a company has reached that level in market cap. NVIDIA's up another $5 today. That's just shy of 3%. But it's an AI story,
Costco.
very much so. Chips are working. The power names are working. Vertiv, Eaton, GE
Where's my
Vernova,
Costco?
for example,
Okay.
are all on the move.
I don't think I did one for Costco. Costco, I think it's on my trading
We'll take a quick break. Coming up next,
view.
Josh Brown. He just made an out of the world trade. Nikki, did he say that? I guess he did. Somebody said that.
Made it out of the world. It must be like a space related trade. Josh, when we come back. Let me go 20 bars here. Oh, I don't need to go that far out. Looks like 9 months. Eight months. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so I just sold some credit spreads on Costco. Okay, it looks like the low is in for now. Okay, at some point I'll go long on Costco. I sold the 870, okay, down here. Okay, I sold that and I bought the 860. Okay, so 870, 860. 870, 860. Put credit. I took four of those, 4 times. And those were do. 708 dollars. 708. Okay, those were $1.77 each. 177. Total 708. Okay, so that's that for now. 870, 860, put credit, and those are 20 deltas. 20 deltas. Okay, so 80% probability I won't have to adjust these. 20 deltas. Okay, so I'm looking for Costco to continue from this level. Okay, back to the 50-day. Once it gets to the 50-day, I might take these off. If it gets through the 50-day, I'll probably take the profits from this and buy calls or call verticals, something like that. RSI's turned up. Okay, stochastics is going to turn up. So looking for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Volume looks okay.
Let's talk about some of these moves we have.
Not a bad entry area for Costco if you're thinking about a long-term swing.
Okay, so
Costco.
I have a couple of moves, and they're all related to something that I think is going to be a really big investment theme next year, which is the low altitude economy. Basically, the low altitude economy is anything that's sub 3,300 feet high in the air. So it's drones, and it's satellites will control a lot of the data that enable that, although satellites are obviously in orbit in space. But mostly, it's going to be air taxis.
Costco.
And there are a lot of catalysts coming up over the next 3 to 6 months that I think have the potential to really get people excited about the space. Planet Labs is basically setting itself up
P-Lab?
to be the data provider. It's a network of satellites, but they'll be selling
PL.
data.
Okay, he's selling PL. So don't chase it right here.
In addition to military, in addition to forestry.
PL. It's probably going to pop on his comments. I know it's still going. Okay, so the buyer's at the low of the day. PL just jumped. You can see where it jumped. Josh Brown just talking PL.
Spent 3-4 years basically out of sight, out of mind. But now they're in a position where revenue growth is about 20% quarter over quarter. They did like $70-something million in revenue last quarter. When they reported on September 8th, the stock absolutely exploded. I'm in a small position here in PL. It's very speculative. The company is not going to be GAAP earnings positive for a couple of years.
All right.
Although they've just had 2 straight quarters of non-GAAP cash flow positive. So they're trending in the right direction. And I anticipate being able to buy this stock lower over time. So this is just an initial starting position here in Planet Labs. Do you want me to talk about the other two, or you want to do that later?
Well, hang on a second. Do you have a comment? I think Joe has a question about Planet. Hold on first, and then I'll prompt you on the others.
Josh, on Planet Labs, are you factoring a takeout possibility with Alphabet? I think Alphabet has 11% of the shares outstanding.
Yes. Alphabet owns 10.5%. I don't believe that they own it with the intention of buying it because they've had that position. Of course, anything's possible, and I'll be the last to know if that's going to happen. That being said, look, I like the data business. I like it in finance. I've pitched Moody's on the show. I've pitched S&P Global Indices. I think like when you think of businesses that have the potential to scale and have really high margins, data in every segment of the economy almost always works. That's essentially what this business is. They're not sending rockets up into space. However, it's very high tech. The satellites they have all have these NVIDIA Jetson AI chips on board, and they're generating some of the highest quality imagery and data and the amount of customers who are going to need to buy this information from them is rapidly expanding thanks to the low altitude economy taking off next year. So, Joe, I'd be happy if they just remain the primary data provider to that theme. I feel like that would be good enough. If Alphabet's feeling froggy and they want to leap and take a run at this thing, that's okay too. But I have absolutely no need for that, and I don't know anything about it.
All right, so the other ones, you bought more Joby, just in the theme, the low altitude
Joby?
economy is how you framed it.
Joby? Okay, I have some Joby.
And you bought more Archer Aviation. Go ahead.
Joby. Let's see if Joby gets a pop here.
Things are going to go, and I'm not going to be big enough in them. So I added 50% to my position each one.
Joby.
These are all speculative stocks in my portfolio.
Okay, that's just sitting here.
We're talking about
Getting a pop on Josh's comments.
risk averse, people that can't withstand 30-40% drawdowns in a stock, do not get involved with these stocks because they're going to be volatile. But if we're all talking about the low altitude economy next year because these companies achieve FAA certification to begin eVTOL flights, that's electric vertical takeoff and landing, meaning
Archer Aviation. Archer.
gets into one of these.
Archer. Where's Archer Aviation? Let's see. ACHR. ACHR. Okay, ACHR too. ACHR.
Where this ends up going, and I do think it will. I think these stocks are going to be like owning Tesla, like in 2013, 2014. So it's really speculative. It's not a huge part of my portfolio. The way to think about it, Joe.
Archer, that's just pushing back above the 50-day. That's just Josh's comments. So is that enough to keep to incite some more buying? I don't know. We'll see. Costco turning up.
Toyota makes 1 million out of the 10 million automobiles that are manufactured every year globally. Toyota is as good of a partner as you can get, and they have a vested interest in seeing Joby succeed. In the case of Archer, their vehicle is called the Midnight. They are also testing with the FAA, trying to achieve FAA certification. They're not as big as Joby. I don't think they're as far along. It's too early to guess which one of these companies will win. So I own both stocks, Judge.
Okay. You're looking at me like
Well,
you keep looking over like
There's two ways I want to react, if you would allow me to. There's two ways to think about Josh's ownership here in the VTOL, and there's similar companies. Joby is further along for FAA certification, much further along than Archer is. The other side of it that you have to factor in, and I'm sure Josh is, significant cash burn is involved in these businesses. And what does that mean? That means to get to the end point of FAA certification, you're probably going to see some equity.
All right, Cat stepped on Brother Bill's keyboard. Okay, Costco. A nice move on Costco.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and his cabinet unanimously voted today to donate land next to the Freedom Tower in downtown Miami for President Trump's presidential library. The land is currently a parking lot that, until last week, belonged to Miami-Dade College. According to the Miami-Dade County property appraiser, the parcel is valued at more than $67 million. Polish authorities say they arrested a Ukrainian diver in connection with the 2022 Nord Stream gas pipeline explosions in the Baltic Sea. German prosecutors said the suspect was, quote, strongly suspected of being part of a team that planted the explosives on the pipelines. In August, Italian law enforcement arrested another Ukrainian man on suspicion of helping to coordinate the bombings. And Versant, which will become our parent company after a spinoff from Comcast, signed an 11-year media rights deal with the WNBA today. Versant says the agreement will start in the 2026 season and will
Okay, what's NVIDIA doing?
at least 50 WNBA games annually.
NVIDIA.
The agreement expands on a previous deal the WNBA signed with USA Network last year. Go WNBA.
all right. Bertha, thank you very much. Bertha Coombs. Coming up next, Mike Santoli. He's back for this midday word.
Apple just kind of sitting here. NVIDIA, S&P, trying to take the high road. Just took out some levels overhead. Probably got some more overhead as well. Let's see. ES. Okay, we just took out that liquidity up there and reversed it back in. All right, so I don't know if that's enough right now because the markets aren't really moving that much. Let's see if we can follow through. A lot of times we'll take out liquidity, the London session high or low pivot swings, and we'll reverse back in. Right now we are looking for this to push higher. S&P. Let's go look at Trace and see what it's doing. Okay, hedging flows are still very choppy. Hedging flows are still pretty choppy here. You can see that the screen is all purple. The significance here is that it's very sticky price action. It's positive gamma, so it's supportive of less volatility. When this turns red, when you see red on the screen, a red overhead, that's where you see price action. Volatility can pick up. Of course, this is out of the ridiculous realm here at 68.50, but if we were to get up there, that's what you would see. Okay, so gamma, let's look at delta pressure. Delta pressure. Okay, so we traded, 0 day has traded about 3 billion in flow right now. Okay, we got down almost to 2.5 billion and almost up plus, actually that's plus, right? No, that's plus 0.5, all right. So nothing significant here. We're still hanging on to this level. Looking for prices to break above this 66.60 if we can, maybe push a bit higher. Okay. I tell you what, Yahoo Finance, every time I look over to my television, it's on advertising. There's like very, very little programming here. Let me go to Bloomberg. Bloomberg. Trader Joe's. Isn't there a Trader Joe's close by? Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's. Myrtle Beach. Parkway. Locations. Near 29579. Okay. Bloomberg. All right, it's kind of quiet, I know. It feels like a Fed day to me, just waiting for any kind of direction from markets. Are very quiet. Okay, we're trying to take out that wiki candle right there from a pop a few minutes ago. Okay, let me switch to the 1 minute chart. See what we got going here. Okay, that liquidity is overhead. S&P. Let's look at S&P. Okay, looking for a little pop back up into that zone.
But no country can afford it, and they can't afford it. So we cannot allow them to charge tremendous amounts of money for healthcare for people that aren't even citizens. And in many cases, they come in from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. And we can't let that happen. So we have a big fight over that. We have a fight over open borders. They still want open borders. We're having a fight over men and women's sports, if you believe it. You would have thought they would have learned. That's not a good issue. And we have a fight in transgenders, transgender for everybody. And that, when you talk medically, that's a lot of money too. That's a lot. Those operations are bad. So those things are also being discussed right now. I mean, can you imagine we're actually talking about open borders, and we now have a great border,
and we have a great country. Our country was dead 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Big difference. Yeah.
What does it say about the state of the Democrat Party when they have a 33% favorability rating on average in recent months, and they're willing to shut down the government over healthcare?
They're shutting it down. We're not shutting it down. We don't want it to shut down because we have the greatest period of time ever. I told you we have $17 trillion being invested. So the last person that wants to shut down is us now. With that being said, we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them. Like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. And you all know Russell Vought. He's become very popular recently because he can trim the budget to a level that you couldn't do any other way. So they're taking a risk.
Got some people. I'm back in.
Because of the shutdown, we can do things.
Okay, might get stopped there. Sorry, let me go to the 5-minute chart.
Numbers of people. We don't want to do that, but we don't want
Fair value gap. We're probably going to come back and fill this fair value gap and then maybe move higher. We'll see.
But they want to have illegal aliens come into our country and get massive health care at the cost to everybody else, and we don't have it. And that's I would say the number one reason that they want to strike is to get illegal immigrants health care. And Gavin Newsom wants that too in California, and it's destroying California. We can't have that. We're not going to let it happen.
Do you have a plan for dealing with drug companies that are responding to MFN only by raising prices overseas as opposed to lowering prices?
No, they're responding. I understand that question very well, but they're responding by lowering prices. They're helped by lowering prices. There's a price at which they can't sell, and they're helped by lowering prices. In the case of Albert and in the case of Eli Lilly, the fact is our prices are coming down massively.
What's Oracle doing? Oracle. There's not a whole lot going on today, folks. Oracle's still falling off here. Oracle, new low of the day. Oracle.
Reduction, and we'll show you that next week because we have some of them on the board next week where you have over 1,000% price reduction. Now, what's going to happen is you're going to have the market will kick in. This way, the market kicks in. The other way was just basically. It was just a form of control. You were stifling the market. Yeah.
Is a shutdown inevitable? And how would you describe the negotiations with Democrats yesterday? Are more meetings scheduled?
So nothing is inevitable, but I would say it's probably likely because they want to give healthcare to illegal immigrants, which will destroy healthcare for everybody else in our country. And I didn't see them bend even a little bit when I said we can't do that. Okay.
If there is no deal reached on the Obamacare subsidies with the Democrats.
Okay, futures popping, futures.
To mitigate the increases of those Obamacare subsidies.
Not really, but we have time. We have time till the end of the year to make the changes I know the president is evaluating, but we should have a clean continuing resolution, get past this budget process as it has happened so many times, and allow the president and leadership some freedom to be able to put some good ideas in front of the legislative bodies.
We actually do have time for that.
Eligible for the healthcare subsidies that Democrats are demanding. So can you clarify, what are you talking about when you say Democrats want to protect their healthcare?
So when an illegal person comes in, a person who came into our country illegally, therefore breaking the law, and look, we all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than you do. They're all breaking the law, and they're coming into our country. And we just, as a country, cannot afford to take
I have a
care
bigger
of
heart than you do.
people who are
That's pretty
broken the
funny.
law coming in. We want them to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. Now we have a strong border, very strong border, thanks to Christie and Tom Holman and the whole group. They've done an amazing job at the border. I mean, we have
Costco's still pushing. All right, so that's a relatively new trade. Costco just took it a few minutes ago. Costco.
Less, but I say 25 million people came in illegally, and no system can take care of the health care of all of those people that came in. Now, a lot of them have gone out. We have over 11,000 murderers. We got many of them out. Many
All
of those
right,
people,
New York Fang is trying to hold this level here. New York Fang components.
in some cases, put in prison because they're so dangerous. We don't want to take them out. We have to watch them. We don't want them coming back. But if you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. right now, it is such a place. I just drove through it. And it's clean and nice and beautiful, and people are walking around and they're not afraid of being mugged. We haven't had murders. We haven't had anything happen in a long time. It took us 12 days to make it very good. It took us 20 days to make it beautiful. And now we're going to Memphis. But I think we should always keep a presence here, because if we don't keep a presence,
So that's
it's
a
gonna
lower
come
high,
back never like it
higher
was, because we
high.
got rid of 1,700 career criminals. You know what that is? One career criminal can give you a lousy reputation for danger, because they commit many crimes a day in some cases. But Washington, D.C. is an
Okay, New York
unbelievable
FANG
example of
components.
what can happen. And now we're going.
Okay, we'd like to see these lead. This is still pushing lower. So this could get down.
And we're there.
This could get down to this level before turning. Okay.
A lot of these Democrats,
NVIDIA's trying to lead.
They don't want to have us do well, because if we do well, it makes them look bad, and they shouldn't feel that way. If I were a Democrat and I was a governor or mayor, I'd be calling Trump. I'd say, get your troops over here, just help, because the mayor of Washington is getting a lot of credit for what we did. You know, a lot of credit. But the beauty is, isn't it nice? Seriously, you walk down the street, you're not going to be mugged. You're not going to be hit. We had a meeting about
Microsoft looks
ago, and I was
okay.
saying to the media,
Needs to stay
how
above the
many
50
people
day.
have been threatened or mugged or accosted during your walk to the White House? And they said, we don't walk to the White House anymore. But the answer was, remember, Brian, almost everybody's, oh, you're
Charter.
police guys. They even
Damn
attacked
it! I
this big,
hate
strong
this
guy, right?
interface with
Yeah, just take a
stock
look at
charts
the
now.
other guy,
All right,
right?
so we got a nice swing set up on Charter Communications, CHTR, Charter Communications. A nice swing trade setup, Charter Communications. Okay. So we're breaking out of a base. You can see very clearly that there's very little overhead resistance. Left-hand margin is what I'm looking at. Volume shows institutions have been picking up shares. I'd like to do something. You know what? Maybe I'll sell some premium on Charter Communications.
He knows this country very well. Started off as a
CHTR.
very low-rung employee of the
Sell
Union
some
Pacific. He's
premium.
now chairman. He came to me and he said, "Sir,
What's the
say
20
Chicago.
deltas? 20
It's a great
deltas
city.
are
It's
$6.
going down fast." They had 11 people killed over the last couple of weeks. 11 people killed, 48 shot. That's not a city. It's a war zone. There's no city in the world like that. And then we have to listen to this Pritzker get up. I know him well. They threw him out of his business, and the family threw him out of the business because he's a loser. But we have to listen to Pritzker get up. He should call me and say, "Get the troops in." You ever hear that? 11
he's
people
so
over a
funny.
week and a half killed.
Affected by a shutdown. In 2013, if you take a look at a chart, you can see how U.S. fell before it recovered. The S&P in white, the Treasury yield in blue there. For more on how the bond market is positioned ahead of another potential shutdown, I want to bring in Matt Hornback. Matt, of course, is global head of macro strategy at Morgan Stanley. He also oversees rates and foreign exchange teams globally. Great to see you.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me, Scott.
And thanks for being patient through President Trump's comments there. There's a lot of talk about how a government shutdown, for the most part, is priced in or something that investors tend to look through. Yet, there could be some disruptions, including the jobs report on Friday. The data has been collected, it's been compiled.
Okay, Charter, I'm trying to sell some puts.
And that may not happen on
Sell some puts down here. The 250 would be below recent lows, 250. So 250, 240 for 200 and something per contract. Let's see. Okay, 255.
Statistical agencies doesn't mean investors are going to stop thinking about what's really happening in the economy. And of course, there will be other economic data as well that we will be getting over the course of time. The more survey-based data that we get from S&P Global and the Institute for Supply Management, ISM. So we will be getting additional data. And of course, on the labor market, we will be getting data from ADP, presumably, and some of the other smaller organizations that are involved in the payments industry. So we will be getting some data. But I do think that in the absence of the tier one data that everybody really trades off of from month to month, this is going to allow institutional investors, certainly, but also I think a whole range of investors in the retail community to believe what they want to believe.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, people always come into an investment environment with a prior. What do I think is going to happen? And sometimes the data confirm that, and sometimes the data push against that idea.
Okay,
But in
Oracle
the
off the
absence of
low,
zero and
coming off the
data,
low.
I think you should expect investors to go with what they think is likely to happen, and what we're picking up in our conversation.
And Martin Marietta, and yet it trades at a 33% discount on earnings multiple to those companies. There is opportunity.
All right, so Charter Communications, trying to put in a order for 250, 240. Put credit.
It should accrete to the same multiple as Vulcan and Martin Marietta. There's much more to go here.
Okay, Spotify's founder Daniel Ek is leaving the CEO job. They're going to have co-CEOs. The co-presidents currently are going to take those roles. Joe T owns it.
It does, and anyone that has been watching the show for the last several months know I'm a strong advocate. I believe in owning this company. I think it's the equivalent in music to what Netflix is right now in streaming. It feels very similar to when Reed Hastings left and appointed Greg Peters and Ted Sarandos as co-CEOs. Similar model now where you have a founder stepping aside from Spotify. I understand the kind of challenge that the market feels today from it. That's why it's down 6%. But I'll take the other side of that.
Well, if you look at the chart, year to date,
Costco
it's at a big move.
continues higher.
Downgraded today
Costco.
from Goldman, right, to neutral from buy. They look at the chart and they say, well, risk reward doesn't look so good from here. They did bump the price target up. They're not naive to the fact that the stock can continue to go up from here. They just don't like the risk reward given what that chart shows.
That's fair, but I think what you're up against here, if you own it, is less about a price correction and more about time correction, more about kind of running sideways to lower until you can see some growth catalysts reemerge.
All right, Nike reports after the bell, oh, how the mighty have fallen. Amy, you sold it in May. Joe, you sold it in June. It's coming off its fifth
Okay, what's
straight
Micron
negative
doing?
week.
Micron, is it
So you
dipping
obviously
from the
have a new
high of the day?
CEO,
That's what
and I
we
guess
anticipate.
investors are
Yeah,
wanting to
dipping from the
see
high of the day. All right,
results
so I have
down 2.5%
Micron,
year to date. What gets you to buy the stock back?
Iron Condor, a Micron.
Rational competitive landscape. I mean, we saw
Okay,
what Lulu
so while the markets are trying to figure out what they want to do, you see Micron's just been chopping around for the last, 9 days, 10 days. Micron. So as it stays inside this range, I'm making money. Okay, got 5 of these.
And now you have a lot of new startup sneaker companies, a lot of new
Costco, we
brands
just
out
sold
there.
some
We're
put
just
credits.
watching the US Open. There are brands,
Broadcom,
new brands every other minute. So I just
not as
think Nike is a
sexy,
harder
not as
road
sexy,
than it
but
used
it's
to have.
a very solid strategy, selling 20 deltas, 80% probability that your trade's going to work. In this case, the puts are starting to get a little hot. Got a ways to go. 325. We're 25 points above this level. So I don't see us like dropping massively. There's no news or anything like that. It's starting to bounce right now, so we're probably going to get a bounce. If for some reason this continues to move towards the 50-day, I might take these puts off and double up on the calls. Did that similarly with Oracle recently. Oracle, these are working. Okay. So as Oracle continues to move lower, I took the put side off. I doubled up on the calls that actually went out to November. I closed the October calls yesterday for a profit, $100 per contract times $500. So total, this is about $600 per contract credit with everything included, plus the short that we closed before it got to break even. Okay, Apple's still drifting a bit lower. S&P, no follow through. That trade's not working. Okay, so Riot. An inside bar right now. We're just looking for price to continue. It was kind of a big move yesterday. Volume suggests over the last 3 weeks, volume suggests there's a lot of interest. And if you look at the calls that have traded recently, I just posted something for Tony just now. Let's see. No, it's not that. Okay, so if you look at the calls that traded yesterday on Riot, okay, here's Riot. You can see the calls that were posted yesterday. The 18 strike that expires Friday, $1.9 million trade there. The 20 strike that expires in January, $1.5 million on that one. $1.5 million on the 20 strike that expires on Friday. That could be 1820. That could be a vertical of some sort. Okay, but that's what's been trading on Riot. And you can see there's very little puts. This is probably puts sold. So keep in mind Riot is taking a break today. That's okay. We're not going to go straight up every single day. The markets are hanging in there for the September. All right, so S&P continues to fade. So we had a liquidity grab, it looks like, and we reversed, moving the opposite direction. S&P. Liquidity grab, now we're pushing lower, S&P. Okay, S&P pushing lower. Oracle, little bear flag right now, Oracle. It's below the 21-day, headed towards the 50-day Oracle. Okay, here's the S&P pulling back in. All right, so we grabbed some liquidity overhead. If you look at the futures, you can see that we grabbed some liquidity right here on this push. We pushed above this liquidity level. This was the London session high. We pushed above that level, took out some stops there, and now we're pushing back. Buyer, fair value gap right here, watching for that. It just tagged that level just now. Okay, we'll see if we follow through or if we drop off more. We should see some increased volatility in the last hour or so with the JP Morgan collar rolling today. The president seems to be okay with shutdown.
Full house at 3 o'clock on Closing Bell. Adam Parker, Courtney Garcia, Chris Heisey, Rich Saperstein, and Rick Heitzman. I hope you'll join me then, 3 o'clock Eastern. Josh Brown, your final trade's what?
Sticking with NVIDIA, not selling.
All right, $4.5 trillion in market cap today. It is a new record high on this final day of the quarter. Farmer Jim.
Lockheed Martin, it had a rough summer, but it's really making a nice run here. It's up 10% for the month. It's in positive territory for the year, and we understand what the drivers are. It should continue.
Okay, Amy Raskin.
Regeneron, we talked about it earlier. Maybe some of the healthcare, healthcare might be turning a corner now that we got the news out about the pharma pricing.
Well, today certainly leading the way after the drug pricing plan with Pfizer announced in the Oval Office with the president. Joe T.
Amphenol, been in Joe T since inception.
Okay, Intercontinental Exchange, ICE, just kidding, Brother Bill about that. SHW, Sherwin-Williams, SHW, Sherwin-Williams.
Welcome to the exchange. I'm Melissa Lee along with Mike Santoli Stocks. marginally lower right now, on track for an unusually strong September and a strong quarter. The Nasdaq leading the gains, up about 10% since the start of July. The S&P up 7%, the Dow up 5%. This is the government will all but certainly shut down at midnight tonight.
Well, treasuries are firmer after rallying to start the week. Yields down a few basis
Okay,
points
let's see what we're going to do with the futures, S&P. Back into the middle of the range.
OPEC Plus is considering an increase in oil output. And speaking of energy, we're keeping an eye on Oklo, one of the companies the Department of Energy just selected for a new nuclear project. Energy Secretary Chris
Oklo.
joins us live on the heels of that announcement and on continued
Oklo just got selected for a another nuclear project.
Talking about the shutdown and the impact on the markets for so long. You talk to market participants.
Oklo, let me see how big a position I have in Oklo. Might want to add to that.
Right now, I don't know if you can attribute that directly to a shutdown or
unlikely.
Oklo.
Outright concern about it. The longer it lasts, the more it becomes relevant. Working with less government data flow could become an issue. Looking below the surface, it's a little heavy, to be honest. More stocks down than up. A lot of the consumer
All right,
signals
what's
are
PL
taking
doing?
JOLTS data, not great. A
PL
little bit of a downside on some of the PMI. So I don't think it's really a growth.
still going after Josh pumped this. PL. Planet Labs.
before the show, and you're mentioning the consumer finance stocks in particular, the Affirms, the SoFis, Cap One Financial. And you got to wonder if they're,
All right, there's not much going on here. The S&P just drifting lower. So any calls fading, probably hitting your stops. Hit my stop already.
being, more inclined to be delinquent at this point. And so you have to wonder if these pieces are sort of falling together to paint this sort of mosaic of a troubled consumer, some trouble under the surface of credit.
It feels like a soft patch in terms of general consumer enthusiasm. Consumer confidence numbers today, the jobs hard to get versus jobs plentiful survey response was like pre-recessionary. I mean, it's pretty negative. So, again, we have this soft patch in the labor market. Everyone thinks the economy is going to pick up from here because of the Fed rate cuts. So a little bit of a stutter step, if nothing else.
Meantime, we are watching shares of CoreWeave. They are surging today after signing a $14 billion AI infrastructure deal with Meta. The announcement comes just days after CoreWeave expanded an agreement with OpenAI. Our next guest is bullish on the company, initiating coverage of CoreWeave with a buy rating, a $175 price target earlier today. Joining us now, Amit Daryanani, Senior Managing Director at Evercore ISI. Amit, great to have you with us. It sounds like you started your initiation prior to this deal being announced today with Meta, but in the context of CoreWeave, one of the bearish sort of pillars of the bear argument had been customer concentration. And this, along with the OpenAI deal last week, that seems to sort of
S&P still pulling back.
It actually does, right? I mean, at this point, you have the complete M&M. You have Microsoft and Meta over here, and hopefully you have other customers as well. So it sweetens the story a lot more, if you may. I do think fundamentally what's happening with them right now is demand for AI infrastructure is far in excess of what supply is. And, CoreWeave is positioned to benefit really, really well from having, one of the largest independent GPU.
CoreWeave, I'd like to get back, buy back some shares. CoreWeave. All right, so it's hanging in there.
Customers like Google and others could look at this
Okay.
as well to get incremental demand, because that's really what the shortage is for right now. There's not enough supply to go around for all these companies.
Within your note, one line stood out to me, and that is what we can see.
CoreWeave.
There are a wide range of outcomes, and the stock will be volatile near term. There's a higher probability that CoreWeave will be able to sustain and scale their differentiation, etc. I'm wondering if there are many notes where you actually think about things in a probability, or if that's just the nature of this sort of business.
Melissa, I'll say it's really the nature of this business, and I will concede that there are a range of outcomes. Near term, it all looks good, and certainly the stock is reflecting that. But eventually, right? I mean, the two things that
CoreWeave.
CRWV. One is
CRWV.
CoreWeave makes a fundamental assumption in their entire business that the useful life of
110. What if I sell some premium? 110.
going to hold up, or is it going to be much lower, right? And depending on how you end up there, it
CoreWeave.
has a huge implication to the business model. The second will be, is this business going to keep doing well in a time when supply is limited, demand is great, and the minute supply for GPUs, for example, improves, is there still a value proposition, a differentiation for CoreWeave, right? And so I think those are two things that could trigger a wider range of outcomes at CoreWeave more than what we typically see in companies.
Yeah, the useful life of a GPU is a pretty key variable, it would seem, because one of the criticisms of the general business model is, look, these are very fast depreciating assets. and you obviously have to keep kind of refreshing the capital spend to keep up. So obviously, if they can prolong the life, it's very positive. I guess my bigger picture question is this the part of the food chain in the AI ecosystem
CoreWeave still pulling
that they're
back a
gonna
bit.
preserve returns for? In other words, are they going to continue to get the benefit of the economics when their customers on one side, NVIDIA, and then some of the cloud platforms and all the rest of it, it's capital intensive and they're kind of a middleman.
Oh, today, yes, they're absolutely a middleman. And, middlemen, in fairness, make a lot of money when you have supply-demand imbalances, which presumably you have right now. Over time, though, the differentiation has to be less about, I have GPUs and no one else
Okay,
does.
let's go take a look at Broadcom. Broadcom.
GPUs more efficiently than anyone else can.
Trying to turn back up. Broadcom.
The model cost utilization is better than the legacy hyperscalers.
Costco having a nice turn. Volume coming in, suggesting institutions are buying down here. I'm probably going to buy some call verticals soon. Sold some put credits for the time being. Charter Communications, that looks really good. Charter. Sold some put credits on Charter. Down below, 250, 240. Okay, Micron. Micron, we already talked about Micron. Okay, that's just sitting inside a price action. Bollinger Bands, you can see quickly turning inward. Let me go out a few months here. Okay, upper Bollinger Bands turning inward. Okay, Micron. Oracle, we talked about ad nauseum. Oracle. Oracle. That's below the 50-day right now.
They are running a 250,000 GPU cluster today. I believe that's the fourth or fifth
Below the 20-day.
in the world. None of the neoclouds really come up close to that scale or size. And the other part is they do have this almost
Below the 20-day, 50-day is next.
with NVIDIA right now. And one of the interesting parts is NVIDIA signed an MSA with CoreWeave, essentially saying, we will buy any unused capacity you have up until 2032. That almost gives them more ability to go up and ramp up capacity more than perhaps other neoclouds can.
All right. Amit, great to speak with you. Thanks. Amit Daryanani.
All right, our next guest says the AI trade remains on solid footing and hyperscalers are generating enough cash flow.
Okay, Riot, if you look at the weekly, Tony, the weekly on Riot has me bullish. You can see the volume. As institutions picking up shares, they're picking up options trades as well. Call side, selling puts, looking for a follow through.
To do all this at this point, does that speak to whether they're going to be getting a proper return on all the investment and whether investors will continue to reward them for it?
What I would say is that they are already monetizing it. So in their core businesses, which ranges from e-commerce to cloud services to a whole bunch of advertising and things like that.
CoreWeave CRWV.
For example, the software stack itself, where their core businesses reside, productivity improvement over there is about 30-40%, right? So, and that's the reason why I think if you look at Bitcoin,
CoreWeave C110 would be below the 10 EMA too.
You saw their net margins actually improve almost 200 basis points, in the last quarter compared to now at this point in time.
To what degree is your call on the way the overall market is going to go and how earnings are going to track dependent on this one dynamic? It just feels like a very corporate capex heavy moment in the cycle, as other parts of the economy maybe.
All right, trying to sell the 110, 100 put credit for $250. CoreWeave. So I'll be about $3,000 in credits this week so far.
Outside of that, to your point, a majority of sectors
CoreWeave.
various degrees of sort of pressure on operating leverage and hence pressure on margins on the core businesses, as you saw in 2Q.
Neutral.
But as far as
I'm trying to sell some 110s.
Because it's been so important.
110, 100. Put credits here. Let's see what I can get the 240.
It does look to us that the capital spending cycle remains intact. They're generating a lot of operating cash flow, like you said. They have a lot of flexibility because almost 50% is being used for buybacks. But down the line, I think eventually is when one has to think about the potential for what if things slow down, and that's what we did in our recent research.
And in one of the scenarios, I thought it was very interesting. You actually said, what if data center capex declines by 20% over the next 2 years? What would the impact be on EPS and earnings for the S&P?
Okay, Merck, I have some September next year. Merck has September next year calls. Okay, we're starting to motor higher. Okay, the 85 call for September 2026. I have the 85 call, also have some 90s for next year. Looking for Merck to clear the 200-day, turn the corner. Merck looking for it to turn the corner, start heading back up. Okay, some of the other pharmaceutical names that were hot today. Johnson & Johnson, you can see this one's just gone ballistic. Space Shuttle Vertical. Pfizer. AstraZeneca. Biogen. Turn the corner. Amgen. Okay, trying to turn. Gilead. Okay, AbbVie breaking out. AbbVie is gone here. ABBV. Breaking out AbbVie. If you don't want to buy all these individual stocks, you can trade SPHD. This has AbbVie and quite a few of the other names I've been mentioning. SPHD, if you look at the weekly, we're building a big base. SPHD is probably going to continue higher. The reasoning here is that you've got a lot of baby boomers in their early 70s and 80s. Okay, these companies should do well overall. If you look at SPHD, the ETF, okay, it's one of my favorite ETFs. Look at SPHD. And check out what are some of the components of SPHD.
Market where everything seems to be so hunky-dory, we picked with a number of 20%, and we concluded that there is some risk. The one point I would note on that is
SPHD. Okay, so the stocks that are in SPHD, some of the utilities that have been rocking and rolling lately, like Edison, Dominion, NiSource, Duke Energy, etc., plus many of the stocks like ConAgra, different Campbell Soup into the winter, fall and winter. Campbell Soup tends to do well. Pfizer, AbbVie, Gilead, Merck, Bristol Myers, Cardinal Health. Broadcom is in here tech-wise. They've got some nice tech names, IBM, Hewlett-Packard. This is a great ETF. It's a high dividend, low volatility. So you're not going to get, a lot of rocking and rolling. SPHD pays a dividend every month, 12 times a year. Coming off of this level looks good.
We're not going to discuss and negotiate it while they're holding the hostage of the federal government. Release the hostage.
So Thune there blaming the Democrats. Hakeem Jeffries also, for his part, the leader of the Democrats in the House, blaming Republicans. Here's what he said. We don't want to shut the government.
Oh, shut up with all of this crap.
Skills
Political crap. Okay. If we want to listen to the news, we can tune into NBC instead of CNBC. Supposed to be talking about financials. Listening to Bloomberg right now. Okay, S&P continues to drift lower. Okay, so that was a fake out and a liquidity grab on the S&P. You should have gotten stopped out up here. on those calls. We had a nice run up, liquidity grab, pulled it back. We took out the London session pivot high. Okay, took out the London session pivot high right there, that area of liquidity. Okay, see that liquidity right there? We took out the London session high. A lot of times you'll see this take out the liquidity and then they'll reverse it and push it lower. So that looks like the trend down for now. Okay, we're starting to take this level out. We're probably going to cut down to a little bit lower here on the futures. Let's look at Trace. Hedge flows are turning back up now. All right, still looks like a big range, doesn't it? Looks like a big range. Back and forth, back and forth.
Workers, roughly about a third to 40% of the federal workforce will be sent home, but about 60% will have to continue working without pay. But it's when those workers have gone one or two paycheck cycles without a paycheck that people really start to feel the heat and the pressure.
All right, so it looks like we're just going to chop around here on the S&P. The initial idea this morning was that we're probably going to get range bound. You can see that very clearly. We hit the highs, we pull back. We hit the lows, we bounce. Excuse me.
We know we're up against a pretty hard deadline, which is the end of the year. That does seem to be the area where there is some room to negotiate. Trump suggested that via Vance last night at the White House.
Great to have you by. And great to have Congressman Lawler with us. Laurie Davison, our Deputy Bureau Chief.
Interesting enough, Bitcoin is bouncing. We moved 50% into yesterday's price action and starting to see a bounce in Bitcoin. So I would keep an eye on Coinbase. Okay, and BITO and some of those names. BITO. Okay, that's inside day. Bitcoin. Bitcoin trying to get back above the 50-day. Okay, so if we close back up here near the highs, look for 115,000.
We've been growing with you every step of the way. Give us a call today. Transform your living space into the home you've always dreamed of with Grand Design Remodeling. Our expert team offers free in-home specializing in kitchen and bathroom renovations.
S&P looks like a bear flag at the moment. S&P looks like a bear flag. We're back down to the morning, getting close to morning lows. I think one more drop to the lows here. Maybe we bounce. So if you have puts from up here. Okay, Oracle has had a nice bounce so far from 276.
Spot pet insurance plans have covered over 500,000.
2 points bouncing off the low.
Cash back in about 2 days for covered claims like surgeries, dental issues, and much more. Choose America's favorite pet insurance for your baby. I'm being pet.
Seaside Furniture Gallery.
Yeah, I was never a cat guy. I'll tell you what, we have two kitty cats. Hi, kitty cat. You came to visit? You sleeping? They came to visit. Okay, you waking up?
From tough problems to
Stretchy,
clear
you want
step-by-step
some?
solutions, plus live
Want some
tutors
treat?
ready to help anytime. Gallop makes learning easier. Download now.
Okay, another drop here on the S&P. Another drop. Okay, looking for a bounce down at this level, looking for a bounce. Got the JP Morgan collar roll this evening in the last hour.
Call Coastal Garage Screen Doors to turn their garage into livable space all year round.
S&P looks good. See how far they drop this S&P.
Stocks are lower at the end of a month, marred by shutdown lows. We got just over 2.
Charlie Pellet, love this guy's voice. He's got such a good broadcast voice.
The S&P down 1466.46, where we stand now, down by about 0.2%. The Dow down 151, down 0.3%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 76. The Nasdaq also a drop of 0.3%. Our Mag 7 Index down 0.6% with a 10-year currently yielding 4.12% with a 2-year 3.5%.
All right, hedge flows continue to move lower. Right now, it's a risky market. I mean, there's a few things that are looking good. We've named those already. Charter, AstraZeneca, NVIDIA, Amgen, AEP, American Electric Power. Let me take a look at that. This is popped up on the screen. American Electric Power, AEP, looking good. AEP, swing time frame. Utes.
EchoStar shares are jumping as the satellite TV company engages in talks to sell some of its wireless spectrum to Verizon Communications. Shares of EchoStar.
Okay, so here's American Electric Power. Okay, turning back up. I wonder what they have to do in terms of contracts. I'll have to do a Grok research note and see what they're going to do with American Electric Power and companies like that, Constellation Energy. They're going to have to come up with some kind of infrastructure build that supports a stronger grid that can accommodate all the electric power that we're going to need for AI as we build out these huge supercluster centers like Meta is doing with Prometheus, I think it's called, right? Prometheus. 600,000 processors.
Joined the commander-in-chief at Quantico to deliver what was framed as a pep talk, one focused on esprit de corps and the warrior's ethos as heads.
Okay, so this is Prometheus, right? So these utility companies are going to have to build this out. First of its kind AI supercluster and gigawatt scale data center campus being built by Meta in New Albany, Ohio. Expected to be operational in 26. Okay.
Based on their race, based on gender quotas.
1 gigawatt data center. So NVIDIA was Jensen Huang was talking about OpenAI, talking about the investment in a 10, was it 10 or 100 gigawatt? It's 100 gigawatt, right? Capacity. So this is 1 gigawatt. He's going to be all over. They have a second one too, Prometheus and Morpheus, I think it was called, right? Morpheus. Morpheus.
Your history working with the military, not only in your time with Senator John McCain, but since then through the McCain Institute, you spent a lot of time preparing nominees for their confirmations, and I know you worked with members of the Pentagon.
The size of Manhattan. Wow. Hundreds of billions being spent. Okay, if you're short term, you're just thinking about the intraday, and you're not thinking about the long term, you're missing the big picture. If you're going to constantly be chopped up, maybe you buy some things, maybe 2 to 5. I'm talking out loud. 2 to 5% of your portfolio. Maybe you're putting into some of these long-term trades. Leap. I see a lot of you talk about leaps in the trading room. LA and Frano and others. Leaps are a good idea. Less volatility. I have several positions that are out in June, July, August, September next year. Looking for some of these trades to work out over time, but not be worried about the day-to-day. That's another reason why I'm selling some of these iron condors. Let everybody else bet on the short-term moves. All right, so this looks really good. BBC. All right, I wrote something too. I wrote an article as well back a couple of months ago on these data centers, Meta Supercluster. Okay, they're looking for a CAGR of 36% over the next 10 years. Compound annual growth rate of 36% over 10 years. Compound that every year, 1 year after another. What kind of performance that is? I mean, if you get 12% out of the S&P 500, or even 20% out of the S&P 500, okay, and you can do 36% year over year for the next 9-10 years, projected. Why wouldn't you want to be invested in something like that? This is
Low tick alert -800.
Okay, we wrote about NVIDIA some time ago. All right, let me switch gears here. We continue to drop off. Okay.
This is going to be big. Tyler, I tuned in, and to Rick's point, it was about like losing weight, cutting your beard, or shaving it off completely, and this kind of nonsense. And then, of course, the reality is he talked an awful lot with a litany of his culture war comments that he likes to make. We're going to return to a time when.
All right, everybody's talking politics. I can't get away from it. Jeez.
To be competitive,
Let's talk
threat
finance.
of like Lululemon, On, Aloe, etc., it's still the largest.
And Nike is still such an identifiable brand. You say Nike, everybody knows it's highly associated with sportswear, but they do have their earnings today. Expecting a decline in quarterly sales. That's the expectation. Looking for 28 cents per share. That would reflect negative growth of about 60% from the year-ago quarter. Sales are projected to have declined about 5% to $11 billion during this quarter. But that's not really what's in focus today. What's in focus today is the forecast. That's what everyone's
All right, so they pull it all the way back down to support where we bounced before. Range bound action is what I'm anticipating. Okay, so we can see that we've just been back and forth all day today. Okay, going to test the low here.
Improvement in performance. It doesn't have to be a
Okay.
considerable improvement. And we've already gotten some commentary. They're, aggressively reducing aging footwear franchises. They're doing a deep reset in the Chinese market. Those are things that were weighing on sales. So this is all a part of this turnaround strategy. Also had some elevated expenses and ongoing digital traffic declines that were limiting profitability, but some of those also being addressed in this turnaround process. So they have a strong track record, though, of beating earnings estimates.
A little short covering there.
Surprise upwards of about 42%.
Okay, hedging flows continues to drop off here. All right, we're below this level, so next level's below 66.35, 66.25.
The financial hit from the restructuring
Okay.
is expected to lessen in the coming quarters. So seeing how much it has lessened, I think, is going to be a really important thing today.
Yeah, and you look at the financials.
Even something like this, when you get the markets doing this kind of dance back and forth, doesn't it make sense to sell premium outside of these levels? Okay, so instead of trying to guess which direction something's going to go all of the time, maybe you're looking at something like Micron and you're selling premium. I would suggest doing some research Get yourself up to speed on selling iron condors and credit spreads, because it's a good way when the markets are doing this little song and dance back and forth to sell premium, while the markets, every day goes by, while the markets do what they're going to do. We're just dancing back and forth here. The last 8 to 10 days, we haven't gone anywhere. We're below 6650 at the moment. 6700 is resistance. 6600 is support. So we're bouncing around back and forth in here. Why not sell premium? Doesn't that make sense? I know it makes sense, but I'm just talking out loud. And you can be bullish at the same time, like with Charter. I just took a trade on Charter, sold some. Where did that go? Charter Communications. Did I not sell it? Save it? Shoot, what did I do with it? Charter.
So I think seeing that, and also this lifestyle merchandise component of the building of the business outside of
Charter Communications.
Sports brand up again. I think people think Nike and they think sneakers a lot of the time, but they also need to compete with those brands.
No.
Aloe, Lulu.
Damn, I thought I saved that. All right, well, let me mark up a chart here. I need to mark up a chart on Charter Communications. So we turn in the corner. Okay, so the number of things that I see here that are leading me to believe we're going to continue to move higher, sorry. I sold premium down here. So 250, 240. Okay. 250, 240. Costco sold. I didn't post anything, did I not? Charter. CHTR.
Because again, margins need to be protected here. They haven't exactly been killing it from a profitability standpoint.
Oh, I just posted Costco, but not Charter. Okay, so here's Charter Communications. All right, so 250, 240. Okay, Charter 250, 240. Put credit. Yeah, it was 250 per contract, if I recall. Let me see. Filled orders, Charter, 250. Yeah, so got 2,000 on that one. 250 times 4. $2,000 credit. Okay, so that one's.
While it dominates North American sports like football or basketball or all the things that kids.
Okay, that's there. And that's for November, right? Charter, November 21st. Okay.
This is a company that truly needs international economic
23 Delta. It's probably lower now. DTE. 21 November. Okay, so that looks good. All right, so we save this in the spreads channel.
And RBC forecast that it was a potential $1.3 billion opportunity for them. So I imagine there will probably be questions on the call, if they're not already directly addressed in any materials they put out or in the forecasted guidance, about what those kits are going to look like, if there's going to be specialty products, what they're forecasting revenue to be from that event. But that is a huge potential commercial growth opportunity for them.
That is a great point, and also an event that I do not pay attention to personally, but I do know that has, just massive ad dollars behind it. So a good place for definitely brand visibility. And as far as its overall sportswear right now, market share, it's roughly 14% for some estimates. So still, actually, that's high to me for one single brand. There's still definitely some positives to take away. Some estimate they have roughly 38 to 40% of the athletic footwear market, which is huge. So all that to be said, as we do think about trading Nike for example purposes ahead of these earnings, It's always difficult because they report to me someone on an island. They're the last major name, but still will be important results nonetheless.
Yeah, I took a kind of a different approach with this one than we often look at. And the reason being is I think you could make the case for something very, very positive for Nike if they're able to tell that story. But if they're not, you might be getting to the point where patience has been tested in this name. And you can see a retest of those lows. I've heard a guest on our network kind of make that case as well earlier on today. So I looked at a double calendar spread, selling the October 3rd or this Friday expiration, buying next Friday. So just a week over week calendar spread here. So short term, truly earnings related. It's an 80 call calendar and a 60 put calendar. So it's looking for an outsized reaction in one direction or the other. I think the market maker move was something like $5 or $6 on my last check. This would need a bigger move than that in either direction. So the nice thing is it's a 35-cent.
All right, 30% return on investment here. 30% return.
Unlike Jenny, our calendar spread that we had for NVIDIA, this is more of a mountain range. It's got two peaks, but you need to move towards those strikes in order to have a chance on this one. Nonetheless, though, $35 at risk, and it's very customizable for whatever the target may be for any stock or anybody who's watching at home.
Yeah, and I think a good place to put it, and obviously prepared for some risk in either direction, as earnings events typically can evoke such volatility in either really way. But appreciate it to Marley Caden for all the insights on Nike ahead of those numbers, of course, host for the Schwab Network. That'll do it for FOMO today. But now coming up next, time to discuss the latest on the looming government shutdown, as we are now just hours
Man, they just cannot leave this subject alone. I know they have to keep talking about it. It's just annoying.
Legislation that could be passed now for the cannabis space under the Trump administration.
Okay, Charter looking for the follow through. Okay, S&P. What are we going to do? We're going to bounce here, or what are we going to do? Okay, we hit this level several times before. Okay, we're going to take out some liquidity below this first. You can see these little stabs below this level. So they take out liquidity, and what do? They reverse it in the other direction. They have some buy stops. They take those buy stops out or sell stops in either direction and then reverse it. We're just in a range-bound condition, the S&P 500. Let's see, what is this? PL, the one that Josh Brown mentioned. PL is still going here. PL, Planet Labs. Planet Labs continues to push higher. Nice comment from Josh Brown over here. It had this little rip higher, and looks pretty good. PL, along with Archer Aviation and Joby, Joby. Joby and ACHR, Archer Aviation. These are all looking very bullish. Okay. Archer, Joby, PL. These are all pushing higher. Josh Brown mentioned PL, and this popped right there during the noon hour. S&P looks like we're going to reverse now.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Okay. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 1:40 p.m. on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, go throw something on the grill, or probably not a good idea to put it on the grill because I'll wind up burning it up. Let me just throw something on the stove real quick. I'll be right back.
But joining us now is Dan King Hall, the host of Morning Movers, to discuss further implications we could see. Of course, I think that our minds all go to the fact that we have non-farm payrolls expected this week. I mean, what will that look like if the government is, of course, shut down?
be able to release that data. So we've been in this position before where the government has shut down, right? The last time that this occurred was several years ago, pre-pandemic. At the time, the Labor Department was able, they were fully funded, and they were able to release the jobs report at that time. But there was other economic data that was delayed. This time would be different, and there was another time that was different if we go back to 2013, where the Labor Department could not release the data during that shutdown. Now, that shutdown at the time only lasted a week, whereas the shutdown, if we're going back to more recent times, just before the pandemic, that shutdown was longer, so there was more economic data that was delayed. The Labor Department already has said that the monthly jobs report will not come out at the end of this week if the government shuts down. Here's what's happening. You have lawmakers at odds. They are gridlocked over negotiations around government funding. Democrats want to extend some health care subsidies, and at the same time, you just have both sides locking horns over different issues. So you've got gridlock happening here. So again, the expectation is that we would potentially not get that payrolls report on Friday, and largely we are expecting the government to shut down later today. The president has indicated that in some comments, and that the speaker in an interview with CNBC indicated that as well earlier today. So it seems like that is where things are lining up. As you know, Wall Street is shaking this off. And what I'm seeing from different analysts is they'll shake this off, obviously, depending on how long this lasts. And at the same time, of course, we also have earnings season coming up. So investors may pivot or will likely pivot more attention to that. So again, hopefully this is a shorter, if this does end up in a shutdown, as it looks like it will be, a shorter one versus the longer one that we had right before the pandemic, guys.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see in some of the areas you don't think about with a government shutdown, like TSA employees, for example. So we hope that there's a resolution reached sooner than later, I think, for everyone and those that obviously need it to work right now. So appreciate it, Dan Kinghall, for that great breakdown on where we stand with the government shutdown. But to continue with the broader government conversation in relation, though, to a bit of a more fun conversation, that being the entire cannabis space, I'd now like to welcome in Adam Stettner, the CEO of Funcana. So, Adam, thank you so much for being with us today. This is a topic I think that's underappreciated by the market right now. But walk us through right now some of the framework that still lays ahead for the development and further financing of the cannabis industry.
Sure. Well, first, it's unprecedented to have a president speak so openly about cannabis, to post on social media about the medical benefits of cannabis. These are things we've never seen. But really, the president is hinting at his interest in cannabis and the potential for legalization, at least on rescheduling of cannabis. Cannabis is currently a Schedule I drug, treated like heroin or methamphetamines. The proposed discussions have been around
S&P looks like we're going to bounce back up into this range.
have medical value and be researched and eligible for insurance reimbursement. It would also change a lot of financial metrics, things like taxation, and these are pretty major developments.
Adam, talk to us a little bit about kind of how things are operating in the status quo, because my understanding is it's quite difficult to operate a business at the moment under the current kind of rules. It's almost like a second-tiered or even further away from that kind of economic system in terms of how these businesses are treated because of those nuances at the federal level due to some of the scheduling. If some of these changes were to happen,
All right, S&P looks like we're going to turn back up now. Turn back up for the return trip.
You're 100% correct. This industry is widely underbanked, and by that I mean underserved. Even the basics of banking difficult. Now they are banked, but it's 5-10% of banks will bank cannabis. They are overtaxed, and as a result, balance sheets don't look great, P&Ls don't look great. You have effective tax rates.
Futures turning back up.
60 to 80%, and the inability to deduct normal course of day-to-day business. And so you'd end up with cleaner financials, more free cash flow, greater access to the banking system, debt service, and then for the public companies, you'd have instant multiple expansion. You'd have EBITDA values that change. And if 280E, which is the provision that causes high taxes, you'd see a tremendous opening of the financial system, more access to capital. Now, it's not a silver bullet. It doesn't by any means solve all of the issues that this industry is dealing with, but it would eradicate the biggest issue, which is overtaxation due to provision 280E.
Okay, so as far as the rescheduling of course, this from, I believe, class 1 to class 3 is what's been, of course, discussed. I mean, what's the pushback? Because to me, I mean, if you understand the benefits, I mean, just from a health perspective, as far as like mental health, your physical well-being, there's so many that are, I mean, well documented now. So what really has been the hurdle that has not been able to be cleared for so many years?
Well, it's I think a lot of politics, bias, and it really is illogical. It's you have a plant that is widely used. 88% of the voting public wants it to be legal. The vast majority of people that use cannabis.
Okay, we got the hedge flows turning up. S&P hedge flows turning up, looking more bullish.
Overdose death from cannabis, and yet it's treated like an absolute pariah. So I think all of the delay, all of the bias that we've seen is really it's caught in this political back and forth. And there is a little bit of stigma or bias that remains. Now, it's been reduced dramatically over the last decade or so, but it's time. It's well past due. You've got both the Senate and the House that have voted.
Futures turning back up.
To have access. It's been shown to help with anxiety, PTSD.
Costco still pushing higher. Costco.
And so I agree with you. We're way past the time where I believe in regulatory framework, oversight, rules, but it's way past the time that we treat this as we do heroin as a drug with no medicinal value, and we begin to research it and put a federal framework in place.
Adam, last question, kind of going along those lines, where maybe we've reached that critical mass, that tipping point, and we're on our way to some sort of changes, similar to maybe what we've seen happen within the sports betting and gaming space. I think that the growth in that space, for example, has well exceeded even the most optimistic of estimates. When you look at the potential of this space and what it could be, given the government making some positive changes for it, how do you assess that?
So what I'd say is the current legal cannabis space is about $35 billion annually. Now, you've got a hemp beverage space that is very quickly becoming enormous, billions of dollars annually. And many people that were using alcohol heavily are now leaning on cannabis, fewer side effects. And so
there goes S&P.
an illicit market, given the lack of federal framework and the fact that you've got 40 states disparately trying to enforce their own geographic laws, you've got an illicit market that's thriving. So the illicit market is north of 100 billion, and you've got a legal market that's about 35 billion. That legal market is employing 500,000 Americans. S&P
turning back up. You can see hedge flows have turned up. We're back to 66, above 66.50. All right, 0 day. There's not a whole lot above us if we just start to move higher. Okay, there's nothing up there if this does catch a bid.
In relative short order, but the growth trajectory will continue beyond that.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how this space continues to develop, and hopefully now we have an administration that can do something about, I mean, the lack of legal clarity and that, like we've discussed, I mean, the Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, hopefully overall listing. So we'll leave it there, but so appreciate your time today on the overall future of what could be a very, very lucrative cannabis space. It's Adam Stettner, CEO of Funcana. Now, coming up next, last but not least, it's time to discuss all things Wolfspeed after shares gained 1,700%.
Wolfspeed, 1,700% on Wolfspeed. Wow, game changer. What's Supermicro doing? Supermicro looking for that one to do something here.
Network delivers real-time
Okay, Supermicro. Okay, looking a little better. Looks like BC pivots. Okay. Supermicro. Supermicro dip buyers. Supermicro. What did I add anything? I wanted to. Filled orders. Supermicro. I did not, did I? I didn't. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Supermicro. The 60 call for January. January. I bought more Jan 60 calls on Supermicro. Okay, futures continue to rip here. Wow, 1,700%. That's crazy.
So, George, overall financial restructuring, of course, coming out of Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Walk us through this story.
All right, so it's kind of complicated, but first off, Wolfspeed, I've been following the stock just on and off because I saw there's a lot of activity, and it sort of became a meme stock.
All right, what's NVIDIA doing?
6 to 9 months, and it's a silicon carbide.
NVIDIA just hanging out at the highs. I don't see that coming back markedly. NVIDIA is probably going to stay up here above 185 and continue to push higher. Okay. Costco still going. Costco looking good. Costco, Charter Communications, Oracle managing more upside at the moment. Okay, trying to get back above the 21-day. Apple with a dip. Apple with a dip. Looks like it's coming off the low. Apple. Spinning top, still consolidating. You can see the Bollinger Bands are starting to come together, telling us that Apple's probably going to stay in this area for a while, unless some other catalyst comes in.
So effectively, Wolfspeed did go through bankruptcy restructuring through Chapter 11. And so what we ended up seeing on Friday to Monday, or yesterday, was what appears to have been really a tremendous gain for shareholders who held shares from Friday to Monday. But what we actually end up seeing in reality is it was really a mechanical effect from exiting bankruptcy, Chapter 11. So it was a post-bankruptcy mechanical effect. Essentially, the old shares, which were trading as Wolf ticker, are canceled, and new shares were issued. But the conversion rate ended up being essentially 120 to 1. This is roughly speaking because it was around 119 and change. I'm just going to round up to 120. So what you ended up seeing on Monday morning with the stock,
S&P still climbing. S&P
was a 120 to 1 conversion.
Okay, we're probably going to run into, look at the fair value gaps here, fair value gaps. Look for price to come back into these fair value gaps for any longs at this point. Starting to push back into these fair value gaps. Okay, let me go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
Essentially, that equates to about 85% loss for shareholders who had shares on Friday and opened up on Monday. So everyone, saw that and thought there was a dramatic improvement in the business fundamentals, which there really wasn't. And so this is a complex conversion process, which also includes now the restructuring of debt by about 70%. And the debt holders, in lieu of losing money in the debt, ended up getting convertible shares, which they own now. And now what we're seeing is sort of a movement in the price action relative to an arbitrage of convertible debt to equity. I can't say exactly where it'll pan out or what the fair value is because I don't have access to the corporate bond market. But nonetheless, what appeared to have been a tremendous move, in fact, was not. It was actually a loss for shareholders who ended up holding from Friday to Monday. But which we bought yesterday, maybe around the $6 to $8 area where the stock kind of bottomed out at, actually made a tremendous gain. Yeah, this is the important piece, and I appreciate you going through sort of the math behind it. Look, after or before yesterday, crumpled up, throw it in the waste bin. If you were a shareholder, you went through the math. Effectively, it would have been like your closing price 2 days ago was 145, a little bit less than that. It's like 144.87. Now you basically been trading at $30 a share. Anything after that, though, if you're trading it now, these are real movements. But George, we got to leave it there. Appreciate it as always, George Gillis, senior markets correspondent for the Schwab Network. Jenny, we continue to play ping pong here. Back sort of the middle of the range, down only about 10. We were down earlier, just earlier in the show, about 20 again, but we survived.
We did survive and looking like things are, relatively stable for now. So we'll leave it there for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, here's the watch list.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and
Planet
trade ideas.
Labs continues to push higher PL.
Break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings. So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market, weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at SchwabNetwork.com.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange on the corner of Wall and Broad. So glad you are with us. We've seen markets under a bit of pressure. The government shutdown is looming, and we'll take a look at that. The ramifications, she said, of a potential government shutdown and what money flows can indicate about markets. It's also technical too.
Man, they just can't leave it alone. Not even talking about the JP Morgan collar.
About 65% off their 52-week high hit back in November. Jefferies attributes the dip to disappointing same-store sales, but expects those to improve through next year. It says other fundamentals remain active. The whole sector has been terrible.
Sector's been tough. Super expensive stock, and it's sort of paying the price for that as well.
And super expensive gold.
Exactly, all of it. All right, that's it for us. Thank you for watching The Exchange. Power Lunch starts now. They may be bullish on bulls, but the stock market is moving lower as the specter of a government shutdown looms. Welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. I am Brian. Kelly is off today. Well, we're going to hit the markets and your money and also bring you some very surprising stats around government shutdowns, including why the very term shutdown itself is just a little misleading. Plus, a very rare interview with the chief designer for Tesla. We'll talk about what may be next for the brand, and from the road to the water. And put on your suit for this one, your swimsuit, because the CEO of Malibu Boats is here, and he is bringing some toys with him. They're outside, and we will go see them here in a few minutes. We've got a lot to do, but we are going to begin, of course, in Washington and the looming government shutdown or partial shutdown. The Senate expected to vote again on an 11th hour stopgap measure this afternoon that would keep the government funded, but only until November 21st. Let's get the very latest on where we stand as the news changes and breaks minute by minute and hour by hour. Emily Wilkins on Capitol Hill. What we know now. Emily.
Hey, Brian. Well, yeah, you're right. The next vote is expected to take place later this evening, but we have already been told that we can expect that vote to fail. Remember, that's the one you need that 60 vote threshold. You need at least 7 or 8 Democrats joining Republicans. At this point, the numbers are just not there, and we just don't expect them to get there by the end of the evening. Democrats really here holding out to get some sort of provision on health care, and that in turn has ratcheted up what we could see if any potential government shutdown comes. President Donald Trump just now chatting with reporters about what the impacts could be. Listen to what he said could happen in a shutdown.
We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like.
We already know that the Trump administration is looking at not just furloughing federal employees, as is normally done during a shutdown, but actually doing massive, large-scale government layoffs. And now we might have some more specific numbers from the Congressional Budget Office putting out a notice this afternoon that in the event of a shutdown, they expect 750,000 furloughed employees each day. That could lead to $400 million of total compensation costs. And remember, during a government shutdown, federal workers don't get paid, federal contractors don't get paid, folks in the military don't get paid, so huge potential economic impacts there. The Congressional Budget Office going on to say those impacts could be very far-ranging into the private sector, say that the CBO expects that if a government shutdown persists for several weeks, some private sector entities would never recover all of the income they lost as a result of the suspension of federal activity. Of course, it remains to be seen exactly how long a shutdown would go. The longer they go, the worse the impacts tend to be. We do know that if the shutdown is going to be in place on Friday, it means we're not going to get job numbers. It also means that the Bureau of Labor Statistics isn't going to be collecting some of the key information that the Fed and other economists look to really get a sense of where the economy is. And that, of course, Brian, is just one of hundreds of impacts that could come. And at this point, it's very uncertain. It's certain we're going to go into a shutdown at this point. It's very uncertain exactly how long it would last. Brian?
All right, Emily Wilkins on Capitol Hill. For now. Emily, thank you. All right, so let's stay on that topic. And it's an important point when you hear the word shutdown, because when you hear shutdown, it's easy to assume that everything, the entire store is closed. Not the case. Let's welcome in PIMCO's head of public policy, Libby Cantrill. Libby, welcome. 750,000 people, huge potential impact. But I do want to remind our audience that I think this is critical because a lot of people are scared. People get Social Security, they use Medicare for health care.
They're scared. Let's be very clear. During a quote shutdown, people still get Social Security. They still can access Medicare and Medicaid. The Federal Reserve operates. The military operates, though back paid. Law enforcement operates. Air traffic control operates. TSA, again, back paid. Let's hope they come to work. Impacted by a shutdown would be, as Emily said, government data. The jobs number's not going to come out. Government services. You got national parks and weather services. So it's not a complete shutdown, is it?
It is not a complete shutdown. Actually, if you look at the annual federal budget, around $7 trillion, we're really only talking about a quarter of that budget. This is the stuff
S&P looks like it wants to go some more.
that they fund every year. As you said, it does not affect Social Security. It does not affect mail service. It does not affect Medicare. It does not affect the Federal Reserve, something that we, of course, are paying attention to. But what it does affect, as it relates
S&P, we just filled both of those fair value gaps. Now we're starting to move higher. Sorry about that.
Oil today, because oil's actually down about 1.5%, on pace for its third straight negative quarter. Energy was the best performing sector a few days ago. Today, it's the worst. You got
Sorry about that. Mic check. Mic check. Very bullish. Back up to resistance.
going to add more production to the market. Again, maybe not an all-out market share war, but certainly more oil, particularly when you have a Chinese economy, which is not growing very quickly. Good for the price of gas, probably, if the price of oil continues to go down. We're going to take a short break. We're back right after.
Okay, looks like we're going to keep going here. All right, so looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. All right, looking good. Nice move here today. Okay, so the markets don't seem to care. We're trading at all-time high. Okay, here we go. We tested this high earlier. If you still have those calls and you were stubborn, we're getting close to break even on those. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Oklo. I do want to add to that position, but maybe I'll wait on Oklo. S&P. Nice reversal. 60-minute candle is bullish. Futures. 60-minute buy signal past since 2 o'clock, past 70 minutes. Buy signal was at what time? What time was that? Not that it matters, but I always like to keep track of that. At actually at 2 o'clock. Okay. All right, so now we're back up to the highs. Okay, NVIDIA, BC pivots, NVIDIA looking good. Okay, can we get a little bit higher here? Okay, let's see, what's Broadcom doing? I like to see Broadcom bounce. Tesla bounce, that looks good, Tesla. Let's see what Tesla looks like. Tesla. Okay, moving back up to the highs. Note the buy order blocks on Tesla. Note the volume, Tesla volume. It removes, that removes support below.
All right, welcome back. Your next guest says that stocks are due for a fall, but it simply may not happen. And that you may need to get a little more real about your investing technique.
All right, yeah, we need to fill in the supply below. Let's take a look at this, Mondo. Live screen, S&P. Okay, can I do S&P on here or just a SPY? No.
It's not perfect, but we've avoided the worst outcome. Now we're throwing a little gasoline on the fire with both fiscal policy and monetary policy. Oh, and by the way, earnings are growing by double digits, and analysts keep increasing their expectations for those earnings. The U.S. has never had a recession when earnings have been growing year over
Okay,
year.
S&P.
There's a lot to be thankful for as we head into a difficult seasonal period, but certainly risks are rising as well. Well, we don't know what's going to happen with this potential.
Okay, you see all this positive gamma, Mondo? See all that positive gamma? We're currently at 60. What are we doing right now? S&P? Tesla's still going. S&P is trading 66.60, S&P is 6660, so we're right in here. You can see there's positive gamma overhead. There's negative gamma below. So as we push higher, those puts will monetize. We could see more upside to 6750 maybe. Okay, Tesla going there. Tesla good. Yes.
That's coming up in a couple of weeks in terms of the heart of earnings season. The consumer continues to be spending, so that's good as well. And we're going to enter a seasonally positive time for markets.
Okay, Tesla. Nice move on Tesla here. Okay, look at Tesla. Okay, Tesla. Nice move on Tesla. I got Tesla calls, right? Tesla. Let me see what those are doing right now. Do I want to adjust Tesla? Oh, I sold my Tesla. Huh. That's not good. Buy order blocks, Tesla. Let me go to the 15-minute chart. Take a look at that. Okay, we got supply right overhead. So if we get above that, if we get above this supply, 442 to 443.50, we could see we could see the highs again. Okay, Tesla.
Those were 21 days and 16 days respectively. As was mentioned earlier, there's no natural catalyst here for this to end, but I think it will be short-lived and investors will move on. There's probably other greater risks that could threaten this bull market.
Okay, I want to hear what those risks are, and I'm going to ask you one and tell me if you think it is a risk. I do, but nobody else seems to, so maybe I'm insane, but, you know, we've known that for a while. The Supreme Court is going to decide if the
Tesla's at supply right now, so I don't want to buy it right here.
around there, we should get the ruling. If tariffs are found illegal, and basically everything we talked about for like the last 9 months is just kind of tabula rasa, wiped clean, is that a market risk?
Potentially, Brian. I think the way that this shows up.
Microsoft looks good too. Microsoft right at supply, so it needs to pop through this area. Microsoft needs to pop through the area. So you can see clearly what we're running into. You can see previously to this morning, we ran into supply right here. So we popped through there. That would mean that we've taken on more institutional buying. Microsoft. Tesla looking good. Broadcom is turning off the low here. Broadcom. Okay, that might be a good trade there. Broadcom, we got from 326 back to 330. That looks pretty good. If we can get that buy order block back. Broadcom. Microsoft looks good. Apple pulling back more. Amazon's trying to hold this level. Amazon.
So I think the biggest risk here is that the economic data and the labor market data don't
Amazon no follow through. Nvidia, looking for Nvidia to keep going. Nvidia. Okay, so we broke out. Nvidia broke out over here on the right. Okay, on the daily, Nvidia has been basing for 2 months. Okay, we've been basing for 2 months. We broke out technically, a technical breakout. Volume looks good too. Volume. Okay, volume here. Volume there, volume where everywhere. Okay, so we're looking for more upside. Okay, CrowdWeave. Okay, let's see. CrowdWeave. CoreWeave. CrowdWeave. CoreWeave. Okay. Drifting a bit lower. Tesla looking good. Tesla looking like it's powering up. There goes Tesla.
We got 2 new boats outside. I can't wait to go outside, interview him.
Outside?
See those boats in person. Coming up in a few minutes.
Tesla. 445. 445. 450. Okay. Tesla looks like it wants to keep going. That's me just adjusting Costco. Let's see. Probably going to add more to Costco's put credits. Okay, so Tesla looking good. Tesla looking good. NVIDIA looking good. All right, this is NVIDIA. Okay. S&P looking for more upside. S&P looking for a breakout here. S&P looking for the breakout. What if we break above this level and the futures start going? That would be pretty cool. Okay, 6675 and 6680. Those, all of those are catching bids. S&P. Wow, can't believe the option flow. This is crazy. 100,000 contracts at 6670, 113,000 contracts at 6660 as we push higher. They have to have machines hedging for them. This is crazy. Mm-hmm. Okay. Looks like we're going to go here. Looks like we're going to go. S&P.
Welcome back. As you might have just seen, we've got a very cool boat segment coming up with a CEO of Malibu.
S&P looking for the pop. Futures trying to pop through this area. 60 minutes on a buy signal. Tick cumulative turning back up.
Chief Investment Officer at Regan Capital, joins us now in our Market Navigator segment. Skylar, great to have you on. We just showed also some of the oil stocks are down. The oil services company, formerly known as Schlumberger, now known as SLB, is on your radar. Why?
Yeah, post-Liberation Day, you had oil drop from 71 down to about $60. Still trading in that area, and a lot of the oil services companies also haven't moved since April. But you take SLB, that has 80% of its revenue outside of North America and is generating more and more as a percentage of revenue on AI plays.
All right, futures looking for a breakout. Watching futures for a breakout.
Picks and shovel play on oil, but as well as natural gas, coal, renewable
Tesla,
energy
boom.
sources.
There goes Tesla.
They're broadly trying to diversify away from just the traditional oil and gas towards, we think wind, solar. We're going to need all the energy we can get to fuel the AI boom in the U.S.
Okay, so we can see pretty clearly as we push up to this area, puts will monetize, looking for a push through this area. Okay, hedging flows continues to rise. Hedging flows continue to rise. There's not a whole lot overhead for resistance. 66.65. Then we get up at 66. This is net OI 66.80, 66.85.
So most of the gains in U.S. stock markets this year have come from dollar devaluation. We think that continues. We think we're on pace for another 8 to 10% dollar devaluation based on administrative policies, based on a little bit of shakiness in the long end of the bond curve. So take your pick, stay in developed countries, but you're looking at investing in Europe at about an 18 PE, IDES at about an 18 PE, whereas the S&P is at about 30. So you're buying cheap. You're buying the ability of the dollar decline.
Okay, looking for another pop.
Around, call it tariffs, any type of U.S. risk. I think those will be offset by investing internationally.
I love it. Very international. I feel like I should have worn a beret or something for this segment. Skylar Winan, looking at SLB and the core developed ETF. Skylar, really appreciate your time. Thank you. All right. Up next, drones, rockets, spaceships, and flying cars. Other than that, not much to see. Morgan Brennan with a big interview with a Tesla executive you're not going to want to miss, and you won't, but only to keep it here.
Okay, looking for some more. Can we get a little bit more upside, or are we going to take out some hedges here, or take out some stops? Looks like we're stalling. All right. All righty. UMAC, that's off a little bit. Robin. S&P CoreWeave. I'd like to do something on CoreWeave. Does it pull back a little more? CoreWeave? CRWV, CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave just kind of doji for now. S&P trying to push through this area. We got about 5 handles overhead, 8 handles overhead. If we can pop through this area, look for a follow through. Okay. We have about an hour and 29 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is September 30th, Tuesday, so we start the new month of October. Once the JP Morgan collar exits and rolls, we have to fill in support below. So if you look at this chart, I was just showing you a few minutes ago, if you look at this chart, S&P 500. Okay, so below this level, below 65, this is where we transition, 64.40, 65. The JP Morgan collar is right here at 65.05. Okay, that big, you see that big level right there? Both puts and calls, positive, negative gamma. So we're all the way up here. We're at 66, 64, 66, 65. Once this goes away, we'll have a little bit of support, but support at 6,600, but nothing below that. So 6,600 will need to build this area right in here. We'll need to build some supply, or need to build some structural support via options, puts, and calls, so that we don't slip below. Because if we drop below 6,600, we can zip lower very quickly.
Italy's prime minister urged an international flotilla trying to deliver aid to Gaza to turn around today as it nears the shore. She says a confrontation with Israel could upset the potential peace deal put forward by President Trump this week. The flotilla consists of more than 40 boats carrying parliamentarians, lawyers, activists, including Sweden's Greta Thunberg. And the Minnesota Wild signed star left-wing Kirill Kaprizov to an 8-year, $136 million extension today, giving him the richest contract in NHL history. The $17 million average annual salary is the highest of any player.
Okay, S&P pulling back in now. Okay.
In 2005. I'm sorry if I mispronounced his name. I'm not as much of a hockey fan as I am other sports, but holy cow, what a contract. Brian, back over to you.
I didn't even know Minnesota had a hockey team, so good for you.
Of course, Minnesota.
They want the North Stars.
Okay, Costco still pushing here. Costco's had a good day on the reversal. It looks like institutional buying. Okay, so I took a put credit spread on this one. Sold another one. This is not the one. That was the previous one. Costco. I posted that in the trading room, Costco. So this is the updated Costco put credit. Okay, so this is the updated one. Okay, so I did 870, 860 for credit. 4 of these for $177, $700 total. Okay, I just want this to move higher, move sideways, or drift slightly lower. I just want this to move in the opposite direction. I'll start moving higher, which it probably will. It looks like institutions buying right in here. Some other trades I have on currently, Micron. These are still valid trades, by the way. Okay, you can still buy these or still sell these. 140, 145 put, 20 deltas. That's probably like an 18 or a 15 delta now. Call side, 180, 185, $163 per contract times 5. Additional trades I have on Oracle. Okay, I have call credits up here. I do have some puts, some 360 puts, if this does drift a bit lower. Let's see what Boeing is looking like. Boeing, I took Boeing off for good reason, because we started to test the lows again. Boeing just can't get past itself.
TCC, which is the federal component of that, similar to COBRA, that will allow you to have it for 18 months. Also filing for unemployment benefits, very important, and then reviewing what you're going to have to pay out of pocket, whether it's insurance or other things that you're going to need.
Because things
CoreWeave.
And this next month is brain aneurysm awareness.
Broadcom, another one I have is Broadcom. Okay, so this is drifting a little lower. If this gets any closer to the 50-day, I'll probably take this side off, double up on the other side, probably do November.
When I was 17 years old, I haven't talked about it because there's no reason to, but I was in the hospital. It was not good. I was out for a few days, and I
CoreWeave.
never recovered, but you never know.
Charter Communications, I did a Charter Communications trade as well.
Issue, it's a serious issue. Doesn't get as much attention as other things.
Charter, I did this one today as well. 4 contracts, $250 credit each, $2,000. All I want this to do is to just push in the opposite direction. So it's got plenty of time to do that. November 21st expiration. There goes S&P in the opposite direction. Here we go. S&P is on the move. S&P 500 is on the move. Trying to go here. S&P is on the move.
But there are some people, I know we're not medical experts here, folks, so don't come at us, but we both are, going through this. There are some people that it's a lot slower. It's just like a slow headache for a long time. Don't take it for granted.
Don't take it for granted. And there's so many complications that can arise. I had the pleasure and the honor of speaking to a researcher yesterday who is looking at.
Okay, so we could stay right here. S&P. Okay, let's look at breadth and see how that might have changed in the evening session. Here's breadth. Okay, so S&P looking a little better. New York FANG components. Okay, Tesla looking good. Microsoft popping a bit more. Apple's not cooperating. NVIDIA's trying to hold on to today's gains. Most likely will. Putting together more and more deals. Snowflake. So if NVIDIA keeps putting these deals together, the China reluctance to buy their chips will impact them less and less. Netflix is turning the corner. Netflix. All right, so S&P 500 looks okay. Breadth-wise, let's go see what junk bonds look like. Junk bonds. We want junk bonds higher if we're going to stay bullish. We're sitting on top of the 90 MA, above the 20-day, above the 50-day. All three are stacked. So that looks fine. High yield corporate debt, that's trending small, narrow range today. The 10-year yields lower and then bounce. Okay. IWM. Okay, one IWM to bounce into Friday. S&P equal weight. S&P equal weight index. Okay, so that looks a lot better than earlier. Remember this? Remember this was a red candle all the way down to the 9 EMA. We got buyers stepping up, pushing things right back up into the upper 25, 30% of yesterday's price action. This is significant in that we're removing 30%, 37% of the weight of the S&P by these names, taking these names off. That's 37%. So if we can manage to get these leaders to work, and this is already bounced, that means the entire market sans the New York FANG components, these stocks over here, are rallying. So we got stocks rallying. So let's take a look at those. Okay, so we know that some of these, I got Merck calls for next year. Leaps, Merck. I got the 85 call. I also have some 90 calls on Merck. Merck looks really good. Look at the Merck. Look at Merck candle. Look at Merck's candle. Wow. Merck is up 6% on the day. Big move. Wow. It's a Viagra candle there if I ever saw one. Look at this Merck. Look at Merck. Wow. That's impressive. Pfizer too. Pfizer looks good. Look at that Pfizer candle. Wow. And J&J broke out. J&J breaking out. J&J, not junk. Sorry. Edit. J&J breaking out. That looks beautiful. I like it. Weekly candle. Weekly. Look at the weekly. J&J weekly candle. This thing broke out above 168 and just ripped. All right, 20 points. That's nice. That's nice. S&P, what are we doing here? S&P, we're going to go. We're going to go. Okay. S&P going here.
Eli Lilly is the company that is in negotiations with the White House for a pharma deal similar to the one that Pfizer struck earlier today. That confirmed by the White House to me just within the past couple of moments.
Lilly.
Lilly shares there have been moving throughout the day. That's because the president mentioned the company in the Pfizer event. He said how terrific Eli Lilly has been to deal with. And he also said he's in negotiations with another company. He didn't specifically put those two things together. But,
all right, Lilly, all these pharmaceutical companies. Pharma is kicking ass.
Eli Lilly, according to the White House, is the company that's in negotiations. No details here, Brian, on exactly what those negotiations look like or where that deal might land or when we might see it publicly, but it is apparently in the works behind the scenes here. Back over to you.
Yeah, wow, Lily popping on that news. Eamon Javers, great stuff. Eamon, thank you very much. Right now, let's go to the great state of Arkansas. There's actually a very big summit happening there called the Up Summit. It's in Bentonville, home of a little retailer known as Walmart. Morgan Brennan down in Arkansas with a really...
All right, so these are looking really good. Here is Eli Lilly. Okay, this could pop higher. I don't think it'll be a one-day thing. What's Hims and Hers look like? Hims and Hers? Nothing yet. Okay.
It's great to be speaking with you. You're getting ready to present here later with an executive from your sister company, SpaceX. What's the message?
we're talking about abundance, teamwork, first principles, collaboration, how the companies work. It's amazing. SpaceX, working side by side, achieving somewhat impossible tasks.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
You've been at Tesla since 2008. You've had a hand in, or been the visionary, one of the visionaries behind every vehicle, every product really that's come out of Tesla. One of the longest reporting executives to Elon. What is it like to work with him, to work for him? How should investors understand his role at the company now?
I mean, Elon's a visionary, somebody who continues to just push the boundaries, looking for a future that we really want.
NVIDIA looking for that pop above today's high. We're hanging out right around 186. Okay, here goes the S&P starting to push a bit more.
Craft and create like this vision of what the future could be. We always say like the future should look like the future, and so we're constantly working on developing projects that feel like the future. And I think you can see that in products like Cybertruck and the Cybercab and upcoming vehicles, even Optimus. So it's super exciting. It's always pushing. Even now, from day one, it's always been the same. And yeah, it's also incredibly fun.
Yeah, and all three of those that you just mentioned are here on display.
Futures just grinding higher. Futures continue to grind higher. Okay, we're on a 60-minute buy signal. 60-minute candle is huge on the S&P futures.
What that means in terms of production, especially when Musk has talked so much about how this will be such a big piece of the future of Tesla.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge piece of Tesla, but I think a huge piece in our world as we look into the future. The ability to take menial tasks and things that you don't necessarily want to do and have them offloaded to somebody, a human that can do that.
Okay, pulling back now.
Really looks at how humans work in the world. This world is designed.
Somebody just took some profits there, most likely.
Humans can do, can really start to take those menial tasks away and enrich in our lives, make our lives better. We get to spend more time doing the things that we love.
Is Optimus performing the way you anticipated this far along in the journey? What still needs to happen to get it to the point of truly being humanoid and on factory floors and in people's homes?
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredibly fast paced, but the progress is unbelievable in the short amount of time that the team has been working on it. We've been growing the team and building the project at the same time. And, I think the things that we're working on are really incredible. And I think we're breaking ground in this space every day. Team is really energized and fired up. Elon's incredibly involved in this, and yeah, it's a great project.
That should be good for Tesla. There goes S&P turning back up.
Humanoid robots is going to go, and how it's going to enrich our lives is super exciting.
Cybercab is also on display here. What is the
Just taking some things off into strength.
for Cybercab, and should we expect any sort of design changes or tweaks along the way?
Basically, what you can see here at the summit is what we showed at the 1010 event last
Okay,
year.
so the highs earlier are up here.
It's using the full self-driving stack and capability that
Okay, can we get back up to the highs? Looks like that's what they're shooting for. Okay, what does Trace say? Trace. There's not a whole lot in here to resist price action as it pushes higher.
So it really focuses on doing an excellent job at that, low cost per mile, and yeah, I think it's going to be a game changer when we get that on the road.
We're going to see the sub $30,000 vehicle, and if so, what does that mean for the design ethos of that vehicle?
Well, I think there's a walk that we've been doing with these vehicles and always trying to get the best costs out of them. Model 3, Model Y, we're continuing to take costs out of them, but enrich the.
Okay, there's not a whole lot overhead in terms of resistance in this area. 66, 70, 66, 70, 66, 75, 80, 75, 80. If we can push up into this area. Futures getting a bit extended now.
Just because the EV tax credit expiration happens today, how to think about that and what that means in terms of activity and sales at Tesla?
Well, I think when you have a great product, people really focus on trying to have the best product. All the Tesla vehicles are the safest vehicles on the road. That alone, on those merits, should really warrant.
Okay, their hedging flows ripping higher.
Just keep your family safe. So we're trying to make sure that we have the best vehicle at the best prices, and IRA or no IRA. I think the
the best will always, the cream always rises to the top. The best will always.
Hedging flows continue to rip higher. Okay.
Great to sit here with you, Chief Designer of Tesla. Thank you so much. Brian, I'll send it back over to you.
Love the interview, and also I love the little dune buggies over Franz's left shoulder. It's like green Scooby-Doo 1978 VW. See him in the background? There's an orange one. And
There we go.
two red ones.
Nice little rip here.
These are the Meyer Manx vehicles. There's vehicles all over the place and eVTOLs.
I mean, it's
drones.
I love it. Love
Commercial
it.
space station mock-ups.
Yes. Morgan, thank you. By the way, we're going to stay with vehicles because after the break, we're going to go outside to look at two really cool boats in the CBC parking lot with the CEO of Malibu. Cars to boats, whatever floats. Next.
Okay, pushing a bit higher. S&P. S&P pushing a bit higher. Let's see how much more we get out of this. Looking for somebody to take some profits here. Let's see if we can't pop a bit more. Hedging flows. All right, we're right up at the highs. We're right at the London session pivot high. All right, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We've got an hour and 9 minutes to go. Just consolidating at this high right now, S&P. Consolidating at the highs just below the previous morning high. Still on a 60-minute buy signal. Big bullish 60-minute candle on that move higher.
Do you see the house picture picking up, Eric, now in the next 6 months? I mean, because it's really not seasonality. I mean, this is not the time people rush to buy houses.
Yeah, I don't see a pickup coming. I think affordability is still really challenged. Yes, it's correct that you know the Case-Shiller has printed negative month-on-month numbers for 5 or 6 months in a row, but we're talking about still a very, very small decline on the heels of a very, very large run-up. So prices are high. Mortgage rates are still well above 6%, and for most people in the buying cohort, that is an elevated rate relative to their historical experience. So you know you have an affordability problem. I think you also have a mismatch problem. You know the houses that are being built are not the ones that are largely in demand or are not satisfying the demand, particularly for first-time buyers, for young families. You know, builders tend to focus on larger properties that have higher margins. Where the real shortfall is, though, is in starter homes, and I don't see that issue going away anytime soon.
Look, I mean, the hope here for the home builders and possibly amid more rate cuts is that there could be somewhat of a boom in the housing sector.
Okay, futures trying to climb a bit more. Futures trying to push up a bit more.
I do think there's a bright spot. We are starting to see very slow and very modest affordability gains in the market. That's in part thanks to slightly lower mortgage rates, but it's also a function of income.
All right, futures still grinding a bit higher.
And that's allowing affordability to catch up a little bit. I don't expect any sort of boom in the housing year and into next is sort of a transitioning housing market. But that those affordability gains, I think, are a bright spot in the housing market right now.
You know, the last thing is whether or not people have jobs. I mean, they need a job to buy a house, and we could see a pause in getting some of our data now in the near term. Eric, are you concerned about that?
Look, I'm not all that concerned about not getting the data. The history of the government shutdowns is that the disruptions tend to be fairly brief, and so I think a strongly held base case is that this one will be as well. We'll get the data sooner or later, but I think you're exactly right to point out that there is concern around the labor market. You know, whether we get the data or not, if the labor market does start to weaken, then you know what looks for now like a gradual sort of rebalancing in the housing market.
Okay, so while we have this rally, don't forget we have a JP Morgan collar rolling. So I don't know if that's going to have any impact on a retest of the highs, but we are going to see that shortly if they haven't already started to do it. Some people have said that they've already started to do it. A lot of times they'll adjust towards the close if they do it early. Finalize before 4 o'clock p.m.
Every day at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Keep it right here. Market our close.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking.
There's not a whole lot up here in terms of net open interest coming into today. There's not a whole lot up to about 66.80. It starts to build again, 66.80, 85. Okay, so we could see it scoot a little bit higher now into the last hour of the trading day.
Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
CoreWeave. All right, looks good. CoreWeave.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Let's see, CoreWeave.
Expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
CoreWeave. Just watching the S&P right now. Watching the hedging flows on the S&P. Okay, that looks like it wants to go up a little bit more. CoreWeave, Doji on the daily. CoreWeave. Our buy is going to show up here at the low of the day in the last hour. Keep an eye on CoreWeave the last hour. Maybe we get something going there. Tesla looks like S&P is turning back up. Tesla's hanging in there right at 442, 442. One of my favorite Cutlass models, 442. Hurst shifter. Randall, you had a 442, right? My dad had I think he had a 74, pretty sure. Beautiful. Nice maroon color. Okay, looking for S&P to continue higher here. S&P 500. Come on. S&P. Nice look on S&P. All right, so if we engulf this candle, it would be nice. Get above 66.79, 66.80 would be good. Okay, so we're trying to climb a little more. S&P 500 trying to climb a little more. Apple's turning. Apple shorts covering.
Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email,
in-platform chat.
Microsoft Pop.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
82 Corvette, yeah.
It's your number one broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Schwab
Nice.
wants to invest and trade on your
That's
own.
nice.
Look, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Yeah, my ex had one of those in black.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk. Our team of passionate traders are ready to tackle.
All right, no follow. Yeah, trying to get above 66.70.
Plus, get 24/7 live help.
One more shake before a rally into the high. Okay. So we got an hour to go. Hope everyone's had a good day. Nice little wake-up call. Markets woke up a little while ago. Right around 2 o'clock, 2:30, this started to move. We had a nice rip off the low here at 1:30. Again at 2 o'clock, 2:15, ripping. 3 o'clock. 3 bells, all as well. Microsoft's still pushing here. Microsoft. Core Scientific. Okay. AMD. LRCX. LRCX. Okay, Broadcom turning. Broadcom. Shorts covering. Broadcom shorts covering right here. It looks good. Broadcom, ABGO, Broadcom. Big move here. We got a hammer on the daily. Let me buy some Broadcom. Broadcom chips. Broadcom. Let me go for Friday. Just something cheap for now. Something cheap. October 3rd. Okay, 330. Vertical 330, 340. 330, 340. All right, I bought some 330, 340s on Broadcom.
Heading into a good end of the year. The end of the year historically is one of the best quarters in the markets, and especially when you have a big run up like this year, a majority of the time you are to see the markets higher. I think everything is really positioning us well to end the year here.
Agree? Yeah.
Okay, looking for more upside on Broadcom.
8 years of S&P returns. When the market's up 10% or more, first 3 quarters of the year, how does it do in the fourth quarter? Better than average volatility than average.
Okay, S&P, S&P, some of my earlier contracts coming off now.
They try to chase it higher. I think it's a little bit of a different question a little bit early. I'm sure we'll talk about it 10 times between now and then about is it a rotation in January and other stuff. Because when you do look at 3, 5, and 10-year returns and they're as strong as they've been for the S&P, there isn't a ton of precedent that keeps rolling at the rate it did. But I think, so we titled our note the double breaking putt this week of, probably going higher in the near term, and then we'll see if it breaks another way later. But I think there's a lot of momentum right now. I agree, yeah.
This guy's a golfer at the end of the table. I mean, is it
Okay, I'm out of these 66.70s from today.
for investors? Is it a double breaker heading into the end of the year, or is it relatively straight?
I've never used that. That's fantastic.
That's
It was a Ryder Cup too, so I'm trying to bring it all
Okay, I'm out of those now.
We're going to use an analogy of climbing the mountain. We're not yet at Pikes Peak. We're still hitting the different ridges up there. There's a lot to be
66.70s.
And as Adam and Courtney said, the momentum's still in front of us. We've had some momentum, but until earnings momentum starts to go the other way, you're going to see momentum institutional positioning stay there. And then on the private client side, they're very guarded
but there is still that fear of missing out. And did you say before, Scott, that Russell actually outperformed the NASDAQ?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. In the quarter,
I mean, that says a
Russell's
lot.
up 11%. Now, it could end up being like right there by the end of the day, obviously, but the point is, regardless of that, I mean, the Russell's done well. Yeah. So is the NASDAQ. But does that continue?
Well, it's following the rate relief right now. Now it needs to see that rate relief transition.
All right, nice move here. Broadcom pushing higher. Let's see if it follows through. S&P, I was able to get out of those on that little pop.
That's one. Number two, if you're starting to see this rotation filter into more cyclical areas, some of which we've seen, but if it stays, you're talking about a mini meltdown. And that's what we expect.
That's what we're
Okay, S&P, Broadcom looking for some more follow through. Costco's still pushing. Costco.
In a lot of stocks, which you have, that you start to get a little over your skis to the point where if you're on Chris's mountain, you don't want to get into a roll.
I'm not, usually you're like excessively agreeable, but I agree. We're 2 for 2. I totally
Agree.
with what he said. I think
I agree.
Margins going higher and stocks open margins go up. I think the distribution of outcomes for the Fed is skewed to dovish.
Okay, Tesla, watching that too. Tesla and NVIDIA, looking for more upside on NVIDIA tomorrow. When institutions have a chance to continue their analyzing of the current deal with UiPath, NVIDIA, Tesla trying to push a bit higher. Needs to get through this supply zone right here. Okay. Got a lot of fair value gaps below. So people chasing this as it breaks out, Tesla. I don't know. The tech bubble, I remember 2000. I don't think it looks anything like AI right now. You had a lot of companies that didn't produce anything, .coms that didn't produce a product. And you had all these young people working for them. Nothing against the young people, but because I was one of them at the time too. But now you've got AI. You're buying 600,000 $130,000 processors or whatever they cost from NVIDIA, 600,000 of them to create a supercluster. Meta is nothing like .com. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Okay, looks like we're going to push a bit higher here. S&P looks like it wants to go a bit more. Looking really good. S&P pushing. Nice. Got 2 dead cats. Okay, PL is still going. Planet Labs. Watch Planet Labs. That looks like a good trade. That, Archer Aviation, and Joby Aviation.
I've said it yesterday at the meeting in the White House. I've said it to my Democrat colleagues. We're happy.
Right now of what a shutdown is going to mean. Congressional Budget Office is out with a new estimate that 750,000 federal employees would be furloughed in the event of a shutdown. Now, it's not clear exactly how many of those would wind up being laid off, but of course, Trump again reiterating that there will be layoffs if a shutdown occurs. The CBO also going on to say that they expect that if a government shutdown persisted for several weeks, that some private sector entities would never recover all of the income they lost as a result of the suspension of federal activity. Remember, federal employees do get back pay, but federal contractors, that's not necessarily the case. Now, Schumer is chatting right now with reporters coming out of a 2-hour meeting with Republicans. He is also sort of digging down at this point that they're going to need to see something.
Come on, S&P, blast it out of here. Blast it out of the park. Cool. Cool. Nice little run up. Costco. That trade right out of the box has been working. Costco. Looking good. Okay. Right out of the box. Costco looking good. Very nice trade there. Costco still grinding higher. Costco. There goes the S&P. Beautiful, beautiful S&P. Congratulations if you took S&P from the low. Calls at the low, puts it to high. This is working out perfectly. Looking really good. Nice job, Demondo.
Strategic initiatives like its Uber partnership, its $10 free shipping, driving order acceleration, but facing now tough comps and competition ahead. Given the magnitude of this and this increasing intensity, they are right now preferring to look for better entry points. But Wedbush was actually the note that's more specifically called out this Kroger DoorDash expanded partnership, which in their view, the Instacart's at risk of losing this incremental market share to these other leading intermediaries in groceries that can leverage their scale. And right now, adjacent to categories that we're already seeing capturing demand, like online grocery as well as convenience. So they estimate that right now, Kroger accounts for roughly 10% plus of Instacart's GTV. And while the platform may still be operational, of course, with this partnership with DoorDash, it only then would convince you, say, if you're a DoorDash loyalist, to use your preferred platform of choice. It eliminates that competitive edge. So interesting because if you talk NVIDIA at all-time highs, Instacart unfortunately touching a new 52.
Come on, let's push this a little more. Let's see what the hedging flows look like. It'll give you an idea. Okay, the hedging flows are ripping higher here, Mondo. So this looks good. Into this little purple zone right here, $2 billion. $2 billion in hedging. Look at $5 billion in 0 days today. $5 billion, -3 up to +2. Currently $4 billion up to +1. $1 billion right here. And hedging flows on the 0 day, looking good. Okay, we're starting to stall at the high of the day. S&P looks good. A little bit higher is where we tagged earlier this morning, right here. Are we going to get all the way there? Look at the volume on the last 2 5-minute bars.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending, or even retiring.
Another 60-minute bar on S&P. Looks like we're going to tag this morning's high. Broadcom on the move. Broadcom going. Okay, Broadcom. I have a put credits on this one, or do I have an iron condor? I forget. That's why I keep these charts so I can remember what the hell I have without looking at my Thinkorswim. Iron condor. Okay, cool. $1,500 on the line. All I want prices to do is to stay near the 20-day. Move a little higher. Looking good.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you.
Broadcom. Costco. Nice job on Costco. Costco's still going. See Costco? Costco, I have an iron condor. No, I have put credits on Costco, right? Costco, put credits. Another way to play the market without having options that have theta killing. Instead of buying options, you can sell options, and you do the same thing. Maybe not as much leverage, but I have to worry about this. If it stays right there for the next few days, it just stays at 930. Do you win? No. Do I win? Yes. I love premium. I love selling premium. Tom Sosloff over at Tasty Trades, that's all he does for the most part is sell premium. From what I gathered and the things that he said, he sells premium all the time. NVIDIA, no follow through yet. Costco still going. Boy, Costco, what a day on Costco, huh? Costco, boom. I sold these over here before noon, I believe. I have to check. Costco, what a nice move on Costco. Now, if you bought straight calls or call verticals, you did good. Well, you did very well there too. Okay, looks good. All right, S&P is starting to back off now. Broadcom looking good. Broadcom coming off the low. Broadcom. Okay, I took a vertical. Okay, that's looking good. Broadcom. 370. Okay, those calls are working for October 3rd. Microsoft, higher lows, higher highs. Microsoft is building a decent pattern. Probably looks better in the coming days, but this is looking good. 3 days right at the 50-day, mostly bullish candles. Technically, these are 3 white soldiers. I'd like to see bigger bodies, but we'll see what tomorrow brings. If we break above 520, Microsoft should continue. Other positions that I've taken today. Charter Communications, that is a put credit. Okay, looking for this to continue higher. Stay there. Drift slightly lower. As long as it stays above 250, I win. Okay, so Charter. Okay, so we'll watch Charter.
Computing power and access, of course, to NVIDIA. We also saw that Mizuho initiated coverage of Meta.
Google's starting to turn. Google. All right, Google having buyers at the low of the day at the 20-day moving average. Google. There goes Google. What's Oklo doing? Oklo, they signed another contract today, right? Oklo. Oh man, her voice really gets to me. I don't know what it is. Nails on a chalkboard. I think she's exaggerating that Australian accent. I mean, we know you're from Australia. It's obvious. If you're from Australia, maybe people talk like that all the time. I'm a dumb American, so don't fault me. I'm just here to make money and bitch and moan. That's what you do when you get older. You bitch a lot. Yeah, so Oklo looks okay. Oklo. Okay, basing up here. What's Nano Nuclear doing? Nano dropped a little bit lower. Lightbridge looked pretty good. Lightbridge was up. All right, that pulled back. NUKZ, the ETF, looks a little better, right? Doesn't move as much, but it looks better. Okay, S&P looks like it wants to go some more. So S&P looks pretty good. Okay, if we can get a little bit higher, just take out 66.78, close above today's high, yesterday's high, we'd have a bullish engulfing candle. 921.50, 200-day, all stacked up and to the right. 9's above the 21-day, is above the 50, is above the 200-day. That's a bullish trend. RSI rising, volume looking good. MACD stochastics turning. Looks pretty good, though. Okay, so I'd like to see NVIDIA turn up a little bit more. Google. Okay, let's look at the 60-minute on Google. I like to look at the 60-minute. Gives me an idea if I'm looking at the trend the right way. If it's below a descending 20 EMA and you're thinking bullish, it needs, at a minimum, needs to get back above the 20 EMA. 20 EMA needs to turn up and to the right like this. Okay, so it's not doing that just yet. So Google's still a little risky that it could get rejected and roll over. Just know it. Tesla. Okay, Tesla's back above the 20 EMA. 20 EMA is rising up and to the right. So that you're on the right side of the track of the trend. If you're trading bullish here, okay, buy the dip, sell the rip. Broadcom, still descending. Okay, so that's a counter trend trade. Microsoft. Okay, so this is looking good. Microsoft is doing this little dip, rip, dip, rip, dip, rip, and it's going to eventually break out above 520 at this rate, it looks like. Volume looks good. Okay, let's see what Amazon looks like. Amazon should be below, right? Yeah, it's still below. S&P going right here. S&P is going. Watch out. S&P is about to pop. There it goes. There it goes. Mondo. There goes Mondo. Nice move there. Okay, looks good there, Mondo. There's your exit. There's your exit into that strength. Okay, we're back up to the morning highs. SPX back to the morning highs here. Okay, outside day. Outside day. 78. Okay, we get above 78. Okay, that'd be yesterday's high, right? S&P. Okay, there we go. S&P 60-minute looking good. Bullish.
For the next 3 years. So Pfizer will make most of its drugs available to Medicaid at prices that are closer to what other developed countries pay, and it will sell some of its medicines on its
Okay, good.
consumer website called TrumpRx.
Good. Bitcoin. Bitcoin's trying to go.
Impact it will really have for Pfizer. So Medicaid already gets the lowest prices around, and the drugs that Pfizer will sell directly to consumers at that discounted rate are older drugs that aren't even broken out in the company's earnings results. Now, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla saying the deal gives the company certainty and that it removes.
Okay, and there goes the S&P. Beautiful, beautiful. Into the close. Okay, we got about 38 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. A little bit higher so we can take out yesterday's high. Beautiful. Bitcoin breaking higher. Check out Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin's looking good. BTC, USD. Look at Bitcoin. What's it doing? It's above a rising 20 EMA. Bitcoin above a rising 20 EMA. All right, so we're looking good here. Bitcoin, nice little move there. Bitcoin above the 20 EMA. Above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute and the daily. 20 EMA on the 60 minutes, above the 20 EMA on the daily. Price above both. That's a good signal. That's a good signal. Let's go take a look at junk bonds, see what it looks like end of day. Junk bonds, JNK. Okay, so trying to get prices back above the 20 EMA 60-minute. It's above the 20 EMA. Tested that a couple of days ago. 20 EMA on the daily. It's above the 20 EMA on the 60. So we want to see prices get back above 98. That would be a bullish signal. Snowflake rising instead of falling. Snowflakes are rising instead of falling. How you like that? Oh, beautiful there, Mondo. Nice job. Oh, boy. All right, so what do we got here? We've got, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's September 30th, Tuesday, end of the month, and JP Morgan caller roll this evening. And the last, we'll see some adjustments probably. If somebody said that there was, I think it was Scott B, said there was some earlier discussion about the roll was early, but they can always adjust it. If the markets continue to move higher, they'll adjust it. So we'll see what the final score is in the next few minutes. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and I'll be right back.
What we've been able to do is thread that needle with making sure that we have the right level to make sure it's reliable. But since we're spreading that cost each and every year over a wider customer base, that's why we've been able to keep the rates flat over a decade.
With regards to this investment and the build out of the network, is that going to keep pace or catch up with the investments that we've seen in these new, energy hungry areas?
I'm absolutely confident that in Texas we're able to keep up. This is what we've been doing for decades. It's accelerating at a faster rate, but the recipe in terms of connecting these customers is tried and true playbook for us. And so we will keep pace. The energy supply will be there. We will lean into this next opportunity.
With the tens of billions of dollars that you have to deploy for this, I mean, where's that money going to come from? You're going to go back to equity markets, bond markets? Where's it going to come from?
It's a mixture. About 50% of it comes from the debt markets. We're in the process of selling one of our Ohio gas local distribution companies. We're going to recycle those proceeds back into Texas to help facilitate that growth. So we're thinking constructively about tapping a number of different markets. We were in the market today for a hybrid instrument, whether it's equity, hybrids, debt, selling of assets. It's all of the above to help efficiently fund this growth.
Do you think that investor appetite is going to be there?
Absolutely.
Jason, really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Jason Wells there. He is the CEO over at CenterPoint Energy. In just a minute, we're going to go back down to Washington, where we are keeping an eye on that fight over the fiscal budget, a potential government shutdown that could come at midnight tonight. The Republicans have a bill on the table. The Democrats, at least right now, don't seem willing to accept it. We're going to talk with the House Majority Whip, Tom Emmer, when we come back after the break. Stick with us. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Being a new mom is no joke. I mean, the poop everywhere, and they are so expensive. That's where we go. Because they are so damn cute.
Spot Pet Insurance plans have covered over 500,000 pets, getting them up to 90% cash back in about 2 days for covered claims like surgeries, dental issues, and much more. Choose America's favorite pet insurance for your baby. I mean, pet.
The most challenging part of working in IT at IBM is the breadth of problems. Lots of people, lots of software, lots of hardware, lots of time zones, lots of everything.
Sometimes there are tools that perform the same function. People don't know which one should I use.
Most of the time, that wasn't very helpful. Kind of treated every issue like it was the same issue. We had an article, we had a process, we walk people through, we expect them to help themselves.
We saw this proliferation of tools that was overwhelming to the employees, that was overwhelming to the IT support professionals trying to give them that immediate support. We asked ourselves, what if we upended this and created a digital assistant that would do that for them? We created Ask IT, an AI assistant that's now answering 80% of IBMers' requests for IT support, from password resets to which tools do they need to access, in multilingual support running 24/7 without the need for a phone line. For the next iteration is moving from reactive to predictive. Imagine the situation where something's going on with the laptop, but the employee doesn't know it. Now we use real-time telemetry to predict when that failure may occur, channel that for Ask IT, asking the employee to take a preemptive action before it disrupts their work. Pressure testing and shaping the way that Ask IT operates for IBM first gives our clients the confidence that they can go on this journey as well, wherever they are.
I'm not just fixing people's problems, I'm actually building something that's worth talking about outside the company.
Ask IT freed us up to do a lot more of the transformational work.
It's more satisfying because we're transforming the business.
I think that when the system's working well, you stop thinking of these things as problems. They're just a thing that happens and user blows through it. It's not like a pain point anymore.
Charleston Beer Fest is back for October 25th at Riverville Party. Come sample a wide variety of beverages from over 70 craft breweries while you explore the vendor village, food trucks, and live music to keep the party going all day. Charleston Beer Fest benefits Palmetto Community Care, helping those living with HIV and AIDS in our communities. Join us for all the fun at Charleston Beer Fest October 25th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Riverfront Park in North Charleston.
Some $200 billion. Now, who knows when any of these companies are going to go public? That, you know, if it's OpenAI.
Okay, Broadcom turning back up.
Valuation, I don't even think that's ridiculous to.
Okay, things look a lot better in the S&P climbing. I sold too soon. That's okay. I don't mind. It's a profit's a profit. Sold too soon. All right, so we're making new highs here. Bullish engulfing.
So when do you know when to stop? So the private markets are even less fluid, less liquid, with a lot less information. You're seeing though incredible financial metrics. So Anthropic has been upping their projections every quarter. They're blowing through their projections. You're seeing some of those same dynamics of some of our companies, both on the consumer and internet, consumer and enterprise AI sides. So as these companies continue to beat their numbers, it only fuels more and more people saying, "Hey, how far could this go?" With the bulls saying this could go on for a long time.
So speaking of your companies, StubHub, you were an investor a couple decades ago.
First investor, not a current investor, but yes, no one loved the company.
Okay, so the recent IPOs that have come to market have had, I'm not going to say they're one-day wonders, but they've had a lot of action on the first day, and maybe not so much on the second, third, and fourth. Figuratively, not so much literally. Goldman today had an interesting note. The average IPO returned 30% on its first day of trading. This return has only been exceeded in 1999, in 2000, and 2013, and 2020. 72% of the 46 U.S. IPOs have delivered positive first-day returns. Make anything of that? I mean, what do you think about it? What does it mean for the other companies that may go public before this year's over?
I think it's a little selective. So obviously the best companies go out first, where there is pent-up demand for them. So there's both pent-up demand for IPOs on the whole after going through, as we've talked about, an ice age over the last 3 years. So there was pent-up demand for IPOs, and there was pent-up demand for specific names, what we saw in Figma, what we saw in CoreWeave, what we've seen in some of the best performers. And so that's going to all play itself out over the first day or so. Those companies will pop more. But as you're seeing, as the IPO market opens and there's a greater diversity of assets to buy, you're seeing those pops decrease. Quality of the company is a little bit less. There's more opportunity to buy a range of companies. So I think that is a very selective piece of the opening of an IPO market. And as more companies are public, there's more.
Yeah, my 2 cents, Jeff, is that markets don't care. When you go back to Ford, let's see, Ford, Gerald Ford, he had a 12-day shutdown. Jimmy Carter had multiple 19-day, 13-day. four times shutdowns in Jimmy Carter in 77, 78, 79, and 80. Reagan, he had 6 shutdowns. 81, 82, 83, 84, 86, 87. George H.W. Bush, 1990. Clinton, 2 times, 95 and 96. Obama, 2013. Trump, in 2018 and 19, twice. And Biden, twice, and very brief in Biden's period. So the markets are higher. We're trading at all-time highs. Markets don't give a patootie. They're going to do what they're going to do. It's all about earnings. It's more about earnings than government shutdowns, in my opinion. Earnings are good. All right. Looks good, though. I mean, we can all have our opinions. Bottom line is the markets are rallying, right? I don't care why. I mean, I do to a certain degree. That's not true, but markets are rallying. There goes Broadcom. Broadcom, I had a day trade on Broadcom. We got 24 minutes to go. Broadcom, that day trade's doing well. Expires on Friday. I can go ahead and take some profits here. Okay, let's see if we can get a little bit higher on Broadcom. AVGO, Broadcom. Okay, turning the corner. We're right back to the 20 EMA. Should I take it off here? Yeah, I'm just going to take it off. It was a day trade anyway. I took 10 of them. All right, so $300, $400. That's good. All right, I took that off. Broadcom took the day trade off. Okay, that looked good. All right, so what did I do with Broadcom? So I saw this starting to turn. Okay, so once this started to turn, I got long a vertical, and I just took profits right there. I'm not going to try to top tick this or anything. So this looks good. Broadcom did a good job. Tesla, same thing. Tesla took a trade on Tesla. Okay, looking to take some Tesla off. That was earlier with Tesla. Looking good. Tesla. Let me see what I'm going to do with Tesla here. Yeah, this looks really good. Looks really good. Tesla, thank you very much. Oh, hope everyone's having a good day. It's September the 30th, the last trading day of the month for September of 2025 in the record books. No significant pullback. Generally, between August the 15th and September 30th, we tend to have pullbacks. We were looking for that, looking for it. Never happened. Right here. Okay. So the third line down, August 16th through September 30th, it tends to be about a 3% pullback on average. This goes back 20, 25 years. Okay. Then we look forward to the fourth quarter. Since we didn't have in the past, we didn't have the JP Morgan collar that I'm aware of. That's a relatively new thing over the last few years, I guess. Anybody know when they first started popularizing? I know it hasn't since 2020. I've been started following it, so something like that, 4 or 5 years. Anyway, the quarter ending today. We look forward to the fourth quarter, and that generally, if you look at the numbers, if you're a swing trader and an investor, you probably want to consider looking for some dips to buy, like Lulu. There goes Broadcom. Like Lulu or stocks like that. Fortinet, stocks that have turned recently. Charter Communications. All these kinds of stocks from different sectors, like Charter. This is probably going to be up here at 350 by the end of the year. Okay, and you'll wonder why you didn't buy it. You see on the left over here, this Kirby. There's hardly anything is sold over here. So on the way down, what happens is fewer and fewer people are buying. You've got neophyte traders, people who don't know what they're doing, selling on the way down, but nobody buying, so it drops fast. And then on the after the base forms, this is phase one, the accumulation phase. Once the phase one is out of the way and institutions are ready to let the stock start to rally again, phase two starts. The 9/21-day turn up and to the right. That's your sign. That's your clue that this base, put your stop underneath it and look for prices to move higher. Now, I traded this a little different, but it's the same idea. Okay. I took Charter, and I'm looking for it to move higher. So instead of buying calls or call verticals, something like that, or shares, I'm just going to go ahead and sell put credits. So same thing. I'm selling puts, expecting that this is not going to come back to bite me. $2,000 right there. So with that $2,000 in the next few weeks, if this continues to move higher, I'll take this profit and I'll buy shares. So it'll finance the move. So going into the fourth quarter, again, I want to be taking some longs because I want to build up my account in the strongest time of the year, okay, into the October, November, December. Now, October has had some mishaps along the way. As you know, 1987 was pretty nasty. But other than that, I started trading, by the way, December of 1987. IBM was my first trade. Speaking of IBM, so we need to see options fill in. So that's something we'll be attuned to, and I'll let you know if anything looks scary or telling us that we may be going to see some downside. Right now, I had hedges that expired today that will be worthless. It's okay because most of my positions are longs anyway or put credits. So my hedges that expired today will be worthless. S&P's pulling back now. So you'll be looking for stocks like that or Fortinet or what is it? Datadog, was it? Datadog? That's coming off the low. What was the other one? What was the other one? There's another couple of stocks I was looking at. Coinbase, COIN, Coinbase. You know, this is based, right? It's come back from the highs. It's based. It's showing signs it's going to break out. So I want to be thinking long. RSI is rising. MACD, stochastics rising, volume picking up. So if you were an institution and you're looking for Bitcoin to keep going, where would you be buying Coinbase? Down here, right? You wouldn't be buying at the high. RSI is rising. Everything is supporting the beginnings of phase two, starting in the next 2 weeks or so. Coinbase, CoreWeave. Okay, although this is having a doji day, CoreWeave, phase four on the left, pulling back below the 50-day, 9/21-day dropping down into the right, base, and then turn back up into the right. Once your moving averages turn up into the right, 9/21-day turn up, you want to be buying dips and looking for swings to continue to work back up to 180. That's CoreWeave. I'll be doing something with CoreWeave shortly. Fortinet's fine. Google. Hims and Hers. Let's look at Hims and Hers. Hims and Hers. Okay. Moving above the 50-day. More of a range-bound kind of look, right? More of a range-bound kind of look right now. So I would like to see this higher. It's not my favorite position. Robinhood. This has been working. Robinhood just taken off. Okay, Robinhood 2 days in a row, looking good. You could sell some put credits here too. Robinhood, you could sell put credits. Okay, so let me show you the Robinhood trade. Robinhood put credits. Okay, I put credits right here. Okay, those horizontal lines. I don't know why the text is gone, but that was what we sold. The 110s. Okay, and it's going in the right direction. So these put credits would have expired worthless. I don't know what expiration I had. I don't have it on my chart here. Maybe it's on a different chart. Robinhood.
But you say you should rotate out of small
Reddit.
stocks when some people are
Reddit, no, nothing there. Rocket Labs, Rocket Mortgage. Okay, bounce. Roblox, talked about Roblox last night. That's turning up. What about Wynn Resorts? The casinos, Wynn Resorts pulling back a little bit. Las Vegas Sands. Okay, silver and gold, those at highs. I would think that these are overdone a little bit. Okay, gold making new. Wow, look at gold.
Rates are going to go down, the cost of capital go down. I don't want to buy companies based on cost of capital. And finally, with the advent of ETFs, most investors
Nice.
might go into SPY, and 40% of that is large cap tech. So that's where I want to be.
Nice job there, Frano. Google turning up. Okay, Google basing. You can see Bollinger Bands contracting on Google. IBM. Okay, IBM trending. It's in phase 2, phase 4 over here. Bases, accumulation. The stock turns back up. Lulu, we talked Lulu, right? Lulu coming off the low. Got to get above the 50-day. Home Depot. Back to the Bollinger Bands, Home Depot.
So you don't, when people talk about a bubble in this area, you don't pay any attention to that?
Well, naturally, what was going on with NVIDIA and the circular nature of the Oracle.
Okay, what's PL doing? PL. Okay, Planet Labs continues. This is one that Josh Brown mentioned earlier today around noon. Around noon over here. See this pop? Okay, we got long over here. If you got long over there, I should say. This is continuing to move higher. I bought some shares, PL. That's all I have for now. Palantir. What's Palantir doing? Palantir tends to dip early, and the dip gets bought. Okay, so there you go. Palantir once again. This has a pattern. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. If any of you, oh, there goes S&P. S&P popping again. I don't know if you pay attention to Palantir, but it always pulls back, and dip buyers come in. I would attribute that to institutions buying positions up here. Okay, it already based, came back, building the bottom part of a cup, moving higher. This looks like a handle. Looks like a cup and handle.
Now we're literally treating them like they are the new growth stocks.
Let's separate between the regulated and the independent power producers. The two IPPs that I own, Vistra and NRG, have operating cash flows of 9 and 10%. Now, they're reinvesting back in their business and they're expanding their capacity. So also, they're managing their balance sheet. Vistra has retired 30% of their float since I bought it originally in 2021. It's up 10 times since I bought it, still adding to it.
But don't you think at some point the whole process, power generation is going to become more efficient, and you're not going to need the amount that you think you do today, and then that's going to be the comeuppance for these stocks?
Definitely, that's the tail risk event. More efficient usage of electricity, but then we have the electrification of the world, whether it's cars, homes, appliances. So power demand is only increasing. So again, I've owned stocks for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. These are some names that I think there's a secular opportunity based on increasing demand for power over time.
All right, we got to run. It's good to talk to you as always. Richard Saperstein, thanks.
My pleasure.
All right, up next, we track the biggest movers as we head into the close today. Seema Modi is standing by with that. It's nice to see you.
Nice to be back, Scott. And yes, a major leadership change at Spotify. We have more details on how that stock is trading when Closing Bell returns.
Did that post or not? Let's see, profile. Palantir looking good. Tends to dip and then rip. Palantir. Palantir. Okay, Palantir. Let's see, Palantir, PLTR. Palantir above 175. Okay, so we're coming into the last 9 minutes of the trading day. I hope you had a good day. It was a pretty nice afternoon around 12 o'clock. Things started to heat up. Okay. Okay, NVIDIA turning back up. All right, so NVIDIA is going to run probably end of day. Looks like NVIDIA wants to go. Here is NVIDIA turning back up. Nice little pop to the upside. So shorts covering most likely, looking for prices to fade more. They didn't. So that's a problem for the bears. We're holding on to the highs of the day. We're above 185. Above 185 gives us 190 call walls. So there's that.
We're less than 10 from the bell. We go back now to Seema Bodhi for the stocks she's watching. What's at the top of your list?
Top of the list is Instacart, also known as Maple Bear Scott. Lower today on a downgrade from BTIG from buy to neutral. Analysts there are warning of intensifying competition as Amazon, DoorDash, Uber expand deeper into the grocery delivery category. That stock now pacing for its fourth straight negative session.
Okay, NVIDIA looking good. Oh, yeah, baby. NVIDIA. There goes the S&P. Damn, sold too soon.
Eck founded the streaming platform in 2006 and will move to the role of executive chairman in January. Spotify pacing for its worst day since late July on that news. The market not liking that. And finally, Firefly Aerospace tanking after its Alpha flight.
Look at that move. Look at that move on the S&P. Wow. Just wow. I don't have any calls left, right? No, that's Tesla. I got excited there for a second. I thought I still had some calls left. Yeah. Yeah, nice move. Nice move. Thank you very much. Okay, S&P. All right, so those puts are going to be zeroed out here. I have two sets of puts that expired today. They were hedges. They were fairly inexpensive, just in case the markets pull back. I only had 10 of those, so that's okay because the rest of my portfolio is all longs, and all of those are working. There goes Apple. Apple. We got 6 minutes to go. Apple, we're going to get something tomorrow. Apple, we get something tomorrow. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, I'll buy a couple of calls for tomorrow. Apple. All right, I bought a couple of 250, 750s just for shits and giggles. Apple. Friday. DTE. Okay, Apple turning up. There goes NVIDIA. Look at this market. Oh man, I sold that too soon. I didn't have as many as you guys. I had 10, so that was nice. Nice move there. The great thing about S&P Big Cap is that if you forget for some reason that you have in this case calls, let's say you had the 6670s and this closes up here 20 handles above, with SPY you would get assigned shares. With the S&P, no such problem. You get $100 for every point for every call that you have. So if you have 10 calls and you're up 1 point, you make $1,000 if you're in the money. You don't get assigned shares. 10 points there, 10 grand. So you could see a pretty big move very quickly with 10 calls. Unfortunately, I have nothing left. Tesla's starting to push a bit here. Tesla with 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Okay, Apple looking for more follow through. Nice pop there. Beautiful. CoreWeave. What am I going to do with CoreWeave? Do I want to buy any CoreWeave? I'm going to wait till tomorrow. Probably should wait till tomorrow, right? CoreWeave. Yeah, there's no buyers here. Okay, they sold the news. CoreWeave, we'll get a better entry on that. Supermicro. Okay, Supermicro going. Supermicro with the zoomies here in the end of the day. Here goes Supermicro. Looking good. Okay, looking good. Supermicro. I bought some January 60 calls. I added to my position. Supermicro. Very nice. Okay, cool. Merck, I have September 80 calls. I got September 90 calls. 85 and 90 calls. Not verticals. 80, 85 and 90 calls on Merck. Merck with a big bullish candle today. Putting together deals with the White House. Big move. I'm almost in the money in 1 day. That's wild. It took what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to get here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. 6 weeks of holding on to Merck. Finally turned back. High tick alert. High tick alert. Wow. Okay, look at S&P. Pissing me off. I took that off too soon. Dummy. That's all right. I got a profit. Can never complain about a profit, but it would have been a much bigger profit by about 5 points. Damn. That'd have been about 25. That'd have been about $3,000. I'm not going to make myself too sick over that. Costco pulling back a little bit. Costco. Okay. Merck looking good. Supermicro. NVDX having a good day. NVDX. Do I have any NVIDIA left? I think I do, right? NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA looking good. I have November 21st calls on NVIDIA 190s. Okay, NVIDIA. With 2 minutes to go, looking for NVIDIA to keep going. My thinking is that we're going to see 190 pretty soon. The news that NVIDIA keeps coming out with more news. So apparently management is eager to make the China disinterest in buying their chips. It's only hurting China, in my opinion. But something like 20% of their revenue was attributed to China. And that's, I'm not sure what's going on there, but if they make up for that 20% by doing deals with other firms, like they said today with UiPath and OpenAI recently, then, they're only going to increase their earnings per share. So, yeah, NVIDIA is probably going to just keep going. Okay, so I'll keep those calls. Those are out in November anyway. Okay, less than a minute, seconds to go. I got a hard stop. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the closing bell, September 30th, end of the month. Okay, if you get the JP Morgan collar results, just post them in the room. Let's see. They're probably already on Twitter. Let's see. JP Morgan collar. Spot gamma. Anybody have the JP Morgan collar new results?
And in general, you have video up 2.5%, and the rest of the market kind of was let up from underwater after a little while. So all that is in line. I do think you have to at least be aware that you can't always count on the market being rested.
Okay, we are closed.
Big picture, everyone's very comfortable with the premise for what got us here, as I keep saying, which is the Fed's going to lean lower in rates. The economy seems okay, even if the labor numbers gave a little bit of pause today.
Okay, it looks like the high strike is 69.55. Okay.
So it's a delicate balance. So far, it's breaking into Bill's favor. All right, good stuff, Mike. Thank you. Bill, the Dow Jones Industrial Average on this final trading day of the month. And the quarter, the S&P right there, but not going to get it today. That's on the drop. Into overtime.
JP Morgan collar. All right, I got to run to Costco and grab some food and stuff. JP Morgan collar.
Stocks to end a strong September. The Dow just getting into the green. Looks like that's going to be a record high. Gains for the Nasdaq and S&P 500.
All right, folks, I'm out of here. Have a great evening. Take care. Congratulations. Great trade in the evening session for the S&P 500. For those of you taking the long side, have a good one. NVIDIA popping up. Have a great evening. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.